notes and indicated that he'd invited the master writers so that they could see what you lads have been up to, but Veronika recognized manipulation when she saw it. The commander had invited the small crowd for added pressure, not to satisfy the writers' idle curiosity. Still, they did appear interested, leaning against the paddock fence as the apprentices lined up and prepared to demonstrate their skills on the course. Unlike with their first run-through several weeks ago, they were expected to attempt the final flourish and have their phoenixes ignite at the end. Veronika knew this would be Tristan's true challenge. He had done it multiple times in their extra practice sessions, but now the pressure was higher than ever before. As Anders began the exercise, one of the stable hands rushed to latch the gate shut before a hound slipped out. It was Peter, and though he managed to close it in time, it gave Veronika an idea. A plan began to form in her mind, a plan that was risky and downright foolish, not to mention the fact that it had the potential to blow up in her face and Tristan's. She needed to talk to him, but he remained too close to the commander. Most of the apprentices had improved, but no matter how well they did with the course, every time a phoenix ignited, horses bucked and dogs howled. 2 pigeons took flight and circled back to the village, and somehow a quiver of arrows caught fire. When Tristan guided Wind over to the beginning of the course, Veronika rushed forward to fuss with the strap. Her hands shook with adrenaline, but she did her best to angle her body to hide her face from the audience's view. Tristan glanced down, a perfect mask of haughty impatience on his face, though he could see quite plainly that there was nothing wrong with the saddle. "What is it?" he whispered, pretending to help adjust a buckle. "I'm thinking about doing something reckless," she said. She looked up at him, half hoping he'd tell her no, and she'd be free to hide behind the horses and wait until it was all over. Instead, he straightened in his seat and batted her hand away from the strap. "Okay," he said, before wordlessly calling his hound and his pigeon. Just like that, he'd accepted her words and given her permission to do whatever mad thing she could think of. Okay. While everyone watched Tristan make his way through the course, Veronika quietly moved behind them. She didn't have a lot of time, and she'd get only one shot at this. Though she didn't give Tristan her full attention, she was proud at how well he was doing. She looked up whenever the others murmured in reaction to a perfect shot at the target or an expert jump over a barrel or crate. The commander shouted questions to him, as he did with the others, making sure the apprentices were connected to the phoenixes as well as the other animals. As Tristan guided Wind through the poles near the end of the course, Veronika knew the moment had come. Tension hung over the group as everyone remembered how badly this had gone for Tristan the last time his father was in attendance. Rex cawed, beating his wings as he soared in a wide arc, then dipped his head and dove.
Surely my dear sweet Onia knew I'd never bow my head.
Chapter 23. Tristan. Tristan braced himself as Rex hurtled toward the ground. Any second his bondmate would ignite, and Tristan knew that everything depended on what happened next. He had barely a breath to prepare himself, to reinforce the safe house in his mind, as Nick had taught him. He'd been practicing for days, and the walls were already there, his fear ensconced within. But that wasn't enough. Tristan had to fill every gap and crack, ensuring his terror had no way of surfacing. In some ways, his fear was a luxury, just as his father's favorite quote had always maintained, an indulgence he turned to in moments of weakness. But putting it in the safe house made it unreachable, protecting him from himself. It was sort of like separating thought from emotion. His rational mind knew that Rex's fire was no danger to him, but his emotions allowed the fear to take root, to overpower his logical thoughts and turn him into a mess of nerves and anxiety and hesitation. Tristan knew he did not like fire, and that was okay. By locking his fear up, he took control over it. In time, maybe he could eliminate it completely. But for now, he would do whatever it took to get through the exercise. He clamped tight on the wall in his mind and waited. With a searing flap of his wings, Rex burst into flame. Tristan marveled at the way Rex exulted in his fire, able to appreciate the feelings that rippled through the bond for the first time. Fire was sacred to a phoenix, a part of their very existence. Fire was life and death and power and magic, and all of it barreled through Rex, crackling in his veins as he landed before Tristan, singeing the grass at his feet. Tristan remained perfectly upright in his saddle, his mind calm. His fear was nowhere in sight. Exhilarated, he checked in with the other animals, noting their fear and hesitation, but keeping them steady and under control, until a surge of energy drew his attention to the paddock. The horses inside jumped and tossed their heads, as they had each time a phoenix ignited, but somehow the latch had come undone, and horses were streaming from the gate. Several of the stable boys tried to stop them, but Tristan could swear that Nick was only pretending to join in, reaching a hand half-heartedly as the animals barreled past. Ah, so this was his reckless plan. Why had Tristan blindly agreed to this? With a calm he didn't know he possessed, Tristan pushed a slow, even breath out through his lips. 1, 2, 3 horses were freed before Jana closed the gate, and even as Tristan told himself not to panic, that he could handle a few extra horses, he noticed the 6 hounds that had snuck out with them. He was going to kill Nick. Everyone was looking around at one another, trying to decide what to do. Even the commander stepped forward, clearly intending to intervene. But with a curious glance at Tristan, Beric restrained him. So, they were going to let him try. Closing his eyes, Tristan blocked out the commotion around him and focused on the animals. Again, listening to Nick's advice, Tristan trusted that Wind, the first hound, and the pigeon would remain in position, and sought the other animals instead. He'd never tried to manage so many at once, but then again, when he looked at it the way Nick did, not constantly putting pressure on each one, but rather reaching out to them individually, making his request and then receding, it wasn't nearly so strenuous. Both the dogs and the horses had been through this multiple times before, so once Tristan reminded them of their duty to behave and remain still, they were much easier to get under control. It was a bit like gardening. Tristan's mother had loved flowers, and their house had always smelled of roses and violets and blood-red fire blossoms. He'd helped old Anna tend his mother's garden after she died. Though being so young, he had no doubt he'd been more a hindrance than help. And when they'd left home for good, he and old Anna planted new flowers outside the village. According to her, it was more about being a guiding hand, not a constant overseer, and animal magic was the same. Just as the plants would naturally reach for the sun, so animals instinctually sought out animages. While some resisted his touch more than others, eventually the freed horses slowed their pace and looped back around, while the hounds yipped once or twice before doing the same. Sweat trailed down Tristan's forehead, but he ignored the mental and physical strain as he reined in the disorder around him. A hush fell over the group as one by one horses and hounds lined up alongside Tristan, creating a half-circle of perfectly obedient animals. Tristan gave Rex a final command. The phoenix lowered his head, and with one last flap of his wings, his fire went out. It was as if a bubble of silence had popped, and the world burst to life around him once more. The apprentices and riders cheered, rushing forward to congratulate him, while the stable boys moved to recapture the escaped animals. The commander stayed put, and as Tristan dismounted, he heard Beric say, "That's mighty impressive, Commander. I couldn't do that." Tristan was pleased, if exhausted, but he tried to smile and nod as he waded through the crush of bodies, distracted. Finally, the crowd parted, and his eyes fell on Nick. He gave Tristan the familiar shy smile, clearly unsure if Tristan was going to thank him or strangle him for his so-called reckless plan. Despite wanting to murder him in the moment, Tristan felt nothing but overwhelming gratitude. Yes, mastering the escaped animals had been challenging, but it was the silent, unknown battle that Tristan was proudest of, the battle only Nick knew about. For the first time in his memory, Tristan had faced a phoenix in full flame, and he hadn't hesitated. He wanted to shout from the mountaintop, to roar his triumph and exhilaration for all to hear. Instead, Tristan pushed the others aside, determination propelling him forward. He barreled into Nick, throwing his arms around him as the noise receded, and there was nothing but the two of them, pressed together. "You did it!" Nick gasped, apparently surprised by Tristan's sudden fierce embrace. Remembering the crowd around them, Tristan drew back, avoiding Nick's curious expression, and forced an easy smile. "Thanks to you."
When gentle King Helland married ferocious Queen Genia, there was much celebration and fanfare in the empire, though the newly minted queen was not there to see it. The instant the ink dried on their marriage contract, the young bride leapt onto the back of her phoenix Exceline, leaving her groom behind. With fine silk and fire blossoms trailing in her wake, she hunted down the infamous group of bandits that had been terrorizing her beloved's reign. It was on this campaign that she earned the nickname the General, and it wasn't long until she returned home triumphant. In a bold romantic gesture, she presented the severed head of the gang leader to her husband as a belated wedding gift, and he promptly fainted into his barley soup. A popular cookhouse tale.
We were shadow twins, half-sisters, but we couldn't have been more different.
Chapter 24. Veronika. Veronika didn't know what to do with herself that night. She was dying to know what, if anything, had happened with Tristan and the commander, but she hadn't seen either of them since the obstacle course. She still couldn't believe how well everything had played out, the planned and unplanned parts, like the accidental release of the hounds. She'd been so focused on the horses, ensuring only a handful escaped, that she'd completely forgotten about the dogs. One moment they were on the far side of the paddock, quite absorbed in chasing and snapping at one another, and the next they were barreling through the gate along with the horses and causing an additional distraction Veronika wasn't sure Tristan would be able to handle. But he had. He'd taken it all in stride, pushing outward with his magic while trusting the animals he already had under his power. Even in the face of Rex's crackling flames, Tristan had been the picture of confidence and control. He'd been magnificent. Veronika kept thinking about the way he'd hugged her afterward, the gleam of triumph and something else she couldn't quite place sparkling in his eye. Her heart had stopped at first, the thought of her bound breasts pressing against him making her dizzy. But he didn't seem to notice, and then, before she knew it, they were apart again. The other apprentices had pushed in, and Veronika had stepped aside to attend to her duties. Now she awaited the commander's verdict. Whether he decided Tristan was ready to lead a patrol or not, Veronika was quite certain he would deem their extra lessons no longer necessary. The thought caused an unexpected pang of sadness. Their nightly time together had transformed from something to dread into something she spent her entire day looking forward to. From their first meeting, Tristan's success and progress had been tangled up in her own, and though they had embraced their fate and willingly helped each other, they would no longer be required to train together. If he became a patrol leader, his daily schedule would change, and he probably wouldn't have time to practice with her at all. Needing some fresh air after the dinner that Tristan and the commander did not attend, Veronika decided to take Wind for a walk out to the obstacle course. It was the one place Tristan might go looking for her, and besides, Wind had grown accustomed to the nighttime exercise and had been emanating impatient thoughts from the stables all evening. Veronika reasoned that even if Tristan never turned up, she could try riding Wind on her own. The horse snorted in irritation as Veronika tried to mount up. She'd been watching closely as the other apprentices rode their horses and thought she could mimic the basics. However, after 3 attempts, she dragged one of the crates over from the nearest obstacle and used it to climb into the saddle. She tried to steer Wind to the right, but pulled too hard on the reins, causing the horse to toss his head. Veronika loosened her grip, focusing on her right leg instead. It worked, but when she looked up, it was to see that he'd turned them around in a complete circle. Using her animal magic, she told him to stop, then remembered she wasn't supposed to do that and told him to ignore her. And so he kept turning to the right, taking them around for a second loop. "Are you lost?" said a voice from nearby, and Veronika stiffened. Wind stopped his movement as Tristan appeared, putting a gentle hand on the horse's head. He smirked up at her. "The course is over there." "Tell the horse that," Veronika muttered, face hot with embarrassment. "Wind." Tristan's smile widened. "His name is Wind." Veronika scowled, remembering when she'd told him off for the same thing. "Bite him," Veronika thought to Wind, who angled his head, sizing up Tristan's bare forearm. She hastily called him off and dismounted. Luckily, she didn't fall. "So where have you been all night?" she asked. "I didn't see you at the dining hall." "Eating with the commander," he said, petting Wind absently. "And?" Veronika pressed. His reluctance to speak was making her even more impatient to get the information out of him. "He wanted to, very grudgingly, congratulate me on my progress. I told him I had the extra lessons to thank for that," he said, and Veronika fought the grin that tugged at her mouth. "And he thought I was being insolent, so really a typical conversation for us." Veronika laughed. "After that, he promised I could be a patrol leader." "Tristan, that's great," Veronika said, wanting to touch him but hesitating when she caught sight of Tristan's peculiar expression. He was still smiling, but it looked somewhat forced, as though he were pleased, but something was holding him back from true happiness. "What's wrong?" Veronika asked. He tossed his shoulders in a dismissive shrug. "He said I can't graduate to my new position yet." "Because of the eggs?" Tristan nodded. "So basically, we're right back where we started." Veronika shook her head firmly. "No, we're not. You did something amazing today, Tristan, and your father promised you the position you worked hard for. This is a good day." He smiled more earnestly now and nodded his agreement. The movement showed Veronika the bow and quiver he was wearing over his shoulder. "Do you want to get in more practice?" she asked hopefully, indicating the weapon. "Nah," he said, swinging it off his shoulder. Veronika's heart sank until, "I think it's time we gave you a try." "At the obstacle course?" she squeaked, then cleared her throat. He chuckled. "No, that's a bit advanced for you. Let's try your hand at the bow and arrow first." The bow he held out was smaller than what a standing soldier would use, made from dark, polished wood and curled at both ends. "It's recurved," he explained, tracing the reverse bends at top and bottom, "which gives maximum draw with minimal effort. Riders usually shoot while mounted, so they need smaller, more agile weapons. This works in your favor, compensating for your, limited strength." Veronika had to give him credit for trying to be tactful, though he'd failed. Tristan showed her how to string and unstring the bow, but she couldn't seem to get the hang of it. The strength and coordination it required to bend the wood and hold the string taut was more than she would have assumed, and soon her muscles began to tremble. After watching her struggle, Tristan finally took pity on her and helped. "It'll get easier," he said, reaching around her to add his strength to hers, pushing the bow down so Veronika could fasten the loop. His sudden proximity filled her senses, the scent of cool green grass and wood smoke mingling with the cotton of his tunic and the smell of his skin, salty with sweat and still warm from the day's sun. When he released the bow and stepped back from her, Veronika took a deep breath of the Tristan-free air and collected herself. Her nerves were on high alert because of the new challenge archery presented, she was sure, and not because of the way the commander's sons smelled. Taking the bow from her, he demonstrated proper technique, drawing the string effortlessly. He pointed out the position of his feet, spread and evenly balanced, along with the angle of his elbow, and how far he drew the string, anchored to his chin. The position displayed his lean, muscular body to its best effect, and Veronika took as long as was acceptable to stare at him. "To help my technique," she told herself, looking away at last. Yes, he was attractive, strong and smart and talented, and yes, she loved being with him. But he was also her training partner, the commander's son, and with any luck, her sponsor someday. She couldn't afford to get distracted. He handed her the bow, and she tried to mimic him, drawing the arrowless string back and doing her best to remember his square, balanced posture. He walked around her, nudging her elbow up, kicking her feet farther apart and squinting at her grip. Then he rested a hand idly against her chest. His palm splayed against the fabric, his smallest finger mere millimeters away from the gentle swell of her flattened breasts. Immediately her chest constricted and her breath hitched. "No," Tristan said softly, the other hand resting on the elbow that drew back the string. "Deep breaths. That's where your strength and posture come from. In and out, come on," he encouraged, tapping her chest lightly. Veronika thought she might faint right then and there. Bad enough that she was a girl pretending to be a boy, her secret a fingertip away from being discovered. But Tristan's very proximity was enough to make her lungs tighten and her body shake. "Veronika, you fool." Focusing on the bow in her hands, she relaxed and did as he ordered. Deep breath in, slow breath out. On the next breath in, she tightened her grip and drew back the string, feeling her muscles bunch and expand and her posture straighten. "There it is," he said softly, his breath tickling the back of her neck. She glanced over her shoulder at him. He was so close, Veronika could see the barest shadow of stubble along his jawline and the way his throat bobbed when he swallowed. Once, twice. His hand lingered for a moment longer. Then it dropped and she released the string, her body's tension collapsing in on itself in a grateful moment of release. Tristan cleared his throat and reached for the quiver. He was brusque when he took the bow again, avoiding her eye as he showed her how to hold the arrow, curling his fingers to pull it taut against the string and angling the shaft against the bow, with a finger below to guide it. He was an excellent teacher, patient and thorough, and when it was Veronika's turn, she did her best to follow his instructions. Her form seemed accurate enough, but when it came time to actually shoot the weapon, the arrow flopped to the ground scant feet in front of her. Tristan covered his mouth in a gesture that she knew was hiding laughter, and he collected the stray arrow before waving for her to try again. She got the hang of it eventually, firing weak shots in the general direction of the target. Before long, the muscles in her shoulders, arms, and back began to ache, and her fingertips were rubbed raw. "There are gloves and arm guards to make you more comfortable," Tristan offered, seeing her shake out her aching fingers after another unimpressive shot. But it's better to toughen the skin and develop calluses. It's fine, Veronika said in frustration. She'd managed to embed only a single arrow on the outermost edge of the target, but nothing more. You have other strengths, you know, Tristan said quietly. Veronika knew she sucked at this, but his words confirmed it. How was she going to be a mounted warrior when she could barely draw a bow? If Avalkira Ashfire could be the best markswoman in the summer solstice games at age 11, beating out hundreds of older, more experienced archers, Veronika could learn too. She had to. If you want to be a rider, you have to be an archer, she gritted out. She'd just have to practice more, find ways to shoot late at night or early in the morning. Yes, archery is important, Tristan conceded, coming to stand in front of her, arms crossed. But every rider has their talents. Anders is an amazing flyer, fast and unpredictable. Fallon has incredible balance. He can ride standing, sitting, or even on his phoenix's tail. Ronan is by far the strongest of any of us. He can throw a spear almost as far as I can shoot an arrow. As Tristan continued to list off each rider's remarkable skills, Veronika felt smaller and smaller. How could she think she belonged among them when she had no such astounding abilities? It seemed Tristan could read her mind. But your strength, Nick, is your magic. Veronika gave him a disbelieving look. We all have magic, she said, unable to keep the embarrassing sulkiness out of her voice. Of course, Veronika did have a magical skill that most of them did not, her shadow magic, but it had no bearing on how she'd fare as a rider. In most cases, it was a terrible inconvenience and a liability. Not like yours, Tristan said forcefully. A pleased smile spread across Veronika's face, despite her having a hard time actually believing his words. Val's praise had always been scant, and usually bracketed on both sides with snide jabs and insults. Her Mayora was kind and patient, but their time together had been so limited. Val had been the one to teach her the most about magic. Veronika's first recollection of having magic involved Val. She and her grandmother had been inside their home when a girl kicked in the front door. It was strange, and Veronika must have been very young, because in her memory the girl had been a wild and terrifying stranger. It had been Val, of course, her dark eyes peeking through the strands of her matted, so dirty it looked brown hair. In one hand she'd held a bit of scrap metal, sharp and wicked-looking. In the other, a slithering, writhing snake. Her Mayora had lurched to her feet when Val burst in, but then she stood frozen, face white as plaster as she stared at the girl. Next thing Veronika remembered, Val was bending down and releasing the snake. Veronika wasn't afraid, exactly, but she had definitely been uneasy. When the snake drew close, though, something shifted, and Veronika felt calm, as if the serpent were an old friend. She bent down, running her fingers along its strange, slippery hide, and after the two became acquainted with each other, it was a simple thing to wrap her small hands around its undulating body and hold it up for closer inspection. It lunged once for her face. She could remember her Mayora making a fearful sound, but Veronika chastised the snake for its bad manners, and that was the end of it. The entire thing had seemed like some sort of test. Maybe Val didn't know if Veronika had any magic at all and wanted to be sure. She didn't like to think what would have happened if she hadn't. Val always acted as if Veronika were a burden, even though she had the same magical powers as Val. If she'd been non-magical, Veronika knew Val would have made her feel completely and utterly worthless. She stared off into the distance, wondering where Val was at that moment. Had she left the hunter's cabin? Or had she remained stubbornly behind? The thought that Val might have moved on, that Veronika would have no idea where to look for her, left a hollow ache in her stomach, even as her brain told her that she shouldn't care. "You're the strongest animage I've ever seen," Tristan continued, drawing Veronika to the present again. He rubbed the back of his neck, oddly shamefaced. "What you did with Wind that day, I was already connected to him and you just took over. I would have been impressed if I weren't so embarrassed." Veronika grinned. "Yeah, but look at what you did during the commander's inspection today. That was far more difficult." "But you're the one who set that up and taught me how to properly control the animals in the first place. If you hadn't explained about trust and guiding rather than controlling, I couldn't have done it." Veronika beamed. His respect meant so much to her. It meant everything. "And that other thing you taught me," he continued, furrowing his brow and pointing up at his head, "about the mental walls? Well, I've never been able to face Rex's fire without seizing up in panic, but when I do the mental safe house, it's like the fear is happening to a different part of my brain, like it's nothing but a memory. It's amazing." Maybe she was staring at him with too much feeling, too much intensity, because Tristan ran a hand through his hair and looked away. "So what I'm trying to say is, trust your magic, all right?" "Okay," Veronika said, accepting his advice. "I'll still need to learn this, though," she added. "And you will. This is your first try and you're tired," Tristan said bracingly. "It's also hard in the failing light. I wish you could have a go in the training yard. This target's a bit high. It's meant for archers on horseback, and the markings are worn out." He trailed off, staring at the target with a frown. "What?" she asked after a silent moment. "Got any plans tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" Veronika asked blankly. "I'll be in the stables." "No, you won't. Tomorrow is Ajurek's day," he said. Veronika blinked. She'd lost track of time since she'd been at the Eyrie. Ajurek's Day, also known as the summer solstice, the day with the most sunlight of the year, was always a big festival day in the Empire. It was the one time a year when Val would let them walk the streets together, watching the street performers and maybe even buying sweet cakes from a vendor. The largest celebrations were always in Ora Nova. Before the Blood War, the king and queen would attend, tossing handfuls of coins onto the streets, and at night their phoenixes would put on a fiery display in the sky. "Oh, right," she said, remembering that there was traditionally no work on festival days. "What are you suggesting?" "The training yard will be empty. We can spend the whole day there." Veronika's heart leapt at the prospect, but it felt suspiciously like charity. "You don't want to spend the day with your friends, the other apprentices?" she asked. He gave her a half shrug. "We see enough of each other, and we still have the feast." Veronika nodded, and they packed up their things. "And you're a friend, Nick," he added, leading the way back up to the village. "I am?" she asked, a strange bubble expanding in her throat. Friendship had always been a loaded term for Veronika, a thing just out of reach. She'd tried once or twice in her life, running the cobblestones with the other barefooted kids on their winding, narrow street, or sharing whatever meager food she had with some of the beggar kids in the Forgotten District, the neighborhood that housed the city's orphanages. No matter who it was, Val would shut it down at once, chasing the other children away or swatting the food from the cowering street rats' outstretched fingers. "They're nothing but filthy mongrels," she'd say. Or, "Feed them once and they'll be following you forever." Veronika would look down at her own tattered rags and wonder how they were any different. She'd wonder what was so wrong with feeding them more than once. Veronika had known she and Tristan were more than just training partners, but they had gone from fighting to laughing to awkward moments so quickly that she could hardly keep up. Was that friendship? All she'd ever had was her sister, but now that Zephyra and Tristan had come into her life, Veronica realized that Val had never really been enough. There was a difference between friendship and family, between the people you chose to surround yourself with and the people you were stuck with, good or bad. And just as Zephyra had done, Tristan had chosen her. "Of course," he said, nudging her with his shoulder. "More than a friend, really. I mean," he said, laughing nervously as he realized what he'd insinuated, "you're a close friend, closer than the apprentices." Veronica smiled at him, heart light as a feather as they walked through the village, Rex flying above. Veronica stared at the phoenix, watching golden flame rippling across his body in gentle waves. "I don't know how you can stand to be parted from him each night," she mused. While the phoenixes roosted in the eyrie, the apprentices lived in barracks similar to hers. Her connection to Zephyra had been so primal, so fierce, that the thought of putting piles of rock and buildings between them each night would have been painful. Of course, what had actually happened was much, much worse. Tristan looked up. "It was hard at first, when our bond was new and more fragile. But now we're connected no matter how far apart we are." Rex cawed his agreement, soaring lazily above them. Though Zephyra was gone, Veronica still felt the lingering remnants of their severed bond, like a broken bone begging to be set. The more she ignored it, the more it seemed to ache. Still, it'd be nice to move into the eyrie with the master riders. That's where they sleep. It was carved centuries ago. All this, he gestured to the village and the wall that surrounded it, is fairly new. The village was here to serve the pilgrimage route, but it was mostly small shops selling phoenix idols, feather talismans, and other tourist junk. It had been abandoned since the Blood War, so we basically had to rebuild it all when we arrived 2 years ago. We added the wall, and the stables and everything inside the stronghold is recent. The caverns inside the eyrie extend underneath the stronghold and deep into the mountain. Some of the passages were caved in, but we were able to excavate most of them. "It must be beautiful," Veronica said, wishing with all her heart that she might one day be a part of this world, of the history that defined her people. Tristan looked at her a moment, and Veronica worried that she'd given herself away somehow. But she needn't have worried. "It is," Tristan agreed quietly. Then he added, "I'll show you."
We were night and day, moon and sun, darkness and light. We were nothing without each other.
Chapter 25. Tristan. As they approached the carved archway that led into the eyrie, Rex soared overhead in a wide circle before diving dramatically into the darkness beyond. Nick's eyes widened, his face glowing with unreserved wonder. Show off, Tristan thought to Rex, whose smug self-satisfaction blazed through the bond. Nick's reaction reminded Tristan of a younger version of himself. He thought of the first time he'd seen his father's phoenix, how small he'd felt before the great Maximian, awed and of course terrified by the crackle and hiss of the fire that burned beneath his brilliant feathers. Admiration had filled his heart at the thought that his own father rode into the sky on such a breathtaking beast. From that day forward, all Tristan had wanted was to be a rider. He'd asked constantly, but the commander had never indulged Tristan with personal stories or sentimentality. For his father, being a rider was just another duty, like running the eyrie and reclaiming what their family had lost since the war. Their exile often made Tristan ashamed, but not for their loss of position and wealth. He was ashamed because of his father. Cassian had denied their cause and offered up information, forsaking those who had fought and died in the war, just for a chance to keep his beloved governor position. He'd been willing to side with the very people who'd tried to wipe out the riders, the people who had killed Tristan's mother. Tristan could barely remember her, and had only his father's words, and the odd fragmented memory of braided hair and fierce laughter to keep her alive. When he was young, people told him he had her spirit. Now Tristan feared he was becoming increasingly like his father, cold and calculating, and more focused on personal pride than on doing what was good and right for their people. But at times like this, when he forgot about his ambitions and his constant need for his father's approval, Tristan felt closer to his mother, and that was a good feeling. They climbed the wide steps that led to the archway, which was cut through a jagged spur of mountain rock and chiseled into the shape of the animals sacred to the gods. Beasts slithered and crawled and snarled overtop one another, including TK's cat and Maury's owl, while Azurek's spread-winged phoenix crowned the entrance at its apex. They passed through, and the eyrie lay before them. It was carved into the heart of the mountain like a great stony bowl. It reminded Tristan of an amphitheater, with a flat space far below, and tiers rising wider and wider from the bottom up. The levels acted as walkways and roosts for the phoenixes, while at the very bottom of the pit, a stone courtyard was ringed by an arched gallery. Rough, uncut peaks of stone surrounded the bowl like cupped hands, hiding it from view of the mountain below. Directly in front of them was a jutting spear of stone, like a plinth or a platform, which thrust into the open air of the eyrie. Though the top was smooth and flat for walking, the rock supports underneath were carved in the shape of another massive phoenix. The path stretched across its back, while its head capped the end of the plinth, and its wings spread wide to reconnect with the walls on either side. Tristan gave Nick some time to take it all in before pointing out the basic function of the space. See those doorways along each ledge? Those are where the master riders live. When we moved in, they spent months scouring the tunnels, searching for lost eggs. Did they find any? Nick asked. Tristan nodded. A few. It's where most of the apprentices got their mounts. 1 or 2 had an egg from their families, and 3 riders still had their mounts from before the war. The commander, Barrick, and one of the instructors and leader of the 2nd Patrol, Fallon. He was only a child during the fighting. Was that where you found Rex? Nick asked. Tristan shook his head. I inherited my egg from my mother's side. He'd been passed down for years, waiting for me. Tristan had never been more anxious for anything in his life than when he'd incubated his generations-old phoenix egg. What would happen if things went wrong and he wasted this most precious of family heirlooms? But all the worry had been for nothing. Rex had deemed him a worthy bondmate, and Tristan was proud to ride such a beautiful creature, fire and all. As they looked on, Rex made himself comfortable on a nearby ledge, his feathers sending up sparks as he shifted into position. All around, other phoenixes settled in for the night, roosting in small clusters. Only the top 2 levels of the eyrie were in use, but Tristan liked to imagine what it might have been like a few hundred years ago, when every cavern was occupied and flaming birds perched on every ledge. Nick's eyes were fixated somewhere below. There are more phoenixes down there, he said, his voice oddly strangled. There's an enclosure or a fence. Tristan withdrew his gaze. It's the females, he said heavily. That's where the breeding cages are. He risked a glance at Nick and instantly regretted it. Nick looked shocked, disgusted, and his reaction made Tristan feel dirty, as if it had been his idea. They aren't bonded, Tristan explained, lowering himself onto the ground next to the archway. He leaned his weary back against the cool stone wall, and Nick copied him. So they have to be restrained, or they'll leave. The riders are trying to get them to mate." Tristan could see that his words upset Nick. And if he was honest with himself, they upset him too. After knowing the mind of a creature as intelligent, powerful, and ancient as a phoenix, it was hard to believe putting them in enclosures, cages essentially, and using them for breeding was at all right. Nick crossed his arms. "And has it worked?" Tristan sighed heavily. "We got one last year." "One egg?" "Yes, one," Tristan admitted reluctantly. He ran a hand through his hair, the curls stiff with the day's dirt and sweat. "But whether the bird was already carrying or not, we don't know. She was wild. They managed to trap her, and she laid the egg soon after. Every other attempt has gone badly." "Badly?" Nick repeated. "They've maimed every single male who got close to them. You know, when they hurt, we hurt," he added, and Nick nodded, confirming he knew this already. "I remember a couple months back, Fallon was limping for days because his phoenix was in the breeding cages and had been slashed by one of the females. They're stronger than the males and usually grow to be larger." Nick seemed pleased by this information. "The same is true of, well, pleasure," Tristan said, staring resolutely at his knees. Heat crept up the side of his neck, and he forced a laugh as he continued. "We feel all their emotions, good or bad, and apparently if the phoenixes actually did mate, the bondmates sense it in some way. So, that's weird." That startled a horrified laugh out of Nick, and Tristan grinned, gratified that he'd been able to make him smile and break the awkward tension. "In the old days, riders worked in pairs," Tristan said, arching his back to stretch his stiff muscles. Nick watched him idly, and his attention was unlike anyone else's. Not the intense scrutiny of his father, or the vague affection of someone like Barrick or Mora. It made Tristan's senses sharpen and his shoulders straighten. For hunting and tracking and fighting. The phoenixes would become a mated pair for life, and so would their riders. I guess their bonds, they bled into each other, so it was almost like the riders were bonded in the same way the phoenixes were. "Like Nephira and Callista," Nick murmured, his tone thoughtful. Tristan smiled, pleased that Nick knew about the first riders. There had been hundreds of famous pairs throughout Phoenix Rider history, but Nephira, the first rider queen, and Callista, her second-in-command, were Tristan's favorites. Even though they married others for alliances and for children, they remained committed to each other above all else. They refused to leave each other's sides, in battle, in life, and in death. When Callista succumbed to an arrow wound, Nephira followed her soon after, dying of a broken heart. "So if the breeding cages don't work and you don't have any eggs, why isn't your father searching Pyrrha, the abandoned watchtowers and outposts?" "We have," Tristan said. They hadn't searched thoroughly. He knew that, but there was never enough time. Any day now the Empire would learn about them, and they had to be ready. Nick opened his mouth, probably to argue his very valid points. But Tristan was tired of defending his father's methods, especially when he hardly agreed with them himself. "Listen, Nick, I dislike it as much as you do, but if you ever want to be a rider, we need more phoenixes. This is the only way we know how." Nick fell silent. Clearly talk of the breeding cages was dimming his initial pleasure at seeing the Eyrie for the first time. This disappointed Tristan. He reached out with his magic. With some prodding, he was able to convince Rex to leave his roost and visit him at the end of the Phoenix walkway. When Tristan got up, Nick followed a second later, a frown on his face. Standing near the edge of the plinth, Tristan felt the warm rush of air that signaled Rex's approach. Nick stopped next to him just as the Phoenix burst from the depths of the Eyrie. A gust of wind rippled through Tristan's hair, and streaks of light momentarily marred his vision. Arcing above, Rex burst into full flame at the peak of his ascent, then dove downward into the darkness below. Nick crouched in alarm as Rex hurtled toward them. Then he leaned over the edge to watch the bird's descent. It was part of the solstice dance, the display Rex and the other phoenixes would put on the following evening. Again, Rex flew high into the air, only to turn around and soar in a fiery coil toward the earth. As Tristan had hoped, soon other phoenixes joined in, ruffling their feathers in puffs of sparks before igniting. Sometimes Tristan thought phoenixes were natural performers, always game for a bit of theater, a bit of the dramatic, especially if it involved showing off their elegant flight and brilliant flame. Seeing them like this was surprisingly easy. Their fire was a faraway spectacle, not a dangerous threat. He could appreciate the beauty of it in a detached way, as distant and otherworldly as the sun and stars. While watching one phoenix fly into the sky and then come careening back down was beautiful, watching half a dozen was spectacular. Nick gripped Tristan's arm, his mouth hanging open as the firebirds twisted and spiraled, leaving flaming tracks in the air. The moon hung in the sky behind them, fat and bone-white, and dull in comparison. Now that they had begun, Tristan knew the phoenixes would be at it for a while. He nudged Nick, whose large round eyes reflected the fiery performance, and returned to sitting against the wall near the entrance. Nick followed, walking backward so he didn't miss a single second of the show. Tristan didn't know if it was guilt over how he'd first treated Nick, or gratitude for the help he had given Tristan since, but for some reason, he didn't want to think too hard on it. Making Nick smile made Tristan's own heart lighter. Nick had a way of bringing out a happier, more positive side of him. Barely an hour ago, he'd been ready to deem his long-desired promotion to patrol leader a failure, just because it wasn't happening as quickly as he'd hoped. But Nick had made him truly appreciate the success for what it was, a step in the right direction. And before that, when Tristan had blurted out his fear of fire, Nick hadn't laughed or ridiculed him. He hadn't even batted an eye. Instead, listing off famous writers with issues of their own so he wouldn't feel alone, and then providing Tristan with a life-changing solution. It wasn't that their friendship was all fun and laughter. In fact, Nick was one of the few people, besides his father, who called him on his arrogance and bad temper. But unlike his father, who held Tristan's every bad decision against him, Nick never seemed to hold a grudge. After their rocky start, Nick had been steadfast and loyal, a constant friend in a place where Tristan didn't really have any. He'd never fit in much with the other apprentices, and he wasn't yet a master rider. He was stuck somewhere between, which was often a hard place to be. But then he'd look at Nick, and his endless hope would make Tristan want to hope too. Just like Nick's faith in Tristan made Tristan want to have faith in himself. He wanted to be the person Nick seemed to think he could be, and he needed Nick by his side to remind him of that. He needed Nick by his side because he never felt more himself than when they were together. They continued to watch in silence as the phoenixes painted the night sky. At one point, Nick's head drooped onto Tristan's shoulder, and Tristan let his own head fall back against the rough-hewn wall. Eventually, the birds gave up the dance and returned to their roost. The night around them grew darker, until only Rex remained. With a last flash of light, he took his final descent into the shadows. Tristan bade him good night and thanked him before moving to get to his feet. Nick slumped against the wall, fast asleep. Tristan prodded him with a foot, then gave him a gentle shake with his hand, but Nick was dead to the world. Everything about him was bright and vivid, as if Nick didn't do anything by half. Couldn't even if he wanted to. When he ran, no matter how tired, he pushed until his legs buckled beneath him. When he talked about phoenixes and riders and animal magic, his whole face lit up. And even when he slept, he did so with reckless abandon. His shock of messy black hair standing on end and his mouth slightly open. With a smirk, Tristan bent down and lifted him, carrying Nick in his arms back into the stronghold. It was strange, holding him close like that, having Nick's face pressed against his chest. It was a relief to unburden himself when he reached Nick's bed in the servants' barracks, but when Tristan stepped away, he felt strangely bereft as the cold air rushed into the places where Nick's warmth had been. Tristan knew that he should have told Nick about the eggs, but he'd feared the information would cause Nick to leave, and the idea made Tristan miserable. There had to be a way. He would go searching himself if he had to. The last time he'd disobeyed his father's orders, he'd been assigned extra lessons with Nick, and the time before that, he'd found Nick wandering the wilderness. Both instances had worked out far better than he could have imagined. Maybe if he did it again, something even better would befall him. Maybe Nick would be made an apprentice and Tristan a patrol leader. And when it came time to choose his second-in-command, Nick would be top of the list.
Together, we could have been unstoppable.
Chapter 26. Veronika. Veronika awoke suddenly, disoriented as she stared up at the wooden ceiling. She blinked into the darkness and saw the familiar rows of hammocks that filled the servants' barracks. Slowly, the night before came back to her, the stone-carved eyrie, the fire-drenched phoenixes, and Tristan. She must have fallen asleep, and Azura above, did Tristan carry her to her bed? Heat prickled her cheeks, and she couldn't tell if she was mortified or pleased. It was kind of Tristan to let her sleep, but she'd begun to fear that kindness. She didn't want to need it. As unrealistic as it felt, she wanted them to be equals. While he'd called them friends, she felt the imbalance between them. He was older, stronger, more experienced, while she was younger, weaker, and new to this place. He was the commander's son and would rule one day. She was nobody, not even an apprentice. It was similar to her equally disproportionate relationship with Val, and Veronika never wanted to feel like she owed someone her life again. She reached into her pocket for her braided bracelet, fingering the familiar beads. The eyrie was at once better and worse than she'd been expecting. All the history and beauty was there, and the feeling of magic was powerful, as if embedded in the stones. But then there'd been that sense of wrongness, that fluttering, agitated tremor in the air. Breeding cages. Veronika had never even considered such a thing. When she'd thought about the riders trying to get more phoenix eggs, she'd always assumed that meant searching, not trying to produce them. Guilt gnawed at her belly, as if she were somehow complicit in their imprisonment. All this time she'd been here, there were females locked away in cages somewhere out of sight. How did people like Mora stand for it? Val had told her that phoenix mating rituals were highly mysterious, that even the ancient writers didn't know much about them. They often bred and laid their eggs in secrecy, which was why caches of eggs could still be found all over the mountain, untouched for centuries, waiting to be hatched. It was only during the last 50 years of the Empire that phoenix eggs were deliberately hidden to keep them safe. There was trouble brewing long before the Blood War, the divide between animages and non-magical people growing more pronounced with each passing year. The Phoenix Riders had always been a symbol of the Empire's power, the force used to unify the lesser kingdoms and to keep the peace and protect the people ever since. But where their loyalties lay was always somewhat elusive. In the beginning, a Phoenix Rider always sat on the throne. First, it was Elysia Ashfire, the peacemaker, and then her daughter Elodie. Many more followed, both sons and daughters, because when the Pyrians took control of the valley, they vowed to respect and adopt the customs of all its people. Now the heir to the throne was always the eldest child, whatever their gender, and not the eldest daughter, as it was in Pyrian culture, or the eldest son, as it was done in most of the lesser kingdoms. The crown thrived, and for decades, man or woman, a phoenix rider sat in the Empire's golden seat. If, as in the case of King Helland, the heir was not an animage, they were swiftly married to one in order to keep magic in the royal line and to appease the animage supporters. During King Helland's reign, before his marriage to Queen Genia the General, a brutal fighter and phoenix rider, there were several recorded instances of the phoenix riders refusing to take orders from their king. Their allegiance was with their commander, which was often the position held by the local governor where they served. So, when King Helland ordered the troops positioned in Pharaoh to fly across the empire to deal with a band of brigands terrorizing Arborea South, their Phoenix Rider commander simply refused. King Helland's marriage to Genia set things to rights, but not all the governors and politicians of the empire could forget that the Phoenix Riders' loyalty wasn't so much to the crown as it was to their own kind. By the time Avalkira and Veronyka were born, the foundation for the war between them was already firmly in place. Those without magical blood saw themselves in Veronyka, who had the support of the non-magical counselors, merchants, and governors. Of course, the Phoenix Riders sided with Avalkira, who was one of them, and whose mother had been a renowned warrior in her own right. But that didn't buy her political support. And the Phoenix Riders' numbers were small compared to the Empire's growing army of conscripted foot soldiers. Eggs became highly valuable, things to hoard and hide, not parade out in the open, and it had been that way ever since. A shudder ran down Veronyka's spine as she thought of those majestic birds, trapped against their will and forced to breed. It was like caging and breeding people. Phoenixes were no ordinary animals. They were highly intelligent, even without a bond, and had powerful magic all their own. But what were her chances of ever getting a phoenix again without the cages? And furthermore, what were the riders' chances of expanding without more eggs? If Val hadn't been so controlling and cruel, Veronyka could have come to the Eyrie with her own phoenix. She could have met Tristan as herself, as Veronyka, and trained with him and the other apprentices. He would have been better than her at first, but she'd have caught up to him. She'd have taught him what she knew about animal magic, and he would have helped her learn horseback riding and archery. Before long, they would have soared through the sky as equals, riders, warriors, and friends. Tristan was already there when she arrived in the training yard later that morning, leaning against a barrel of practice weapons and dressed in his fitted training gear. He opened his mouth to greet her, but Veronyka interrupted him, unable to bear it a second longer. "Thanks for, getting me back to my bed last night." Tristan appeared startled at first. Then he grinned shyly, the barest hint of his dimples showing. "No problem," he said, handing her the recurved bow that Veronyka had practiced with before. After several shaky attempts, she managed to string it, and they made their way over to the targets. The training area was tucked against a corner of the stronghold's walls, with a wooden fence on two sides. Targets lined the base of the stone wall, while soft sand combat areas and padded dummies filled the rest of the space. Next to the targets was a small wooden shed, which Tristan disappeared into, emerging several moments later with 2 quivers and a longbow. "Might as well get in some practice," he said, in response to her unasked question. "Don't worry, you'll still have my undivided attention should you need it." She felt moderately better that he was at least getting in some exercise for himself instead of devoting his entire day to her. Again, the sense of the imbalance between them nagged at her. A group of servants cut through the far corner of the yard, accompanied by Anders, Latham, and some other apprentices. They laughed and chatted excitedly, and Tristan glanced in their direction. They waved and called him over, but he shook his head and indicated his bow. "Are you sure you don't want to go with the others?" Veronyka asked, keeping her eyes on the bow in her hands and not on his face. They couldn't have a proper solstice celebration up here, since the last thing they wanted was to draw attention to themselves. But the commander did allow a small group of villagers from Petratech and Monocent to come and participate. Apparently, most of the servants and craftspeople who lived at the Eyrie were from those two villages, along with several of the riders. The visiting villagers brought arts and crafts to sell, fine clothes and jewelry, and participated in the games that were being held in the open field where the obstacle course usually took place. Later, there would be music in the dining hall, while everyone enjoyed a large feast. At the very end of the night, the phoenixes would take to the skies. Tristan's feet moved into her line of sight, and she looked up to meet his eyes. He was frowning. "I already told you, I don't want to do that. This is about getting you some time with proper targets and equipment." Veronika nodded, but she didn't answer. "What's troubling you, Nick?" he asked, sticking the pointed end of his bow into the ground and leaning against it for support. "Do you not want to train?" Veronika struggled with words. "No, of course I do. I'll never be able to repay you for all this help." He considered her for a moment, the morning sun casting his features into a haze of warm brown and gold. "I never said you had to. Besides, it's thanks to you the commander is even giving me a patrol in the first place." "You'd have gotten that on your own eventually," Veronika said. "But what you're giving me, the chance at being a writer, I can't give it back. I can't match it." "Nick, we're friends now, all right? And that's not how friendship works. Besides, we've both got a long way to go. I'm not a patrol leader yet, and you're not an apprentice. So enough talk and show me what you've got." He jerked his chin toward the targets. With a reluctant smile, Veronika did as she was told. They shot arrows all morning, moving from the large beginner targets to smaller, more difficult shots. Veronika thought she was getting the hang of it, even though her muscles were stiff and screaming with pain. Tristan shot from much farther back, his longbow's range outstripping the small bow she used. At lunchtime, Tristan disappeared into the dining hall and returned with a flagon of water and a basket of fruit, bread, and cheese. They were just talking about calling it quits, the late afternoon sun stretching their shadows across the ground, when they heard a commotion from outside the training yard. The open gate revealed a swarm of people around the entrance to the stronghold. Tristan grinned. "The minstrels are here." Along with artisans and fellow revelers, Petratech and Monocent always sent a troupe of performers, including minstrels and puppeteers. They carried their instruments and dolls in oiled bags or carefully sealed boxes and wore colorful tunics and headscarves. They were welcomed warmly and directed into the dining hall to unload their supplies. One little girl shrieked with glee at the sight of a Princess Pearl puppet dangling from a box, while others begged for their favorite songs and stories. As the crowd shifted, one of the headscarf wearers turned, and a wisp of red hair, twisted with braids and beads, slipped out from underneath its cover. Veronika spotted a shimmering seashell, sparkling in the hazy sunlight. Her heart stopped. Slowly, as if she could sense Veronika there, the scarf wearer lifted her head. Dark eyes locked onto Veronika's, and the blood drained from her face. Val.
Day 29, 3rd moon, 169 AE. Veronyka, you are forcing my hand. The longer you remain silent, the more dangerous our situation becomes. Do you think you are infallible, locked away in your fortress? Do you think you have won already? I am coming, Zionia. Prepare yourself. A. But apart, we were lesser, weaker versions of ourselves. How they rejoiced to see us torn asunder.
Chapter 27. Sev. I'll do it." The words rang in Sev's ears from the moment they left his mouth, as if the entire world had shifted in the speaking of them. He heard them over and over during the following days as he went about his chores, eating and sleeping, a constant refrain in his mind. Trix had smiled like a fool when he'd volunteered, and Sev saw in her face that she'd known he'd come around, that the whole thing had been a bluff. For some reason, it didn't bother him the way it once might have. After constantly suffering at the hands of others, he was at last an active participant in the events around him, finally giving his parents something to be proud of. It made Sev's every footstep lighter, his thoughts almost carefree. But as the details of Trix's plan unfurled, he knew that his decision would come at a cost. He would be expected to kill, to become a traitor to his fellow soldiers. Sev didn't relish the thought, but his loyalty didn't belong to them. For most of his life it had belonged only to himself, but no longer. Being a soldier at all was a betrayal of his parents and all they'd fought for, and if anyone deserved his loyalty, it was them. He would serve the Phoenix Rider cause, whatever the cost. When Trix decided it was time, the cooks and bondservants would poison the evening meal. They were using a toxic mountain flower called fire blossom, which could be dissolved into food or drink. Captain Belden and the others didn't know about the flowers, which Trix's cohorts had to pick as they traveled. Clusters of the fire blossom tree dotted the mountainside, their fat red petals dangling like drops of blood from their knotted, twisted boughs. "But what are you waiting for?" Sev asked one night, spotting a piriflora tree and tugging a bright red flower from a hanging branch. "Fire blossoms are everywhere. Why not poison them now before we risk getting caught?" "This," Trix said, plucking the flower from his hand, "is about as poisonous as black stew, which is to say quite poisonous, but not poisonous enough." Then she popped the blossom into her mouth. Sev gaped at her, and she gave him a wide, wicked grin. "Iron stomach," she promised, before moving on. "So you need time to turn the flowers into poison, into something lethal?" Trix nodded. "Boiled, dried, crushed into a fine powder. All this has to be done after our regular duties and out of sight of the captain. Besides, we must choose our moment carefully. You soldier types aren't often all in one place, what with scouting up ahead, hunting for game, or breaking off to meet informants or purchase llamas. We can't risk poisoning too few and wind up on the edge of a returning soldier's blade." Sev hadn't considered that. Suddenly, her task seemed impossible. "So when?" "We will have one opportunity when no hunting parties or forward scouts leave camp, the night before the attack. They'll need to ensure everyone returns to the campsite to nail down assault plans, assign positions, and prepare to strike with force. That's when we'll deliver an attack of our own. One blow to the main camp and—" "Another to the perimeter guards," Sev said, seeing his role at last. Despite Trix's confidence that they could poison the majority of their party in a single stroke, including Captain Belden, whom she intended to deal with personally, at any given time at least 5 guards were on watch duty at the edges of their campsite, sometimes more depending on their location. With his gift for memorization, easy access to the duty roster, and his position with the llamas, Sev was ideally placed to poison the personal packs of the soldiers assigned to perimeter guard before they left for duty. They didn't have a lot of the fire blossom to spare, and of course they didn't want to spoil all the supplies. If they were successful, the other bondservants, cooks, and anyone else loyal to Trix would need them to make their way back down the mountain, or wherever they intended to go. Most would probably seek out refuge somewhere in Preto, where they could be free from bondage and the Empire and start their lives anew. Sev would seek out what was left of his family farm in Hillsbridge, but he didn't know where Trix would go. Or Cade. No matter how hard Sev tried, he couldn't figure the bondservant out. Cade had argued against Trix's hasty dismissal of Sev the night he volunteered, insisting they needed him. But now Cade seemed unhappy that Sev had decided to remain. It didn't make any sense. Without their interactions during pack animal duty, the only time Sev saw Cade was at night with Trix. He remained frowning and distant as they discussed plans and strategies, and sometimes he didn't turn up at all. "Were you one of her generals?" Sev asked Trix a few nights after she'd revealed her plans, the pair of them sitting together around a rare fire. It was very late, with everyone but the perimeter guard asleep, and Cade was nowhere to be found. They were camped in a deep gorge, with steep stone spears rising above them, completely blocking the sky. Giant boulders were scattered in random heaps and piles, as if tossed there by a god's careless hand. To the west, the ground fell away steeply, giving Sev the impression that their entire campsite was perched on some precarious ledge, and one good gust of wind could blow them clear off. Luckily, their fire was tucked up against one of the large stones, far away from the cliff and protected from view of the campsite. "No, I was never much of a warrior. I served my queen in other, less obvious ways." Sev stared at her thoughtfully. "You said it's been your business to know things for a very long time," he began, thinking out loud, "and that you advised Evalkira Ashfire. Before, you claimed that being famous would have quite defeated the point of whatever you were doing in the war. Now all this stuff with poison. You were a spy, weren't you?" It seemed obvious all of a sudden, with her penchant for scheming and blackmailing and all her talk of information as power. Trix managed Captain Belden's messenger pigeons, and Sev suspected she spent as much time reading the captain's messages as she did sending them. She'd already mentioned that Belden was in constant contact with scouts higher up the mountain, and Sev had no doubt that was how she had so much information about his plans. "I traded in secrets," she said, not addressing Sev's assumption directly, but confirming it all the same. "My life began in the Aranova slums, and I will have the touch of it on me for the rest of my life, the same as you. Back then, joining the Empire's military was a great honor, not a forced conscription. It was a guarantee of food, shelter, and work, and of course, joining the Phoenix Riders meant being a part of its most prestigious ranks. I almost flunked out of training," she said, chuckling as she poked at the fire with a stick. "But my aptitude for codes, patterns, and puzzles set me apart from my fellows. I'd learned to write thanks to my time serving Hale, god of health and healing, and was able to put my knowledge of herbs and medicines to use as well. My queen saw something in me and elevated me to serve at her side. War has a way of making regular people into heroes." "Or fools," Sev said before he could stop himself. Trix laughed loudly at that. "One and the same, are they often not? But this is why I need you, Sevro, Animage soldier and common thief. Heroes have their uses, but we have ours too. We're not popular, people like us," she said, her shrewd expression soft at the edges. "Too many deceptions, too many whispered secrets and mysterious missions. But we're useful. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Be useful, boy, and you'll never want for a position in this world. Find what you're best at and use it. If you're sneaky, then sneak. If you're a liar, then lie. If you're wicked as the south wind and devious as a death maiden, then, well..." She shrugged helplessly, arms wide, and Sev snorted. Her words made an impression on him, though. Maybe he wasn't a lost cause after all. "What do you know about the informant?" Sev asked. It had been on his mind ever since Trix first told him about Belden's meeting. He couldn't help but wonder who would sell out their own people that way, what they had to lose and what they had to gain. "Not much," Trix conceded, her mood turning dark. "I've not been able to intercept a letter since we were in the capital. I have no idea what happened at their meeting outside Vale or if this traitor is still in play. That is why this battle cannot happen. Why we must stop Belden's plan before it can be carried out. I don't have the network and resources I once did, and my blind spots nag at me." Her expression was brooding. Sev tried to change the subject. "What was she like, Evalkira Ashfire?" Trix seemed startled by the question at first, then considered it for a while. "She was terrifying. Evalkira Ashfire didn't need a crown of metal and jewels. She was a born queen, and no piece of gold could change that." People in the Empire used to call her the crownless queen, trying to dismiss her claim to the throne, but Avalkira would not be dissuaded. She was a ruthless fighter and a fearless leader, a more natural rider I never saw. Like poetry on wings, soaring through ash and flame. She held out her hand, dipping and curving it as if her palm were a phoenix gliding on the wind. She dropped it. Soon our glory will be restored and our people made safe. If I can see them once more before I die, I will consider it a life well lived. Phoenix Riders? Yes, there are... Well, I'm certain I have friends and loved ones among them. That is what sustains me, that and devotion to my queen's cause. How did she lose? Sev asked, leaning back and stretching out his legs before the warmth of the flames. She had the Phoenix Riders, the best part of the Empire's military, and the support of Pyrrha and Pharaoh. Stel was rumored to be involved in the plot against Avalkira, putting all their funds and forces behind Veronyka, whose mother was of Stellan descent. The governor of Pharaoh was a rider and so supported Avalkira Ashfire's claim, while the governors of Arborea North and South remained reluctant to join the fray. She was single-minded to the point of obsession, and vengeance was all she cared about. She made rash decisions and put her warriors in vulnerable positions. She flew her entire force to Oranova for the last battle, leaving their families and their non-rider allies vulnerable. It was all or nothing with Avalkira. There was no middle ground. Taking her stick, Trix drew in the dirt in front of her. With a few hasty lines, she had a rough map of the Golden Empire, with divisions marking the provinces of Pharaoh, Stel, Pyrrha, and Arborea North and South. In the middle was an A for Oranova, the capital city, and its own separate district. Oranova was built on neutral territory so that no one province would have political power over another, and was ruled directly by the council and not a separate governor. They were cornered, Trix explained, using X's to mark the Phoenix Rider forces and O's for the Empire's foot soldiers and horse-mounted cavalry. When Avalkira led her troops to the nest, the Empire's forces circled around, blocking their escape. They could obviously fly out of range, but the Empire's catapults were placed strategically around the city. And besides, Avalkira would never approve a retreat. By taking the battle to the Empire, we were forced to fight on their terms, on their turf, so to speak. Avalkira had been forced to flee the capital and set up residence in Pyrrha, but everyone knew she wanted the nest. Veronyka's generals took advantage of that and waited. Phoenix Riders are best in open fields or high terrain, not in cramped cities. Our attack patterns are usually sweeps. A small unit rips by, loosing arrows and trailing fire before circling back around. But in such tight quarters, those kinds of assaults were difficult. There were too many hiding spots for archers below. They just camped out in upper-story windows and picked us off. Most of Oranova is stone, but even still, the entire city was on fire. Everything that could burn did, buildings, trees, and flesh. Ash fell from the sky and blanketed the streets like a rare winter snowfall. Luckily, for the poor folk squatting in wooden tenements and cheap run-down cookhouses, the majority of the battle took place on the Rock. The Rock was a thrust of stone that held the Nest, the name of the palace that had housed the royal line since Queen Alicia the Peacemaker built it when she founded the Empire. They said Queen Alicia chose the rocky outcrop because it reminded her of their abandoned home atop Piermont. There, the palace was built, and on the flatter ground surrounding it, the public service buildings, courthouses, and temple district. Marble Row, the street of lavish houses where the provincial governors lived while they were in the city, along with wealthy merchants and other people of importance, was situated on the eastern side of the Rock, where they had a view of the harbor and the fingers where they sliced through the capital. Marble Row had been decimated during the battle and had been in a constant state of rebuild for the 14 years Sev had lived in the capital. And on the Rock is where the war ended. Just as they were born, they died. Together, Trix continued. Who did? Sev asked. The princesses, the Ashfire heirs. They were false sisters, you know, shadow twins, siblings born mere moments apart by the same father and two different mothers. It creates a kind of bond, a connection that goes beyond blood. Avalkira's mother was Queen, a rider from an old Pyrrhian line who died in childbirth, and her sister's mother had been a wealthy Stellan consort, until the death of the queen when the king decided to marry her next. Even though Avalkira was the first legitimate child of the king, his second marriage made Veronyka legitimate as well. And of course no one was sure which princess was born first. The king never officially named an heir, the old fool, so the girls were pitted against each other from day one. She loved her, though, Avalkira. She loved her sister. But it's the strongest love that turns into the strongest hate, and hatred wins wars. She paused. Usually. In truth, neither sister won the blood war. Avalkira's phoenix, Nyx, was gravely wounded. I watched from a tower window as both rider and mount fell from the sky. They landed amid the rubble and destruction near the outer walls of the nest. Before long, the flames engulfed them both. Her voice had gone hoarse, and she cleared it before continuing. Riders are immune to their mount's fire, of course, but only while their phoenix is alive to protect them. As for Veronyka, the foolish girl left the safety of her tower room, looking for her sister, some say, hoping to make peace or surrender, and was taken by an arrow as she roamed the palace walls. They brought her to me, you know, she said, and Sev straightened. He had no idea she'd been so closely involved. He'd assumed that as a spy she'd simply watched from the shadows. Oh yes, I was an assistant healer working inside the nest, and of course all the properly trained practitioners were busy elsewhere. They brought that dying princess to me and wanted a miracle. Trix sighed. The arrow went clean through her chest. There's no saving someone from that sort of wound. Still, I did what I could for her. People like to talk about the princesses as if they were seasoned politicians analyzing every fault and misstep. But seeing her there, dying on my table, she was just a girl, barely 18, alone and afraid. Sev was 18, old enough to be considered an adult and allowed to join the military instead of the labor camps for his criminal sentence. It was hard to imagine having the weight of an empire on his shoulders when he could barely keep his own life together. Trix's gaze was distant, as if she were reliving the past inside her head. Finally, she seemed to come back to herself and poked at the fire once more. Now we have no princesses, no queen or king. The governors bicker and squabble back to their old ways, fighting against one another for every scrap of power and control. It's been 16 years, and they've yet to get a majority vote for someone to succeed the throne. The prudent ones fear a civil war. The power-hungry ones are simply biding their time. Their provincial armies are only just now coming back to full strength, but soon someone will make a move and seize the power that is there and waiting. Do you think the Phoenix Riders could do it? That they could put someone on the throne again? Sev asked. Trix looked at him sharply, as if surprised by the question. Her eyes were dark, shadowy pools when she replied, In truth, I don't know what their purpose is, hidden as they are up in the mountains. But yes, I believe that one day they could put a Phoenix Rider Queen on the throne again. Sev wanted to ask if she thought they should, but he held back. Surely it would mean more fighting, more wars, and he couldn't help but feel that the struggle might not be worth it, that the Phoenix Riders would return only to be wiped out once more. And what happened to your Phoenix? Sev asked hesitantly. Whatever had happened to Trix's bondmate, it couldn't be good, but curiosity got the better of him. She stared at the flames. They'd burned quite low, only just gilding the bottom of her face. Her name was Bellatrix. I'd like to be called Trix. She was silent for a long time, and Sev thought the conversation was over. We survived the fighting in Aranova, Trix began, her voice heavy, because we weren't in it. I was already positioned inside the nest and had to maintain my cover. Bellatrix was with the youngsters at Avalkira's home base on Piermont. It was terrible to be apart, but as I watched the phoenixes drop from the sky, I was grateful. Sick with cowardice, and grateful all the same. In the days and weeks that followed, we tried to keep the rebellion alive. I fled my post, but I couldn't risk leaving the capital. Everyone traveling in or out had to provide travel papers and identification. Laws were passed, friends were executed as traitors. To exist was an act of rebellion. Even in Pyrrha we were not safe. Avalkira left nothing in place, no precautions in case she did not return. We were leaderless, all our best warriors dead or imprisoned. Raiders wreaked havoc on our borders, and animages were chased deep into the mountains. But hope lived. She lived. Who lived? Your phoenix? Trix stilled for half a heartbeat, pain flickering across her face before tossing her stick aside. Yes, she lived for a time. She begged me to run away with her. There were still safe places for people like us deep in the wilds, but I couldn't. Trix was speaking steadily faster, the words pouring out of her in a rush. I have a duty to my queen, and my work is not yet done. I told Bella that again and again. She had to remain in hiding lest she give us both away. When she railed against my orders, I commanded it with all my might and all my magic. She didn't listen. Bella was a stubborn old thing, Trix said, aching tenderness in her voice. Then, in the blink of an eye, her tone went hard. When they found me at last, they dragged me to the city square. I must admit that I was afraid. I was a spy, so I was always prepared for my own death, but facing it is an entirely new beast. And facing Bella's? That I was not ready for. She came for me, wings blazing, shrieking her fury. A dozen soldiers were dead before they managed to hook her with a net and drag her down to earth. I could hardly see for the tears in my eyes. Bella called to me, and her fear was like fire in my belly. Before I could do more than cry her name, they raised an axe and cut off her head with one fell swoop. A phoenix that's been beheaded cannot be reborn. That death is final. There was blood everywhere. It sizzled as it spread across the cobblestones. Sev stared at her, unable to banish the horrible image from his mind. I don't know what to say. Say nothing, she said briskly, clearing her throat. It was years ago now. Water under the bridge, ashes in the wind. I'm sorry, Trix, Sev said eventually. Ilithia, she corrected. That's my true name, or at least it used to be. Ilithia Shadowheart. It's about time you knew it. Sev felt the weight and significance of that name and the fact that she'd given it to him. Thea was short for Ilithia, and Trix was short for Bellatrix. There's so much in a name. I'm sorry, Ilithia, he corrected. You know what? I prefer Trix, she said, and gave him one of her wide, mad-looking smiles. Sev found it oddly comforting. Time for sleep, I think, she said, getting creakily to her feet. Nothing like tales of the bloody past for a bedtime story. Sweet dreams, Sevro. She squeezed his shoulder, then puttered off to bed, leaving Sev alone by the fireside. He wasn't at all ready to sleep. He wouldn't be surprised if Trix really did think the history of the Blood War made a good bedtime story, but Sev did not. His mind was racing, filled with images of battles and blood and death. He put another log onto the fire and stared into the growing flames. Sev knew there was a chance he wouldn't survive what was to come, that Trix and Cade might not either. But if Trix's plan succeeded, he and the others would be free. Sev could go anywhere, do anything, with no soldiers left to drag him back to the Empire. As much as that was exciting, he ached to have a place to belong when all this was over, to have friends and loved ones like Trix. Now that he'd had a small taste of it, he wasn't ready to let it go. Can't sleep, soldier? Sev squinted into the darkness, and a second later Cade appeared from the shadows. Sev hadn't heard his approach, which made him wonder how long the bondservant had been lurking there just out of sight. Have you been eavesdropping? He demanded as Cade lowered himself onto a log opposite him. There's nothing Ilithia could tell you that I don't already know. Besides, I didn't want the old woman interfering. Sev settled back into his seat, wary. Cade's presence always put him on the defensive. She prefers to be called Trix. Cade snorted. She's just being difficult. When we first met, she asked me to call her Princess Pearl. Sev found himself smirking, and Cade grinned too. "Are you sure you're up to this, soldier?" Cade asked eventually, his smile gone. His hands were knitted together in front of him, and he spoke to the flames, not to Sev. "You don't want me involved," Sev said, not at all surprised by the fact, though still put out by it. He had thought, when Cade argued against his dismissal after the llama incident, that Cade was looking at him differently. That maybe he'd wanted Sev around after all, or at least saw value in his skills. But Cade made no move to deny his words. He took up Trix's abandoned stick and jabbed angrily at the fire. Obviously, Sev was wrong. "Well, you don't have any other choice," he said bitterly, "so you're stuck with me." "We can figure something else out," Cade said, shifting onto the log next to Sev's, leaning forward as he spoke. "We can find another way." Sev continued to prod at the fire, but he wasn't really seeing it. "I know I've made some mistakes," he began, trying to keep his voice steady, "but I can do this." "We can't afford mistakes, soldier. People's lives are at risk." "You think I don't know that?" Sev asked. "You're not thinking this through. You realize you'll be poisoning your fellow soldiers, looking them in the eye right before you turn around and stab them in the back?" Guilt gnawed at Sev's stomach, but he refused to let Cade's words dissuade him. Of course what they were doing was terrible, but they didn't have any other options. Besides, if Sev didn't do it, someone else would. "Why can't you see past it?" Sev demanded. "Past what?" Cade asked, his brow furrowed. "The fact that I'm a soldier. It's not who I really am." "Did you see past it before you were one of them? Did you see past it when hundreds of them marched on your family's farm?" "Shut your mouth," Sev snarled. "I am what the Empire, what those soldiers made me. A motherless, fatherless animage with nowhere to go and no one to trust." He tossed the branch into the fire and lurched to his feet, stepping over the log and making to stride away. Cade stood in front of him, blocking his path. "Do not make the mistake of thinking you are the only person here who's had a hard life, that you're the only motherless, fatherless animage to be found in this camp." Sev stared at him, at Cade's rising and falling chest. Was Cade a war orphan too? Before he could ask, Cade huffed an exasperated breath and continued. "I understand that life has been hard for you, but people can only judge you by what they see, by your actions." "And what have my actions told you?" Sev demanded. Cade shrugged and looked away. He was attempting to stay calm, Sev knew, but the strain was evident in the tense cords of muscle in his neck and the way his jaw clenched. He ran a hand over his short hair, then cast Sev a sidelong glance. "You're a liar, you're selfish and reckless, and you care nothing for our cause." Sev couldn't deny the first three things. He'd lied about being an animage since he was 4, and for years he'd only ever looked out for himself. If his 2 escape attempts weren't reckless, Sev didn't know what was. He used to loathe those parts of himself, the same as Cade. But Trix had changed that. When she looked at Sev, she saw all his negative qualities as his greatest potential. She saw someone capable, someone with hidden talents and a dark past. Someone just like her. "I didn't care at the start," Sev admitted, addressing Cade's last comment. Or rather, he hadn't wanted to care. Life was easier when you didn't care, or so he'd thought. He'd spent so much time afraid of hurting, of losing everything again, that he'd forgotten life wasn't worth living, worth saving, if you had nothing to live for. But that's not true anymore. "What changed?" Cade asked, hand dropping to his side. "You all but begged to be done with this mission." "I don't know, Sev swallowed. Sure, he felt guilt over messing things up, for disrupting Trix's plans and getting Cade punished. But that wasn't what had changed for him. The circumstances hadn't changed, but Sev had. "I'm not sure how things changed, but they did. And I'm not quitting," he said, shaking his head resolutely. Cade stared at him, an odd expression on his features, almost indiscernible in the flickering light of the fire. Was he surprised that Sev was fighting back? Or maybe pleased? What about you? Sev asked, carefully avoiding Cade's eyes. You hated me at the beginning. Has that changed? I never hated you, Cade said quickly. Too quickly. Sev forced out a rueful laugh. Now who's the liar?
Ignix was the world's first phoenix, a female, and Syrinx was the first male. Just as they were a mated pair, so too were their riders. Syrinx was bound to Queen Nephira's lover, Callista. When she died, Syrinx promised to join her if only for a moment before coming back to bond with her daughter. And so he did, again and again, remaining in Callista's family line for many generations. Ignix, on the other hand, has no death or resurrection on record. It is believed she lived through all the ages of the queendom until the founding of the empire, when she was finally lost to history. Most believed she remained in Aura, forever haunting those golden ruins. Despite her long life, Ignix never bonded again. Famous phoenixes throughout history. Princess Daria, published 12 AE.
There is strength in unity, it is true. The bond of blood, the bond of magic, and love, the most powerful bond of all.
Chapter 28. Veronika. Veronika watched, numb, as Val made her way toward them. The crowd parted for her, as Veronika had known it would. She wouldn't have been surprised if the very mountains moved to make way for her sister. The bow in Veronika's hand fell from her slack fingers, and the sound of it hitting the packed dirt echoed in her ears as if from very far away. She wanted to run. She wanted to scream. She wanted to scrape that cold, impassive look from her sister's face. "I have to go," Veronika heard herself saying, the words slightly muffled as she forced them through unmoving lips. "Nick?" Tristan said, but Veronika was already pushing past him, through the open gate of the training yard and intercepting Val before she could enter. "What are you doing here?" Veronika whispered angrily, grabbing Val's arm and steering her aside. The familiar sight of her sister was unwelcome, wrong here in this safe place Veronika had found for herself. All she could think about was what Val had done to her. All she could see in her mind were Zephyra's eyes bulging as she'd fought for life. The memory of the poison was fresh as spring blossoms, and the dizzying, heartbreaking betrayal was like rot in her belly. "I go where I please, Don't call me that!" Veronika snapped. She was leading Val back out the stronghold gates and through the village. She'd have marched Val all the way to the switchback stair, but Val finally planted her feet just outside the metalworker's quiet shop and refused to move. "What shall I call you instead? Nick?" Veronika reared back slightly. "How did you—" Val rolled her eyes. "Look at you. If I hadn't heard that boy say it, I'd have figured it out when I saw you." Veronika forgot that Tristan had called her name before she'd abandoned him inside the training yard. A pang of guilt surfaced at the way she'd left him, but she didn't have the mental space to dwell on it. Veronika stared at her sister. Val looked the same as she always did. Tall and beautiful, head held high, no matter the tattered clothes she wore, and always that distant, unfeeling facade on her face. "How did you find me?" Veronika demanded. "What do you want?" "Who's the boy?" Val asked, nodding back toward the stronghold. "Nobody," Veronika said sharply. Val laughed, the light, tinkling sound raising the hair on Veronika's arms. "Oh, come now, little sister. You can lock your feelings up all you want, but you cannot hide them from me." "Or have you forgotten?" Veronika lurched back, hastily reinforcing her mental walls, seeking out the gaps in the stones. She'd gotten lazy in her time away from her sister, not constantly on her guard as she'd had to be all her life. Now the barrier felt flimsy, as if cracks and crevices had appeared in the time she'd stopped tending the wall so diligently. You still haven't told me what you want or why you're here." Val shrugged dismissively. "I came back for you," she said at last. Came back? That didn't even make sense. Was Val delusional enough to think that she was here for Veronica's sake? That Veronica needed her help? "We're family," Val added, her voice stripped of her usual scorn. "I would go anywhere, do anything for you. Surely you know that." Yes, Veronica did know that. Val would do anything. She was a person without limits, it seemed, and so full of self-righteous conviction that she could justify any dangerous action or bizarre behavior, and that was an exhausting burden to bear. "And now you're here," Veronica said. "What is it that you want?" Val crossed her arms stiffly, looking uncomfortable. A surprising thought occurred to Veronica. Had Val come to apologize? Could it be that she regretted what she'd done and she wanted to make things right? "I know we didn't part on the best of terms," Val began, resting a hand on Veronica's shoulder. "But that's in the past." "Nope, no apology," Veronica jerked out of reach. "The best of terms?" she repeated, her voice shaky. The shock of seeing her sister, the resurfaced memories of hurt and betrayal, they were catching up with Veronica, making her dizzy and lightheaded. "You're still angry with me for culling your—" "Culling!" Veronica choked, the word torn from her constricted throat. "She was my bondmate." Val pressed her lips together, her nostrils flaring. Then she took a slow, measured breath, as if Veronica were an irrational child throwing a tantrum and Val were searching for patience. Veronica glanced around, knowing she shouldn't have shouted, but no one was nearby. Voices and laughter could be heard from the field beyond the gate, where everyone gathered, but the village itself was quiet. She had to keep her temper under control. She had to keep Val under control. "We don't have time for this, Veronica. I need you by my side. We're stronger, better, together." The words grated. How could Val even think that? Over the past few weeks, Veronica had seen what real friendship was, how two people could work together and help each other, and that wasn't what her relationship with Val had ever been, or would ever be. "With me, you can be yourself," Val continued, gaze roving Veronica's face. "You've cut your braids and forgotten yourself, posing as, what, some peasant boy child?" "I am myself. I haven't forgotten anything, and there's nothing wrong with dressing like a boy," Veronica said, fighting for composure. "Queen Malka did it. She bound her breasts and kept her braids short." Val rolled her eyes, but before she could reply, Veronica added, "And I'm not just a peasant. I'm a stable hand." "A stable hand? You abandoned me, your only family in the world, so you could live a lie as a no-name servant?" "So what?" Veronica asked, her voice rising again. "There are worse things than serving those you respect, than paying your dues until what, Nicki? You think I don't know, that I didn't ask around, didn't pry into heads and hearts and figure it out the moment I stepped foot in this sorry excuse for a rider outpost? No female riders and only a dozen masters, half barely out of childhood and the rest wrinkled old men. They have no eggs, and no eggs means no phoenixes and no future." Veronica shook, unnerved that Val had gleaned so much so quickly. "I wouldn't need to be here waiting for a phoenix egg if you hadn't killed my bondmate." Val's hands clenched and unclenched, her face twisting with anger. She turned abruptly away as if she wanted to punch something, but after a deep breath, the rigid line of her back loosened. She looked over her shoulder. "If that were different, if things were different, I'd be a phoenix rider." Veronica's rage was shifting, twisting and swirling, spreading like wings inside her chest. Zephyra's face flashed in her mind, and Veronica pushed the dark feelings away before they engulfed her. "But I'm not." Hey, Nick. Is everything okay? Veronika spun around to see Tristan standing a few feet away, approaching them hesitantly. How much had he heard? His expression seemed mild enough, if a bit concerned. Their tense body language made it obvious that Veronika and her sister were arguing. Everything is fine, Veronika said, hating that he was here, within her sister's eyeline. This is my sister Val. And Val, this is Tristan, one of the apprentices. Tristan nodded, frowning slightly as he considered them. Veronika knew they looked nothing alike, and she could only hope Val never crossed paths with Barrick or Elliot. Val was looking at Tristan too, no doubt measuring his worth and deciding which way he could best be used to her advantage. Why do you not allow females to train as riders? Val demanded without preamble. Veronika squeezed her eyes shut, stifling a groan. Well, Tristan began, gaze flicking to Veronika as if wondering how much she'd told her sister. We didn't have a lot of eggs in the beginning, so we had to be, selective. Val tilted her head, and Veronika could sense the magic spill from her, almost see the way she poked and prodded into Tristan's mind. Veronika felt sick, being witness to the violation, and even worse that she didn't know how to stop it. But you do have female phoenixes, don't you? Val whispered, almost to herself, distracted as she searched his thoughts. In the breeding enclosure, Tristan said. Breeding enclosure? Val repeated, her voice dangerously flat. Can we have some time alone? Veronika blurted as Val's eyes sparked with anger. Tristan nodded, looking slightly hurt at the quick dismissal. She wished she could tell him it was for his own good, that she was protecting him, but all she could do was smile encouragingly. Nice to meet you, he said to Val, and turned around, hands in pockets as he strode back up the street and toward the stronghold. Veronika felt even worse knowing that she'd kept him from the rest of his friends, only to abandon him now in the middle of the festivities. Val's breath was heavy when she spoke, her face twisted with indignation. Females imprisoned. You'd better watch yourself here, Nicki. If they find out you're a girl, you might wind up in a cage next. How they dare, when Ignix herself might be among them. Though most famous phoenixes had their deaths noted in the history books, no such record existed for Ignix. It was part of why phoenixes were always treated as sacred beings. There was no way of knowing for sure just who they had been, or how long they had lived. I doubt they've captured and caged the first phoenix in existence, Val, Veronika said, her voice weary. She hated the breeding enclosure too, but Val's dark paranoia knew no bounds. Surely Ignix would come forward and make herself known. Val's voice was oddly hushed as she replied, Maybe she is afraid. Maybe the world has changed too much. Seeing Veronika's confused expression, she cleared her throat and shrugged. Or perhaps she's not here at all. It's the principle. One does not cage or breed a phoenix, any more than one would cage or breed a queen. Distantly, the bell rang for the feast, evening slowly descending around them like an ink stain on paper. Crowds of people headed in their direction from outside the village, laughing and singing as they made their way through the growing twilight toward the dining hall. Why do you stay here, Nicki? Val asked when the last villagers disappeared around the corner. She was fighting to keep the disgust and disappointment from her voice, and failing. You've seen for yourself how they treat females. You will get breasts eventually, she said unkindly, eyeing Veronika's bound chest, which was relatively flat with or without the extra fabric. You can't be Nick forever, and then what? You think they will accept you and release the phoenixes from their cages? You think they will give you, a girl and a liar, one of their precious eggs? Even you can't be so foolish as that. Veronika didn't answer, but her eyes flicked back to the stronghold, where Tristan was no doubt seated with everyone else, enjoying food, drink, and entertainment. Val understood at once. You think he will save you? He's just an apprentice. He's the commander's son and practically a patrol leader already. He'll be the one running this place one day, and he said he'll do whatever he can to help me be a writer. But he's promised to help Nick, the poor, helpless stable boy, not Veronika, the girl who has lied to him from the start. Veronika's chest felt tight. I'm not lying about who I am, she said, even as she knew it wasn't technically true. She wasn't faking her personality, but then again, she also wasn't showing Tristan her whole self, gender aside. He didn't know she was a shadow mage, after all, or that she'd already had and lost a bondmate. Besides, he's not like the commander. He hates the breeding cages and the fact that they don't let girls and poor kids become writers. He's different. Are you so blinded by your feelings for him that you can't see how ridiculous this is? He'll inherit from the commander in 10 or 15 years, if you're lucky. Are you willing to wait that long? Just because he dislikes a thing doesn't mean he can change it. He'll still have to answer to the other writers, who will have loyalties and agendas of their own. These aren't our people. Nobody is, according to you, Veronika snapped. You hate the Empire, and now you hate writers too. Who are our people, Val? You're my people, Veronika, and I am yours. The words echoed between them. Veronika didn't know what to say. Val was all she had, her only family. And before she'd come here, Val was the only person in the world who would have cared or noticed if she'd lived or died. Veronika hoped that now there might be at least one more. I have a gift for you, Val said. Veronika quailed at the thought. The last gift Val had given her had been a phoenix egg. I don't want it, Veronika said, taking a step back from her. Whatever it was, Veronika could not take it. Even if Val had found another pair of eggs, did she really want a repeat of what had happened last time? She didn't think she could survive it. Just come with me, Veronika, Val said confidently, cajolingly, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. All she had to do was follow. But Veronika was done being led around by her sister. I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm happy here. I want to stay. I'm asking you, please, Val said, lips pursed, as if the word were bitter on her tongue. Then her tone changed, becoming breathless, almost panicky. It must be now, Veronika. We don't have time to waste. No, Veronika said, frowning at the urgency in her sister's voice. The sound of music burst suddenly from the stronghold, rising above the din and floating into the air to mix with the muffled conversations and laughter that filled the night. You would stay here, putting your faith in these men who would see you humbled and subjugated, rather than leave with me? Why? You know why, Veronika said, her voice shaking with barely controlled fury. How dare Val act sad and hurt when Veronika was the victim here? I did have faith in you, and you betrayed it. But we could become writers on our own terms, not theirs, Val said, her eyes bright and glittering. No rules, no waiting, just you and me. There would be rules, Val, your rules. And even if we succeeded, then what? Live on the outskirts forever? Shun other writers because they aren't us? We've been doing that all our lives, and I hate it. I want to be a part of something, Val. I want to be a part of the writers, not a writer all on my own. You wouldn't be alone, Val said quietly. You'd have me. Her hard features had gone soft, her fiery voice hesitant, vulnerable. Her pretense at frailty, at weakness, only made Veronika angrier. "We tried that, remember?" Veronika asked in a strangled voice. "We tried to go it alone, and look what happened. You gave me what I wanted only to tear it away from me again just to prove that you could. Just to be in control. So tell me again, why did you come here? Are you going to kill Tristan or the commander? Are you here to take it all away again?" "I came here to give you. I don't want it. I don't want anything from you." Veronika turned away and ran for the stronghold. She couldn't stand being around her sister any longer. Her mind was racing, and her heart was a skittering, lurching thing inside her chest. She needed to get away from Val, away from everything. When she stepped through the stronghold gates, Veronika was shocked to see Tristan standing there, just outside the double doors to the entrance hall, as if he was waiting for her. "Nick," he began, unhitching himself from the wall and stepping toward her. Then, seeing the look on her face, he paused. "What's wrong?" Before Veronika could answer, scraping footsteps sounded behind her, and she knew that Val had followed. Tristan's eyes narrowed at her sister, and there was something hard and protective in his expression. Veronika longed to give in to it, to trust in someone else's care and not fear it, as she had to with Val. "Are you coming to the feast?" Tristan asked, looking between them as he came to stand next to Veronika. Val started talking, but Veronika didn't hear it. The world around her went silent as she was hit with a powerful wave of emotion that was not her own. She staggered, trying to sort through her feelings and those assaulting her. Fear, rage, and confusion. She thought they belonged to Val at first, or maybe Tristan. But when she turned to face them both, she knew the sensations didn't come from either of them. Veronika whirled, staring into the dark corners of the courtyard. The feelings were familiar, somehow, and when she reached out with her magic, a wild, savage screech filled the night. Shouts echoed from the guards along the walls, who were pointing up at the sky. A flaming phoenix soared above, circling the stronghold in wide, erratic arcs, flying ever lower. Someone tugged Veronika's arm, trying to pull her back, but she resisted it. The phoenix's flight was dizzying, or maybe that was the swirl of emotions still spinning inside her. There was a pulse of intense heat, and then the phoenix landed on the cobblestones, mere feet in front of Veronika. A powerful wave of its wings and sparks danced across the ground. The phoenix was juvenile, near the size of most of the apprentice mounts, except its scarlet plumage was edged in deep purple that shimmered in the torchlight. Tracks of flame shone like lava between its feathers, and its eyes, black holes limned with fire, latched on to Veronika's and held her gaze. A gasp escaped her lips, and she dropped to her knees. Zephyra.
Day 11, 5th moon, 170 AE. Princess Veronyka and the Council of Governors. I, Avalkira Ashfire, the feather-crowned queen and rightful ruler of the Golden Empire, hereby officially claim my throne. It grieves me that I have been deemed a criminal and a traitor, when I have always acted for the good of my family, and of course for the good of the Empire. I will be in Aranova 1 week hence, in order to discuss the terms of my ascension. You are welcome to negotiate your position in my new regime, but be warned. I have the might of Pyrrha, Pharaoh, and the Phoenix Riders behind me. Queen Avalkira Ashfire. P.S. Happy 18th birthday, Princess. But one must be cautious who they bond themselves to. Once fastened, those ties do not easily come undone.
Chapter 29. Veronika. Veronika knew it, felt it, even as her eyes refused to believe it. Her mental safe house burst open, flooding her mind with memories, and in them, Zafira was still small enough to carry. The creature before her now was almost the size of a pony, her claws sharp and her wingspan as wide as the cabin she'd been born in. Reborn in. Zafira had come back. Somehow, Veronika had managed it. Somehow that cold pile of ash had turned into her phoenix once more. No matter how much she'd grown in their time apart, there was no mistaking the bond between them. The instant their eyes met, it had sparked back to life, like fresh tinder on the smoldering embers of a banked fire. The connection crackled between them, shock and recognition setting Veronika's very soul ablaze. Zafira was on fire too. There were great, billowing waves of it, rippling over her scarlet feathers, so hot they burned bright, blisteringly blue. But these weren't the flames of happiness, of a phoenix and rider rejoined. They were the flames of danger. Veronika looked over her shoulder, noticing the crowd of people there for the first time. Apprentices, servants, and villagers were huddled near the entrance to the dining hall, where they had undoubtedly spilled out in reaction to Zafira's fierce shrieks. Stronghold guards were there too, with bows and spears pointed directly at the newly appeared firebird. A spasm of fear, hers or Zafira's, she wasn't sure, pulled Veronika off her knees and onto her feet. Her mind was galloping in 100 directions at once, and the reappearance of her bondmate did nothing to quell the confusion inside. Veronika clenched her teeth and focused. Zafira was in danger here. The phoenix sensed it, and it made her behave wildly, which only put her in greater danger. Unless bonded, phoenixes were erratic, unpredictable creatures, and the stronghold guards were on high alert because of that fact. One wrong move, and this could turn very, very bad. Veronika had to get Zafira to calm down. Once her bondmate was under control, the guards would stand down, and the immediate threat would be neutralized. Taking a shaky step forward, she reached out with her hands as well as her magic. "Nick, no!" Tristan shouted, though it sounded as if it came from a lifetime away. She supposed it did. Tristan existed in a world where Veronika was Nick, and Nick had no phoenix. But that's not where Veronika truly was. No, Veronika was here and now, reunited with her dead bondmate and afraid for her life. When she made contact with Zafira's mind, Veronika staggered. It was bizarrely unfamiliar, and yet nothing had really changed. It had the feeling of a childhood home that was now inhabited by new people. It was at once exactly the same and astoundingly different. It was a miraculous thing to realize that the bond survived death, but their connection wasn't unchanged by it. It was clear that Zafira was wary too, and confused by their reunion. Veronika kept seeing herself in her phoenix's mind, long black braids, the cottage, their pallet on the floor, and she seized the images. "Yes, it's me," she said, pressing a hand to her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as Zafira cocked her head, hesitating. "It's me." Veronika sensed the commotion around her, felt the shifting bodies and shuffling feet, but she blocked it all out. All that mattered was her and Zafira. With every second they spent staring at each other, their flickering, fragile bond strengthened. But no matter the soothing thoughts and comforting emotions Veronika funneled through their link, Zafira refused to settle. Her hackles were up, her instincts on high alert, and the upheaval in the courtyard did nothing to stifle her fears. "Step aside, boy," came the commander's voice, like a general on a battlefield, breaking Veronika's concentration. A metallic scraping noise sounded, sending a sliver of foreboding down Veronika's spine. She craned her neck, searching for the source, and spotted 2 guards holding a length of greasy-looking iron links. A net. "No, please," Veronika cried. But before she could say or do anything more, Zafira panicked and reared up, sending a sweltering wave of heat and sparks over the crowd. Veronika raised an arm to protect her face, shocked at the intensity of the heat. At the edges of the courtyard, bits of straw and fabric caught fire, while the onlookers gasped, rippling and recoiling from the hot air like grass in the wind. Tristan was at the forefront and had been reaching for her before Zafira's flames had forced him to stagger back. Val was there too. Her face shone with intensity, her gaze manic, hungry as she stared at the scene before her. Hatred roiled in Veronika's gut. Val. Did she have something to do with this? Did she know all this time that Zafira had come back? The commander was shouting again, and the sound caused Val's unblinking stare to falter. With one final glance at Veronika, she allowed herself to be bumped and jostled, disappearing into the crush of bodies. Did she fear what would happen now that the commander was involved? Or did she sense Veronika's rage and know that it was directed at her? "Nick, move! You'll be hurt!" Tristan shouted, forcing his way forward once more. "Get out of—" Before he could finish, his head jerked up to the sky. A second later, Rex ripped through the air above with a resounding screech. The phoenixes weren't supposed to leave the Eyrie unless summoned, but it was clear that Tristan had not called his bondmate to his side. Before he could do anything, Rex was joined by another phoenix, and another, and soon the sky was alight with their flaming tracks. Veronika tensed. They might be there in support of Zafira. Phoenixes did not like to see one of their kind attacked, but they were only making the situation worse. Their presence was fanning the flames of her bondmate's already wild emotions, and as they dipped and soared, weaving a mesh of fire above, Zafira expelled a great rush of heat and flame in response. "No, Zafira!" Veronika shouted through the bond as the guards closed in and panic seized her heart. "Calm down, and everything will be fine. Just calm—" But Zafira was too far gone. She reared up again, backing away from the surging guards and bumping into the side of a storage shed. Barrels went flying and beams of wood caught fire. If Veronika didn't get Zafira under control, the stronghold would burn. An arrow whizzed by Zafira's head, meant to scare her back and away from the other wooden buildings, but the sight of it drove icy fear deep into Veronika's bones. She held her breath as another arrow flew in the same direction, and then a third, which veered slightly off course just as Zafira staggered forward. It grazed the muscle of her wing and zipped past. There was a scream, and it came from Veronika's own throat. She fell to the ground again, and a strong arm slipped around her stomach, heaving her backward. "No!" Veronika shouted, shoving the arm, which belonged to Tristan, aside as she got laboriously to her feet. Her wild eyes flitted from Zafira to the guards with their raised weapons to the phoenixes above, and back down to the flames licking across the ground. "No, no, stop!" And everyone did. The entire yard stilled for a strange, infinitesimal moment, just long enough for Veronika to realize that she'd accidentally used shadow magic. To command. To control. The knowledge sent shockwaves through her, and as if released from a trance, the crowd expelled its collective breath. No one seemed to have noticed what had happened. No one except for Val. She was staring at Veronika as if she'd never seen her before. Veronika didn't have time to spare for her sister. She whirled around, seeking out Zafira, who was still motionless from Veronika's magic, though her flesh continued to hiss and crackle with heat. The sight of her like that made Veronika's throat ache. Not only had she apparently commanded a crowd of people, but she'd commanded her bondmate, a thing she'd sworn she'd never do. There was a gust of air, bringing with it the tang of steel. The net whooshed over Veronyka's head and settled onto Zephyra with a heavy, metallic rattle that echoed in the courtyard. She flapped her wings and snapped at the links, but it did no good. Veronika lunged for her, but the sudden movement caused black spots to speckle her vision. She'd used too much magic, depleting herself, and she staggered into Tristan. "Where are they taking her?" she demanded, using Tristan for balance as she struggled to see over the crowd of guards closing in on her bondmate. He avoided her eye, his expression grim. "Where are they? Commander!" she shouted, spotting the man as he crossed the courtyard and releasing her grasp on Tristan to follow him. The commander turned and then nodded, as if he'd been expecting her. "Good," he said, his gaze flicking over his shoulder to where Tristan stood. "Both of you, come with me." Veronika didn't want to leave Zephyra, but she needed answers, and the commander was the only person who would have them. Still, her heart thudded painfully as she left her bondmate behind. They had only trapped Zephyra because they thought her a danger. Once she calmed down, they'd release her. She told herself that over and over again, though her chest remained tight. The instant the doors shut behind them in the commander's meeting room, Veronika spoke. "What are they doing with her?" she asked, as Cassian moved to stare out the window into the courtyard below. The smell of burnt wood wafted in, along with the sounds of sweeping brooms and scraping shovels. "You have to tell me where they're taking her." The commander raised his brows in a puzzled look. That's when it hit her. He didn't know. Nobody had figured it out yet. Veronika's pulse quickened. To everyone here, Zephyra was an unbonded, wild female phoenix, and Nick was just a stable boy that had been caught in the crossfire. "The phoenix is a her, then?" asked Tristan, looking between them. Yes, the phoenix was a her, and Veronika knew exactly what they did with female phoenixes at the Eyrie. "So she'll be put in the breeding enclosure," the commander finished with a curt nod, taking a seat in his chair. Veronika's stomach roiled. She couldn't let it happen. She had to tell them, explain to them that the female phoenix was bonded to her. But that would mean revealing herself as a liar and risking her position here. All she'd worked for, gone. Whether she had a phoenix or not, she needed Tristan's support in order to become a new recruit, and she knew he'd feel betrayed by her deception. He had shared his most shameful fears, and Veronika had been too cowardly to reciprocate. It wasn't just her lies, either. There was the how of it. She'd used shadow magic to deceive Mora, and it was a notoriously distrusted ability. She wasn't just a liar, but a shadow mage as well. Trust was paramount in a rider patrol. Trust was everything. And if no one trusted her, no one would want to sponsor her. She'd have a phoenix to ride, but she'd be no phoenix rider. Veronika's thoughts were spiraling out of control. Surely they wouldn't turn away a bonded pair. Surely there was a way to make this work. "Time we discuss Nick's position here." With a jolt, Veronika realized that the commander had been speaking, and now both he and Tristan were looking at her. She replayed the last few words she'd heard. Nick's position here. Veronika looked at the commander. If her position was in question, then he must have figured out her secret after all. The knot in her chest loosened somewhat. Maybe it was for the best. Better to get it over with, to squash her dreams once and for all. She might never be a part of the Phoenix Riders, but at least she could do right by her bondmate and get her out of that cage. "He deserves to be a new recruit," Tristan said, and Veronika stared at him. Here he was, standing by her, when their entire relationship was about to be torn to shreds. I know we don't have eggs, Tristan added hastily, before his father could point out the obvious. But Nick more than displayed his capability as an animage tonight. To have talent like that working in the stables is a waste. I quite agree, the commander said. Tristan's mouth snapped shut, and even Veronica found herself shocked into stillness. The boy should not be tending the horses and the hounds, not when his connection to the phoenixes is so strong. So the commander hadn't figured her out. Veronica's head was spinning. Maybe we can start a secondary apprentice unit, Tristan said eagerly, pulling out the nearest chair and taking a seat, heartened by his father's attitude. One where rider hopefuls can get a jump on training. They could participate in weapons and combat exercises, our fitness regimen, and observe the rest of us when we ride our mounts. In the meantime, I could put together a third patrol to go hunting for more eggs. If we had permission to skip lessons for a week or two, I bet we could— You're missing the point here, Tristan, the commander said, loosening the buttons at the collar of his embroidered tunic and relaxing into his chair. We've just captured a third female. With any luck, we'll have a clutch of eggs before the winter solstice. There's no need to go gallivanting across Piermont. He was talking about Zephyra as if she were a broodmare, as if her only purpose was to be a container for phoenix eggs, a kiln for baking precious warriors, and not a phoenix in her own right. It made Veronica's blood boil. But the cages don't work. How many years are we going to keep those females locked up before you accept that? And when will you accept that I will not grant you a patrol just so you can traipse across the countryside and get yourself killed? The commander said, slamming his hands on the table. A tense silence fell. Tristan's chest was rising and falling rapidly, his lips parted as if he meant to loose a defiant retort. After staring intensely at his father for several weighted breaths, he closed his mouth and dropped his gaze. Veronica studied the pair of them. She had never before considered the possibility that it was love that made Commander Cassian hold Tristan back. She was surprised she hadn't recognized it before, for it resembled Val's behavior in some ways. How easily a person could convince themselves they were doing the right thing, no matter the damage they did to the person they supposedly cared about, if it was out of love. But while Veronica wasn't sure if Val could truly love anything or anyone, she believed that the commander did. He'd lost his wife under terrible circumstances. It wasn't hard to understand why he wouldn't want his son to risk his life for the same cause that had claimed her. What then, Commander Cassian? Tristan asked, looking up again. We sit here and wait? Now that Tristan's voice was steady and his anger in check, the commander removed his hands from the table and sat back in his chair. He seemed pleased to have regained control of the situation and forced a determinedly light smile. For tonight, we celebrate. We won't go hunting like a pack of wild dogs or train dozens of new recruits, stretching ourselves beyond our means. Instead, we will use the resources we have available to us. Given the display I saw this evening, the best course of action is to move Nick from the stables to the enclosure. I believe his gifts will make the greatest impact there, and with a third female, our luck will surely begin to change. Veronica's body went cold, like she'd been plunged into an icy lake. The enclosure, Tristan repeated, his eyes flicking to Veronica. You want Nick to serve in the breeding cages with the females? But furthermore, the commander continued, his voice rising and betraying his simmering anger, telling Veronica that he hadn't forgotten his earlier argument with his son. As you seem so determined to assume a patrol, I think it's time you showed me what kind of leadership you are capable of. As you know, the best leaders do so by example. You have put a premium on new eggs, and so you shall volunteer your phoenix for the next round of mating attempts. Your bondmate, Rex, has long since reached full maturity. He would make an ideal candidate for breeding, don't you think? Perhaps, together with your friend Nick, you can encourage a union that results in new eggs and new riders. You are dismissed.
Like an anchor, love will hold fast in a storm, but it can also pull you under.
Chapter 30. Veronika. Veronika barely heard anything as Tristan tried to argue. There was a roaring in her ears, a rush that drowned out all thought and feeling. Too much had happened that day, too many shocks and surprises and gut-wrenching realizations. Zafira was alive. Azura above, Veronika's bondmate, was alive. This should be a night of joy, of pure, perfect euphoria. But it wasn't. As much as she reveled at being reunited with her bondmate, everything was weighed down by dread. She'd made a terrible mistake. She should have told Zafira to leave, should have sent her away the moment she recognized her. But when the guards surrounded them, she'd thought only of calming Zafira, certain that the danger was in her phoenix's volatile reactions, not in her obedience. Rather than telling Zafira to flee, Veronika, in a panic, had commanded her to stay. All this time she'd abhorred and refused that kind of power, and then she'd gone and used it in the worst possible way. It was their bond that had drawn Zafira to the stronghold in the first place, and Veronika's command that ensured her capture. She'd been told to report to the Eyrie the following morning. It was almost like a dream come true. Almost. Veronika gripped her head to stop herself from screaming or crying. She was worse than Val, worse than the commander. She had betrayed her own bondmate. Surely there was no more severe a crime than that. And somehow her secret was still safe. But what did it matter? She couldn't stay here, not with Zafira in a cage, and as soon as she told them why Zafira couldn't remain inside the enclosure, it would all be over anyway. Sour regret gripped her. She should have told them the truth, should have gotten it over with straight away rather than allow Zafira to remain locked up for one more minute. But she hadn't. She was a weak, pathetic coward. Even the thought of it was enough to make her heart stutter and her breaths grow thin. She was utterly overwrought, and she didn't have the strength to deal with it right now. Outside, the stronghold had gone quiet. The dining hall was empty, and the guards were back at their posts. The celebrations had been cut short. There would be no fiery phoenix dance tonight. Val was waiting for her, seated on a barrel with a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. It had grown cold, and a bitter wind whipped across the abandoned courtyard. Veronika ignored her sister and headed toward the barracks. Val caught up, walking beside her in silence. After several steps, Veronika decided she wanted to talk to her after all. "Did you do it?" she asked, turning abruptly to face Val. "Do what?" Val asked, staring down the length of her nose at Veronika. Veronika shoved her, relishing the idea of getting into a fight, of releasing all the anger and heartbreak that was building up inside. "Those ashes were cold and dead when I left that cabin. How is she here?" Veronika demanded, fighting to keep her voice from rising to a shout. "What did you do?" She thought back to that day, sitting in front of the empty hearth. She was certain she'd failed, had felt nothing from her bondmate, nothing in the weeks since. Actually, that wasn't true. She'd put Zafira in her mental safe house, blocked her presence, and shut her out. Veronika had thought she'd been stifling painful memories, but she'd actually been shutting out her bondmate's newly reborn attempts to connect with her. Val stared at the place where Veronika had dared to touch her, but she made no move to retaliate. Don't blame me for the threads Anianki has woven for you. I had nothing to do with your bondmate's resurrection. Veronika scowled. It was all too convenient, too awful to have happened by accident. But the logistics of it weren't easy to dismantle, not when Veronika was already so mentally drained. It was impossible to control a phoenix you weren't bonded to, let alone travel with one for weeks. Val couldn't have done this. Since when do you believe in the gods? Since always. Believing is one thing, worshipping on bended knee is something else. Veronika rubbed her arms, trying to banish the chill night air. Have they kicked you out then? Val asked, a determinedly light note to her voice, as if it was of no importance to her at all. No, they didn't. The hollowness in Veronika's chest was spreading, clawing its way up her throat and making it difficult to speak, to breathe. They're putting her in the breeding enclosure, and I'm to work there as well. Saying the words out loud was like a slap across the face, and the gravity of what was happening finally caught up with her. A breath escaped Val's lips, as if she'd been hit in the stomach. Do they know that you're bonded? Veronika shook her head. She was oddly grateful for Val's shock, relieved to have someone on her side, but she dismissed the idea at once. Val was only ever on her own side. They think I have a gift with calming animals. I did the same thing with a horse once, and they want to keep Zephyra in a cage, force her to mate, and... Her throat hitched, tightening painfully until she couldn't speak at all. Against the cold numbness of her body, hot tears spilled down her cheeks. You cannot stand for this, Val said, taking a step toward her. You must free her. You think I don't know that? Veronika demanded. Nika, Val said softly, reaching for her, but Veronika dodged her touch. This is all your fault, she snarled, before running to the servant barracks, leaving her sister standing there, her arm outstretched. That night, Veronika dreamed for the first time in weeks. She sat in a crowded, smoky room at the foot of a large wooden bed. She held a hand in hers and was unsurprised to find that it belonged to the same dark-haired girl as in her last dream. She seemed older now, in the early years of her womanhood, and their hands fit perfectly. Together they bent their heads in somber silence. There was a man in the bed, apparently unconscious, buried in fine blankets and propped on embroidered pillows. His skin had a sallow tinge, and his brow was dotted with sweat. He was dying. In her dream, Veronika knew this, even without recognizing the black-robed priests of Nox or noticing the veiled mourners in the background. Incense burners filled the room, choking the air with their bittersweet smoke. Dream Veronika had fond feelings for the dying man, but she loathed the woman who stood next to him with a hatred that made her stomach churn. Dozens of others stood vigil in the room, men and women all dressed in the finery of the wealthy Golden Empire elite. One of the courtiers caught Veronika's attention, and the recognition she felt was almost enough to jolt her from the dream. Tristan. No, that couldn't be right. This man was older than Tristan, but he had the same eyes, the same strong nose and stiff posture. Something in her mind clunked into place, and she knew this was Cassian she looked at. A much younger Cassian, but the distinctive widow's peak hairline was evident, along with the indents that would become dimples on either side of his mouth when he smiled. What she was seeing, it must be the past then, but whose past? She looked at the girl next to her again. There was something familiar about her, but of course Veronika had been visiting this girl in her dreams for years. A low rush of murmurs drew her attention. A stillness had come over the dying man, and a healer moved forward, checking his hands and neck before shaking her head and drawing the blanket up over his face. The hated woman let out a wail, but it was nothing to the fierce chasm that had opened inside Veronika. She clutched at the hand she still held as all around the room, the richest and wealthiest people in the empire turned in her direction and bowed. Veronika awoke in the dark. She was more tired than when she'd fallen asleep, and her eyes were dry and puffy. The dream had been strange, but what had come before it had been stranger. Azurek's day had delivered Veronika the pieces of her old life again, except they didn't fit back together as they once had. Zephyra's arrival had helped clarify things, putting Veronika's position into perspective. Her bondmate did not belong in a cage, and if that meant Zephyra didn't belong here with the others, then neither did Veronika. It made her ache to think of leaving Tristan behind, of what they might have become together if things were different. But as she'd said to Val, if things were different, she'd be a phoenix rider. Veronika slipped out of the barracks before sunrise. She doubted Tristan would come by for their pre-dawn run, but she wanted to avoid it in case he did. There was no point in pretending or getting her hopes up, and she wasn't ready to see him just yet. The stars were still out, her only companions as she made her solitary way through the stronghold. She had several hours until she had to report at the Eyrie, and she sensed Zephyra sleeping comfortably through the bond. Her time was her own. She started in the grassy field in front of the village, where the remnants of the previous day's celebrations still remained. The obstacle course was gone, but after so many nights spent going through the exercise, Veronika could still see it in her mind's eye. This was where everything had changed for her, and it was where she felt most at home at the Eyrie. Though the sky was growing paler to the east, Veronika could pretend this was any other night, that Tristan was by her side, and everything was as it had been. But in that scenario, Zephyra was dead. So instead, Veronika imagined a new reality, one where she and Tristan did the obstacle course together, Rex and Zephyra by their sides. Her heart lifted, and she let the vision dissipate. Next, Veronika wended her way through the village. She spotted old Anna hunched over her summer squash, tugging up weeds, and Lars, the metalsmith, waved as he started the fires for his day's work. The stables were dark and quiet, the calming rustle of sleeping animals the only sound to punctuate the silence. Veronika soaked it in, running her hands along horse flanks and murmuring soothing words as she passed. She poked her head into the fenced area where the dog slept and received several sleepy tail wags in response. The dining hall was mostly empty, so Veronika took her time over a warm meal of oats and honey. Mora was busy getting started on the baking for the day, though she paused long enough to give Veronika a wink and to slip an apple into her hand as she passed. Veronika forced her muscles to smile and kept her mind guarded as tightly as she could as she said her silent goodbyes. At first light, Veronika reported to the Eyrie for duty, just as the commander had instructed. She was eager to see her bondmate. Maybe once she did, she'd have the strength to do what needed to be done. The man who tended the female phoenixes was a local animage named Erskine. He and Barrack had grown up together in Petratech, and he was an expert at breeding hunting falcons, which was why the commander had enlisted him, with Barrack's help. It was clear, however, that Erskine was out of his league in trying to breed phoenixes. He was grave but honest, telling her that most of his chores involved feeding the birds and cleaning the enclosure. They also needed to be exercised daily, preferably when the other phoenixes were out flying. The so-called breeding happened only once a month, for a week, and with virtually no success, unless you counted the single egg that was probably fertilized outside the enclosure anyway. Though the eyrie was open to the clear blue sky several hundred feet above, the bottommost levels were shady and cool, untouched by the early morning sun. Erskine led her around, pointing into workrooms and storage areas, but Veronika was too distracted to pay much attention. All she cared about was seeing Zephyra. At last, they climbed down the stairs of the gallery, which ran the length of the circular space, and into the courtyard below. The enclosure stood before them. While the area was large and clean, it was still a cage, excavated directly from the stone of the mountain, with bars that enclosed it on both sides, where it opened into the eyrie and at the back, which gave a view of the gorge and steep mountain cliffs beyond. There appeared to be a matching enclosure next to the first one, but it was dark and unused, awaiting more females, Veronika thought darkly. The pair of them reminded her of prison cells. A rustling sound from the first enclosure drew her attention, phoenixes stirring in the shadows. Then suddenly Zephyra lurched forward to greet her. The space inside was high enough that they could perch out of sight in cracks and crevices, and wide enough that they could stretch their wings and fly from side to side. Erskine seemed surprised by Zephyra's warm welcome of Veronika, and took the chance to fill the phoenix's water trough from a nearby barrel. At the sound of the sloshing water, the two other females came forward, but with far more wariness than Zephyra. The nearer of the two was just a bit smaller than Veronika's bondmate, eyes bright with curiosity. The one behind was larger, her purple crest and tail almost black at the tips, and emanated nothing but cold, fierce hate. She puffed out her feathers, making herself look even bigger, and returned to the shadows of the enclosure after inspecting Veronika with a detached stare. Veronika had the sense that she was very old, though she couldn't be certain. The phoenix's mind was locked tight. Zephyra's beak pushed eagerly between the wide bars, and with a glance to make sure Erskine was occupied, Veronika stroked it gently. Even after everything, Zephyra still wanted to be near her, still loved her. Veronika tried to think of words, of apologies and reassurances and regrets, but she found that she didn't need them. Zephyra knew. They were bonded, after all, and while they might need time to mend the strong bridge they'd once had between them, it was still there, and Zephyra knew her heart. There were endless questions to ask as well, about where her bondmate had been and what had happened in their time apart, but Veronika let them rest for now. They had forever to catch up. The feathers along Zephyra's neck were smooth and silky, and with a bit of searching, Veronika located the barest hint of a scar in her shoulder joint, where the arrow had grazed her wing the previous night. Phoenixes healed quickly, and the wound had been superficial. The relief Veronika felt at being here with Zephyra, seeing her safe and unharmed, was powerful. She actually had to grip the bars for balance, pushing slow, steady breaths through her nostrils. It was okay. Zephyra was okay. She had known it, would have felt it through the bond if Zephyra had been harmed, but it still meant something to see it with her own eyes. Suddenly, everything else seemed more manageable. Veronika and Zephyra were together again. Truly, that was all that mattered. Still, Zephyra was confused by her confinement, and her mind was somewhat frantic and scattered. Val's face kept popping up, but Veronika supposed that her sister's actions had left their mark on her bondmate. She had died, after all. Veronika wondered if Zephyra even understood what had happened to her. It had been about 2 months since she'd been poisoned, and their weeks apart had put a bit of a communication barrier between them, as if Zephyra's development had been stunted without constant contact with her bondmate. Finished with the water, Erskine straightened up, and Veronika stepped back from the bars. He explained that they always exercised after eating in the morning, and that he used the food to lure the phoenixes close and distract them so they could be fitted with cuffs linked to coils of chain. This allowed them to fly, but not escape. They were fed well, at least. The bowls of dried fruit and nut porridge looked very much like the breakfast they'd served in the dining hall that morning, flavored with a heavy dose of honey. Phoenixes could survive on almost anything, but they tended to prefer sweeter fare. Veronika watched uneasily as Erskine placed the leashes on their legs. Like the metallic net that had ensnared Zephyra, these cuffs were treated with flame-resistant resin made from the sap of the piriflora, the fire blossom tree, which protected against the intense heat of phoenix fire. The petals of the fire blossoms, sometimes called phoenix flowers for their fiery red color, could also be made into a vicious poison. Veronika wondered if that was the same poison Val had used on Zephyra. Surely it was the most readily available in the wilds of Piermont. There was an old Pierian song Hermione used to sing about the piriflora tree, and though Veronika couldn't remember every word, fragments of it ran through her head as Erskine uncoiled the chains. Feathers red and petals dead, ash and bone make up its bed. Fire bright as blood soon bled, ever will you rest your head? When the metal cuff slid onto Zephyra's leg and clanged shut, she reared back in confusion and alarm, the chain rattling loudly against the bars. Veronika tried to soothe her while fighting to keep her own emotions in check. Tears stung at the back of her eyes, and rage simmered in her stomach. "It always takes a bit of getting used to," Erskine said, seeing the pain in Veronica's face as she swiped at her cheeks. "For them and you." Veronika nodded, though she couldn't keep her eyes off Zephyra. She might be well cared for, safe and unharmed, but this was no life for a phoenix. The sight caused a crackle of clarity to shoot through her mind. Veronika had 2 choices: tell them the truth and suffer the consequences, or flee with Zephyra in secret. She couldn't decide which option was scarier. It seemed that running away would be easier now, and certainly less daunting than facing Tristan, Mora, and the commander and admitting that she'd lied to their faces repeatedly. But what would happen to them in the long run? Where would they go? But if she told them now, they might decide that, after proving herself to be an untrustworthy liar, they would be better off without her. They might force her away, or worse, lock her up as some kind of criminal, the way they'd tried to do when she first arrived. And what would happen to Zephyra then? Why not avoid the hurt and disappointment on Tristan's face and the danger to herself and Zephyra, and just sneak out of here in the middle of the night? Of course, while telling everyone the truth presented the possibility of leaving the Eyrie, ashamed and alone, running away now guaranteed it. Veronika didn't think she could handle the smug look on Val's face if they rejected her after she revealed the truth of who she was, but slinking away like a coward felt wrong. It might save her the judgment of the people she'd come to care about, but would it save her judgment from herself? The fact that it was most certainly what Val would do made Veronika want to do it even less. If she ran away, wouldn't she and Zephyra just wind up with Val again, settling back into their old pattern? There was also the matter of the other female phoenixes to think about. If Veronika found a way to release Zephyra, surely she'd have to release the others as well. She owed it to them, and yet, would she be dooming the Phoenix Riders forever? Dooming Tristan? Once Erskine finished with Zephyra, he fitted the other two phoenixes with cuffs, introducing them as he worked. "This sweet lady is called Zolanthe, though I call her Zoe, more often than not. She's right curious and a bit impulsive, truth be told," he said fondly, patting her neck after the leash had been secured. Zoe twitched and ruffled her feathers as the cuff was fastened, but otherwise allowed him to do his work. "Her Majesty, Zatara, on the other hand," Erskine said with a sigh, "likes to make trouble." He frowned as he tried to reach the leg of the older, larger phoenix who was spreading her wings, forcing her smaller competition away from the food. "She's fierce as fire and twice as hungry. Her Highness demands respect, so I give it to her. Best to cuff her last. That way," he cursed, drawing his arm back as a cut opened near his elbow, courtesy of Zatara's sharp claws. He reached back in with clenched teeth, closing the clasp with a snap before stepping back and reaching for a rag. "That way, if you're wounded, you can tend to it straight away." He mopped at the blood and examined several bright red burn marks. He wore a leather jerkin and arm guards to protect himself, but they didn't cover the entirety of his skin. The exposed flesh near his elbows and hands was covered in pale scars and partially healed scabs. "Zolanthe and Zatara?" Veronika asked. They matched the names of two warrior phoenixes from the Pyrrhian epics, an anthology of songs and poems written during the reign of queens. Val had memorized the collection and used to recite it when they were trapped inside for days during the cold, rainy winters. "Are they sisters?" Erskine chuckled. "No, they were named by the commander, who has a taste for poetry, it would seem. Suppose he'll need to name this new one now," he added absently. Veronika's lips tightened at the thought of her beloved bondmate being renamed without her consent. Erskine nodded to a lever on the far side of the enclosure, next to the opening for the food. "You can do the honors if you'd like. That lifts the back hatch." Veronika's eyes widened. Could it be that simple? All she had to do was turn one lever, and Zephyra and the rest of the females could fly away? Hand shaking slightly, she wrenched on the heavy switch, and a loud groaning sound reverberated through the enclosure. As she pulled down, a length of chain rattled somewhere out of sight, and the barred gate at the opposite side of the cage slowly creaked open. With a wave of anticipation, the phoenixes took flight, though they were reminded of their chains soon enough. They tested their range once or twice, snapping and tugging at the metal leashes, before settling into the rhythm of flight. The chains were at least 100 feet long and set on a rotating tether, which stopped them from getting tied into knots as they circled and banked around one another. Veronika and Erskine watched from a balcony next to the enclosure. The sky was pale blue, and the view of the gorge below was breathtaking. Jagged peaks faded into the distance in every direction, while rich greenery, growing brighter daily with the coming summer, coated the landscape. Veronika would miss this place. It felt more like a home than any of the houses, apartments, and cabins she and Val had lived in since they'd left their Mayora behind. Even when she'd lived with her grandmother, Veronika had been friendless and powerless on the unsafe, narrow streets. She wanted to belong here, but maybe she didn't. Couldn't. Maybe she'd just have to let it go. Zephyra only flew 2 or 3 circles before she looped back around, drawn to Veronika's presence. Erskine staggered back as the phoenix approached, but she landed on the rock just below them. Veronika crouched and reached out a hand, wary of the long drop.
"That one's taken a liking to you, huh?"
he said, frowning slightly. Unless bonded, phoenixes never took a liking to anybody. Veronika grimaced, knowing they were in danger of revealing themselves and yet unable to turn Zephyra away. She allowed herself to pat her bondmate once before mentally encouraging her to enjoy the exercise while she could.
"She's bonded before, I'd wager,"
Erskine said, as Zephyra flew off in a gust of warm air. Veronika glanced at him warily, yet she didn't sense any suspicion there, only a mild observation from a man who'd spent too much time with captive phoenixes. Erskine had a kindly face, and he wasn't the nasty jailer she'd imagined. He was past middle age, barrel-chested and brown-skinned, with his graying braids pulled into a horse's tail behind his head. His wide, owlish eyes lightened with pleasure as he watched the beautiful birds soar in the air above them, and he'd shown them a gentle hand when fastening their chains. Veronika hadn't met a lot of animages or riders in their 30s and 40s, and it just occurred to her why that might be. Most of them had probably been killed in the war or put into bondage for their involvement with it afterward. It seemed that Piermont was littered with parentless children and grizzled old folks, and hardly anybody in between.
"It's the bonded ones who are more trusting of humans,"
Erskine continued, rubbing a hand against the stubble of his chin.
"Poor thing. Probably looking for her bondmate, and then she wound up here. Most of them will go to Ash if they don't find their riders, though there's a rare few that'll search forever."
"Go to Ash?" Veronika asked.
"You know, die. It's a hard life for a phoenix if they survive their bondmate. It's a hard life for an animage as well,"
he added, and Veronika silently agreed. He didn't have any feathers or obsidian in his hair, so Veronika didn't think he'd ever been a rider. Still, he was an animage, and it wasn't hard to imagine how the death of a bondmate could devastate a person.
"There were plenty of riderless phoenixes after the war, but most chose death or rebirth. Maybe some flew home to Aura."
Val had always spoken of the Golden City with awe and reverence, as if it were as ancient and mysterious as the stars above. While the rest of Piermont remained inhabited, none had lived in Aura since the riders abandoned it almost 200 years ago. Most, like their Maora, thought the city was cursed and haunted by ghosts, and even local Pyrians were afraid to climb to the mountain's highest peak. Not Veronika, though. Her heart thrilled at the idea of flying there herself someday, soaring among the ruins and relics of another age. "Has the commander ever sent anyone to Aura to check?" she asked. Tristan had mentioned they'd gone looking, but she wondered just how far those searches went. For phoenixes or for more eggs? Some people believed there were hundreds, maybe even thousands of eggs in the old capital, laid over centuries and never retrieved. Maybe the riderless phoenixes were there right now, hatching their young and living in peaceful seclusion. Veronika felt guilty for wanting to disrupt them, but if there were truly caches of phoenix eggs there, ready for the taking, it could change everything. Erskine made a disdainful noise in the back of his throat.
"Oh, he did. Or so he says. But his patrol sure came back in a hurry. Too cloudy, nowhere safe to land, strange sounds, and the phoenixes didn't like it. More like they didn't like it, and the phoenixes acted oddly because it called to them in strange, long-forgotten ways. But he's valley-born," he added conspiratorially, as if this explained all the commander's shortcomings. Maybe it did. Veronika didn't want to admit that she was valley-born too, despite her Pyrian looks. "More often than not, I find myself thinking of the phoenixes below, not above," Erskine said gravely. When Veronika frowned at him, he continued, down in the valley. After the war, they usually beheaded the riders' mounts so they couldn't be reborn. But other times they'd put the rider in bondage and keep their phoenixes locked up to guarantee good behavior. Some say there's dozens of phoenixes being held prisoner by the Empire deep underground. Even if they wanted to ignite and go supernova, they'd be reborn inside their cells.
A wave of cold crept over Veronika, despite the warm breeze. Separating bondmates sounded like the worst kind of punishment imaginable. Worse than losing your bondmate to death, as Veronika had already done. At least in death, one of you was at peace, even if the other had to go on living without them. The thought made her feel desperately lonely, and she was surprised to realize it was a familiar sensation. The truth was, she'd gotten used to that feeling. Even now that Zafira was back in her life, Veronika was still trying to solve her problems on her own. But Veronika wasn't alone. Not anymore. The future she was fretting over would be their future, and Zafira had a right to weigh in on it too. For better or worse, they'd make this decision together.
Since Queen Nephira, it has been tradition for the rulers of Pyrrha and eventually the Golden Empire to fashion a new crown for their coronation. In Aura Nova, such items are on display in the Hall of Legacy, though not often available for public viewing. Some crowns are delicate as fine crystal, while others will rust and tarnish without careful preservation. It is lucky they are under the jurisdiction of the Morian archives. Otherwise, they might have gone the way of many other Phoenix-related relics in the wake of the Blood War and the fall of the Ashfire line. The oldest crown on display in the Hall of Legacy dates back to Queen Alicia the Peacemaker, who has the distinction of being the only ruler to date to fashion more than one crown. The gold and obsidian circlet she wore for her coronation in Aura and throughout her conquest was abandoned the day she founded the Golden Empire. She replaced that crown with one made of materials from each newly established province, including iron from Pharaoh, ornately carved wood from the forests of Arborea, horsehide leather from Stel, and obsidian from her homeland of Pyrrha. The iron, wood, and leather twisted together into a rope-like crown, dotted with shining spears of obsidian, symbolic of unity and inclusiveness, both characteristics that would define Alicia's reign. All the crowns that came before Alicia's remain in the ruins of Aura, lost to the modern world. In the queendom, such relics were placed upon the memorial stones for their dead queens, forever commemorating their glory. According to Pyrrhian superstition, it is the restless spirits of these queens that haunt the long-abandoned Golden City, their earthly relics binding them to the cold ashes of their ancient queendom. Notable of these lost coronets is the fire blossom crown of Queen Liana, mother of Lyra the Defender, which was made of fresh pyriflora blooms that, according to legend, never withered or wilted. There was also the brutal crown of bones crafted by Queen Otia, fashioned from her fallen enemies after a rival rider family tried to usurp the throne. Some stories claim Queen Nephira wore a crown of fire, but it is of course more likely that she wore a crown of fire glass, commonly known as obsidian. The last crown on record is that of Avalkira Ashfire, whose phoenix feather circlet was lost in the last battle of the Blood War, just like the would-be queen herself. A History of the Crown, the Morian Archives, 147 AE, updated 171 AE.
I had known from the outset that we were doomed, that loving her would be the greatest mistake of my life, and I loved her still.
Chapter 31. Sev. Though Sev hadn't received any official word, either from Trix or Captain Belden, it became clear as the days wore on that their journey was reaching its final destination. With every step he took, the paths they traveled grew narrower, the climb steeper, and the landscape wilder. When they came to rest in a system of wide, low caves, Sev was certain it would be their base camp. The caverns were deep and echoing, with a series of waterfalls spilling over the craggy sides to join the rest of the river Auris somewhere down the mountainside. Here they could leave all their extraneous packs and supplies behind, taking only what they needed to wage war. Captain Belden had obviously chosen this spot very deliberately. With the forest hemming them in, they were as secluded as they'd been so far on this journey. It made Sev uneasy. Any manner of ill deeds could be carried out here, and the bodies would never be found. Sev's suspicions were soon confirmed. 2 days after settling into the caves, Captain Belden called his officers together to consult maps and work out battle plans. All the soldiers away from the camp slowly trickled in, including a hunting party with Cade in tow, as well as scouts and additional lookouts. As they took their breakfast in the watery morning sunlight, Captain Belden officially announced the purpose of their mission. They were here to defeat the Empire's enemies and eradicate the rebel force known as the Phoenix Riders. A low hush fell over the group while Captain Belden spoke, but as soon as he returned to his tent, whispers filled the air like wind through brittle grass. The soldiers would begin their march the following morning, which meant that the true fight, the one Trix had carefully orchestrated, would happen tonight during the evening meal. A cloud of nervous energy hung over the camp for the rest of the day as both soldiers and bondservants prepared to go to war. For his part as a soldier, Sev was assigned to a small regiment that included Ott and Jotham. While the others napped or huddled together to sharpen blades or share battle stories, Sev remained outside by the animals. He moved among the llamas, his mind quietly spinning. 200 names, 200 packs, each with something unique, inside or out, to help Sev identify them. It hadn't been easy, but he had found a way to break it down. First of all, only certain soldiers were ever chosen for perimeter guard, usually those with more experience, so Sev focused most of his energy on them. The officers' packs were different from the regular soldiers, and the regular soldiers had their own subdivisions, archers, spearmen, and foot soldiers like Sev. They also had hunters and trackers in their midst, with larger packs stocked with different kinds of supplies. Eventually, Sev had figured it out. It was like a puzzle, a game to keep him occupied on the long marches and sleepless nights. Jotham's pack had a fraying strap, like the Scarecrow's hay-stuffed tunic. Ott's reeked of smoking leaf and had a mysterious dark stain across its front. Yara's was perfectly maintained and spotlessly clean, so much so that it stood out from the rest for its lack of identifying marks or damage. Despite Sev's hard work, there were still a handful he didn't know for certain. All he could do now was hope that they weren't the names drawn for duty tonight. The animals were picketed together at the edge of one of the smaller caves where they'd stored their supplies. The waterfalls were nearby, their steady rush drowning out the noise and bustle of the campsite. "May I speak with you, soldier?" Sev jumped, surprised to find Cade standing there, hands clasped behind his back. They hadn't talked since the night by the fire, and Sev didn't want to see him as he prepared to carry out the very deed Cade didn't think he could do. Would he try to stop Sev now, when they were almost out of time? Okay, Sev said warily. Cade walked toward the waterfall, glancing over his shoulder to ensure no one saw him so close to the pack animals. The ground sloped down toward the river, and he came to a stop next to a stand of trees and shrubbery that mostly blocked them from view. He stared at Sev a moment, the steady patter of the waterfall singing around them and leaving droplets of condensation clinging to his dark hair. A shard of afternoon sunlight poked through the trees, slicing his face, showing that what Sev had taken for a stiff jaw was actually wavering, as if suppressing pent-up emotion or frustration. "I want to explain. The other night, you don't want me involved, but it's too late. There's nothing more to say." "There is," Cade ground out. I did hate you at first." Sev forced a smile, though he didn't find the information at all amusing. "I knew about your parents," he said haltingly. He paused, as if expecting Sev to lash out in anger like he had the last time they were mentioned. When Sev remained quiet, he continued, "I'd grown up knowing their names. I lived in that safe house they protected. I watched the fires burn from the back of a wagon as we escaped. I owe my life to your parents, and when Ilithia told me their son had survived, I was eager to meet you, Sev felt strange, weightless, disconnected from his body. Cade had known who his parents were all along? Had lived in the safe house? Sev had been there several times when raids happened to nearby villages or when soldiers were spotted along the border. Sometimes he and his parents would drop off whatever extra food or supplies they had, anything to help. He and Cade might have seen each other, even played together, and if Sev had listened to his parents, he'd have been on a wagon alongside him on his way to safety. I knew that you'd be something special, that you could help us win this war, only I wasn't, Sev said dully. I wanted nothing to do with your war. It made me angry. That day outside the cabin, I expected you to charge in like a hero, to stand up to Jotham and Dot, and to rescue that girl. It's taken me all this time to realize that you did. Sev frowned. Did what? Don't you see? My methods would have only made Jotham and Ott more determined to do whatever they wanted. They'd have sent you away, put someone else's lookout, and then they would have been there when that Animage girl turned up, not you. Who knows what might have happened? Luck, Sev said with a half-hearted shrug, unwilling to allow himself to enjoy, or truly trust, Cade's praise. TK having fun at our expense. Cade shook his head. Fate. Aniyanki, weaving our threads together. A thrill shot through Sev at Cade's words. He had felt it too, some indiscernible current always putting them in each other's paths. Even now, there was a deep tug in Sev's abdomen, drawing him to Cade. I accused you of saving your own neck that day. Maybe you were in some way, but you saved hers too when you didn't have to. If she'd been found, if they knew you'd tipped her off, things would have gone bad for you. Very bad. And the day you tried to run, you didn't come back for yourself. You came back for me. Just because you do things differently than I'd do them doesn't mean they're wrong. So is this a roundabout way of you saying you're sorry? Sev asked, mouth quirking up in the corner. Cade chuckled, the tension lightening between them somewhat. It's my way of saying yes. Yes? Sev asked, confused. To your question before, by the fire. Maybe I hated you in the beginning, but that has changed. Warmth spread from Sev's chest all the way to his fingertips. I couldn't see, didn't want to see what Alithia saw in you. I was jealous, I suppose, of the way you two connected with each other. I've spent years of my life trying to be a worthy successor to Alithia Shadowheart, but that's not my role to fill anymore. It's yours. Sev swallowed. He'd only just come around to the idea that he belonged with Trix and Cade and the rest of the Animages, but being her successor? I'm not. Not yet, Cade conceded, a ghost of a smile flickering across his face. But you'll get there, and I'll help. Sev thought back to the moment Trix first assigned him to pack animal duty. He and Cade hadn't been getting along, and Sev had thought she was being spiteful putting them together, or that she wanted him to see all he had in common with the other bondservants. Now he couldn't help but wonder if this hadn't been her plan all along. She needed them both, not just now but later, for the future. If they were going to save the Phoenix Riders, it would require more than just stopping this one attack. It would mean stopping every attack and rebuilding Avalkira Ashfire's rebellion from the ground up. We're mirror images of each other, have you noticed? Cade asked, tilting his head as he studied Sev. Same age, same size, more or less, he added, his lips quirking into a half grin. They might be the same height, but Cade definitely outweighed and outmuscled him. And here we are, in the exact same place, but opposite sides of the looking glass. Soldier and bondservant. We're not on opposite sides, Sev protested. Not anymore. He needed Cade to see that. He'd thought all the same things about them, their differences and their strange similarities, but Sev wanted to bridge the gap. Cade nodded, though his face had turned grim again. I don't want to see you throw your life away trying to prove something to me, to anyone. His mouth twisted as if he was searching for words. You already proved yourself to me. I did? Sev asked, fighting down the wild hope that was building up inside him. How? Cade shrugged, a determinedly offhand gesture. First you came back, then you stayed. Sev's throat was thick, and he needed a moment to collect himself. Even if I die, I'm not throwing my life away, Sev said, rubbing a hand against the back of his neck. I just want... His arm dropped, and it felt oddly heavy by his side. Sev went to raise it, to reach for something, but he found he lost his courage part way, and it hovered in the air between them. I just want to rest easy when I die, whether that's today, tomorrow, or in 100 years, knowing that I did the right thing for once in my goddamned life, that I finally made the right choice. I want to stand with people I'm not ashamed to stand next to. I want to stand with you. He couldn't meet Cade's eyes, so instead Sev's focus had landed on the hollow between his collarbones where his pendant hung. Sev wanted to read it, to know Cade's sentence and his crime, but the edge of his tunic covered the words. The day was still hot, and sweat glistened on his skin as his throat bobbed up and down in a swallow. What I can't figure out, Cade began, his voice soft and rich, is why hating you was easy, but liking you has been... Been what? Sev asked, somewhat breathless at the idea that Cade liked him. Difficult, Cade said, his expression intent. He took a step forward, pushing into Sev's outstretched hand, causing Sev's fingers to splay against his chest. They stared at each other, and Sev stepped backward, not a retreat, but a question, an invitation. After a breath of hesitation, Cade followed him. Sev's next step brought him to the exterior wall of the cave, the stone cold and slightly damp against his back. Cade filled the space between them, filled it with his rich brown skin and gemstone eyes and those wide, impossibly broad shoulders. Sev was trembling, the pressure against his palm making him want to both push Cade away and pull him nearer, nearer, until all was obliterated except for them. The sunlight was gone from Cade's face, but the warmth remained. His eyes became hooded, his lips parted ever so slightly, and Sev's fingers clenched against the muscle of his chest. Slowly, as if not to spook him, Cade raised his arms, one on either side of Sev, and placed his hands against the stone, caging them in. They stayed frozen in that shining, golden moment for what felt like ages, or maybe it was several heavy, weighted heartbeats. Just when Sev had mustered the courage to close his eyes and lean in, the roll call sounded. As if pulling his head out of water, Sev returned to their surroundings. He had to check in with Ott, his squad leader. After that, Trix's plans would begin. Sev's hand went to the back of his neck again, and Cade's arms dropped. You know the names? Cade asked, his voice as slow and smooth as honey. Sev became lost in it, and it took time for his brain to understand what Cade was asking. The perimeter guard roster for that night, the packs he was meant to poison. Sev cleared his throat. I'll get them now. The duty roster was usually drawn up in the morning, but with the impending attack, all their schedules had been shifted. Cade dipped his head in response. I'll leave you to it. As the sun disappeared over Piermont's distant peaks, the cooks began preparing the evening meal. Pots were hung over cook fires, kettles began to boil, and poison was sprinkled in. Sev pressed a hand against his pocket, where a lump indicated the small supply he'd already been given. 2 pinches of poison per water skin, and 3 for any barley cakes or dried meat. The powdered petals of the fire blossom would dissolve best in the liquid, but even a dusting of it atop other supplies, once rewrapped in cloth or pouch, would begin to emit noxious fumes that would penetrate the food. The watch shift changed at sundown, and Sev knew he had no more than 10 minutes to attend to the packs. The names from the duty roster were like midges buzzing around his head. He'd seen death before, but he had dealt it only by accident. He'd yet to engage in any real battle as a soldier, and Sev found he was having difficulty with the idea of killing in such a cold, calculated way. He didn't know any of the targets particularly well. Did that make it right? It made it easier, but Sev couldn't decide if that was a good thing or not. These soldiers might have children, parents, brothers, and sisters, entire lives tethered to them. In comparison, he felt like some kind of wraith, tied to nothing and no one. Not anymore, Sev insisted, forcing his mind to remain on the task and not on the soldiers. Sev wasn't killing for pleasure or personal gain. He was doing this for the Phoenix Riders, the only protectors his people had. He was part of Trix's reformed rebellion, part of an us at long last. As the noise of the campsite faded into the background, Sev made his way over to the pack animals. They had 10 lookouts tonight, not because they were camped in a particularly vulnerable position, but rather because they were so close to the Phoenix Rider lair. Sev looked up into the sky, scraps of it visible between the trees and rocky caves, and gathered his courage. He thought of his parents sacrificing themselves for him and for other animages. He thought of Cade and Trix, of Junior and Tilla and Coram, of all the bondservants who deserved freedom. He could do this. Sev identified 8 out of the 10 packs with ease. Their personal effects were an extension of their very lives, and Sev imagined himself cutting the threads that connected the object to the person as he carefully poisoned their stores. The crumpled petals stuck to his fingers and left a dark, reddish smear the color of blood. It was one of the reasons Trix had wanted to poison the evening meal and not breakfast. In the darkness, the traces of the poison would be far more difficult to see. Once the 8th pack was tended to, Sev considered the 9th name, the one he couldn't match. He was one of several soldiers who traveled without any personal items and only the most meager of supplies. There were around a dozen packs like that, and Sev didn't have enough to poison them all. Time was ticking on. The soldiers would come for their packs at any moment to relieve the current perimeter guards. He had to make a decision. The steady rumble of the distant campsite was interrupted by a sudden, piercing whistle. Sev froze. This wasn't a part of the plan. Another whistle answered the first. Sev craned his neck to see the cooks and attendants pause in their work while the soldiers stood, heads turned toward the east. Then a stream of armed soldiers poured through the trees, descending upon their camp. "We're under attack," Sev thought wildly, the fear so sudden and true that his insides turned to water and cold sweat scraped across his forehead. But the newcomers weren't challenged or rebuffed. They were welcomed as friends with smiles and clasped hands. Captain Belden stood outside his tent, ready to greet the arriving party's leader. The truth crashed down on Sev like 1,000 tons of rock. They weren't the only Empire soldiers heading up the mountain. His mind reeled. They didn't have enough poison for all these soldiers, and even if they did, the new arrivals likely brought provisions and servants of their own. Trix had been reading some of the captain's letters, but not all of them. Clearly, this was information she had missed. All this time, they'd assumed they were a small strike force meant to deal the Phoenix Riders a stealthy but still fatal blow. But now, with twice their original numbers, maybe even more, they were a significantly larger threat. They couldn't march directly to the top of the mountain together. 200 was a difficult enough number to conceal. So they'd had to travel separately to the same meeting point, ensuring they were both ready to attack at the same time. Sev looked around, terror ratcheting his heartbeat to a painful rhythm. It was too late to call everything off. The dinner pots and water skins had already been poisoned, and it was only a matter of time before their contents were eaten and their ill effects shown. At the mouth of the nearest cave, one of the cooks tried to dump her pot, while a bondservant poured extra flour into a bowl of batter. If diluted, they might make only a few guards sick and spare their lives. All around Sev there was a feverish panic, while the glint of steel and the tread of heavy boots muffled the rush of whispers and the sight of Trix's cohorts trying to abort their plan. A secondary line of pack animals and the bondservants who managed them came into view, making their way toward Sev. He looked for Cade or Trix or anybody he recognized, but they were lost in the crowd. As the arriving soldiers settled into their camp, stew was served up, bread was fried, and water skins were passed around. The fire blossoms were meant to work within 30 minutes, ensuring that everyone in the camp would be eating by the time the effects started to show. The leader of the second party joined Captain Belden in his tent, and Sev wondered how his presence might complicate Trix's plans, if she still intended to go through with them. If they managed to kill both captains, would that be enough to put a halt to the attack? Even if it was, it wouldn't guarantee the survival of the bondservants. There were too many soldiers now, too many packs and stew pots and mouths to feed. It was a disaster, and all Sev could do was wait for it to unfold. It started with retching, followed by gagging, spitting, and cursed complaints of stomach pains. Then several soldiers ran into the forest or the darkness of the caverns, staggering off to empty their stomachs or their bowels. Sev didn't know what was worse, the sound or the smell. Others followed those that didn't come back, and soon water skins and liquor jugs were sniffed and poured out. Rust-colored smears dyed the fingers of the soldiers who examined the contents, and bowls of food were dumped into the grass. Shouts, cries, and accusations. The food was disgusting. The food was spoiled. The food was poisoned. Once those words were uttered, the camp dissolved into chaos. Attendants and cooks were rounded up, dragged through the dirt and grass, and thrown onto their knees. Sev saw crying servants begging for mercy executed with blades across their throats, while those who tried to run were taken down with arrows or spears. Sev squeezed his eyes shut, praying Junior and the others had the sense to keep quiet and stay out of the way. The bondservants didn't officially have anything to do with meal preparation, but they did manage the transportation of the food supplies, and it seemed that everyone except for the soldiers was under scrutiny. The packs, Sev remembered, whirling around. With the new soldiers arriving, no one had come to relieve the perimeter guard yet. If he managed to hide the evidence of what he'd done, he could hopefully save the bondservants on pack animal duty from suspicion. He pushed through the crush of llamas, who tossed their heads and stomped their feet in the face of all the commotion from the camp, struggling to find the supplies he'd tampered with. Sev was fumbling with a strap when footsteps sounded behind him. They were uneven, stumbling, and with a slight drag. He turned and saw Ott standing there, wavering slightly on the spot, sweat dotting his brow and what looked like a smear of vomit across his chin. Sev wasn't surprised to see him sick. He never missed a chance to be first in line to get food, drink, or his choice of assignment. He held his trusty crossbow loosely in one hand as if he could attack the poison that was slowly killing him from the inside. Ott blinked at Sev, gaze drifting from his hands, halfway inside the nearest pack, to the food on the ground, which Sev had hastily dropped and stomped on. He lurched forward, faster than Sev would have thought possible given the state he was in, and gripped Sev's arm. Ott yanked Sev's hand from the pack, twisting it to reveal the dark red smears across his fingers. Shoving the arm back with a sneer, Ott raised the crossbow, leveling it directly at Sev's forehead. "Traitor," he slurred. "Ott," Sev said, glancing to either side of him. He was blocked in on all sides, the llamas a mass of woolly bodies who skittered and shuffled nervously. His other hand was still inside the satchel, and he tried to surreptitiously check for a weapon or something heavy, anything he might use to help him escape. "I don't know what you're talking about. "Shut your mouth!" Ott shouted, his voice hoarse. Around him, the llama's panic was a palpable taste on Sev's tongue, and his own fear was ripe. Ott bent double and coughed, lowering the crossbow as he hacked and spit. Sev tried to make a run for it, but Ott had the weapon back up the moment he saw Sev shift his feet. "Don't you dare," he forced out. More footsteps sounded nearby, and Ott perked up. Hey, over here," he called frantically, but his voice was too weak to carry. He took a deep breath and filled his lungs before calling out again. "Over here! I caught—" Ott's words were cut off by a loud crunch. Out of nowhere, a heavy branch cracked into his head, knocking him to the dirt in an unconscious heap. Standing over his prone body was Cade. He tossed aside the stick and picked up Ott's dropped crossbow. Then, he aimed it directly at Sev's heart.
I cared not for the romantic love of men and women. All I wanted was the throne that was my birthright, and to have Veronyka by my side. She would be my heir, and her children after her.
Chapter 32. Sev. No, Cade's crossbow wasn't aimed at Sev's heart, but at his shoulder. Before Sev had a chance to inhale, a bolt whizzed by his head and landed with a thump right into the chest of another soldier sneaking up behind him. He whirled, gasping, his brain catching up with the thunderous pump of his heart. It was Jotham. He lay on the ground, blood spreading from the quarrel embedded in his ribs. The llamas skittered away from the noise and the body, though Sev suspected Cade was calming them, otherwise they'd probably have trampled the pair of them in panic. True night had fallen, and by the time Sev looked up from the corpse, he could barely see Cade as he took Sev's arm and dragged him away. They left the pack animals and ducked behind the same copse of trees where they'd spoken privately together mere hours before. Sev stared numbly at the chaos of the camp, just barely glimpsed between the branches, until he realized Cade was no longer next to him. There was a steep slope down to the waterfall and the gurgling pool, and there Cade crouched, silhouetted in the mist that rose from the water. He was digging. His shock receding, Sev scrambled after him, skidding down as quickly and quietly as he could. Did Cade mean to bury Jotham and Ott's bodies? What would be the point when the entire camp was about to be a graveyard? Once he came to a stop next to Cade, Sev saw half-empty sacks of grain sprawled in the darkness beside Ott's abandoned crossbow, their golden contents spread across the ground like scattered stars. And there, piled on the ground next to them, were a dozen smooth gray rocks. But the way Cade handled them, delicately and with both hands, told Sev that they were more than just stones. This must have been what Cade was doing when he heard Ott accost Sev. But what was he doing? Their eyes met, Cade's features barely distinguishable in the twilight. "Those aren't rocks, are they?" Sev whispered. Cade slowly shook his head and held one up for Sev to see more closely. Its surface was rounded, like a stone found in a riverbed, its shape carefully smoothed after years under the steady flow of water. In fact, the shape reminded Sev of eggs, Cade said. His tone was almost reverent. Phoenix eggs. Sev's mind flashed back to the conversation he'd had with Trix when she'd said Sev had almost ruined everything after his failed escape attempt. He'd figured she was talking about getting Cade in trouble, but maybe it was more than that. These sacks of grain, were they concealing these priceless treasures all along? Had Sev unwittingly almost stolen a llama loaded with phoenix eggs? Shouts echoed from the campsite, and Cade hastily put the egg into the small ditch he'd dug. "I was supposed to take them to the riders," he said, reaching to add the others. "I've been watching these eggs from the moment we left Aranova, never letting them out of my sight. Well, until your escape attempt. But now I don't think any of us are getting out of here alive." He swallowed, eyes frantic. "I can't risk them being discovered. All of this," he said, his voice heavy with defeat. "For nothing." "Not for nothing," Sev said fiercely. "We're both here, both still alive. We'll take them together." "There are soldiers everywhere. If they—" "Exactly," Sev interrupted. "And I'm one of them." Cade reached for an egg, then hesitated. "Sev, "Load up the bag," Sev insisted, "and we'll carry them together. If we're stopped, I'll tell them I'm under orders. Come on, quickly." Cade nodded, looking around for something to pack the eggs into. Sev jogged up the slope, retrieving a satchel from one of the llamas. He emptied what he could and held it open for Cade to load. The eggs were about the size of one of Sev's hands and as heavy as true stones. With 12 of them packed together, the straps cut deep grooves into Cade's skin as he slung it over his shoulder. Arms and legs tingling with adrenaline, Sev straightened and took in their surroundings. The river was the outermost boundary of their camp, enclosing them on its eastern side. If they followed it south, away from the falls, they could find a place where it was narrow enough to cross. Then, once over the water, they could proceed more quickly, deep into the wilderness, praying to TK that no other soldier parties were descending on the camp tonight. Judging by what Sev had gathered from their attack plans, in order to find the rider lair they needed to travel northeast. Hopefully they'd find it, or be spotted by rider scouts, and be able to warn them before the soldiers regrouped. "You, mage slave!" a voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. Cade was walking just to the side of Sev, but his size and the chain on his neck made him stand out. Sev bristled, his patience with that word all but evaporated. Then a warm hand gripped his arm, as if Cade could sense that Sev meant to do something stupid. He flashed a warning look, and with a shaky breath, Sev nodded and turned to face the coming soldiers. "Is there a problem?" he asked, his voice taut with suppressed anger. He angled his body in front of Cade's, hoping to take the brunt of their attention. Luckily, these soldiers were strangers from the newly arrived group and not people who knew him as a meek idiot. "Yeah, there's a problem. You not seen the campsite?" There were two of them, the glow from the cook fires behind casting their faces into shadow. "Course," Sev said, shrugging dismissively. "That's why I'm taking this one upstream for fresh water. Captain's orders." "What's wrong with the water here?" asked the smaller of the two, jerking a thumb at the stream directly behind Sev and Cade. "Yeah, and where's your bucket?" added the other. "Have you seen what those soldiers back there are doing near the water?" Sev asked, going for affability, though his throat was dry. "The captain didn't want to risk it, so we're going farther upstream. And what do you think's in the bag?" he asked, giving Cade a dismissive nod and hating himself for it. "Rocks?" The soldiers chuckled, loosening their stances. "We best be off," Sev said, knowing that the longer they remained speaking to these soldiers, the worse their chances would be of getting away. "Don't want to keep the captain waiting." He turned, not allowing them a chance to argue, and with a nudge to Cade, began to walk back the way they'd come. Once the soldiers had moved on, they'd have to figure out another way to cross the river. "Wait," the taller one called, and Sev turned, his hand clutching against Cade's tunic. "Which captain?" Sev swallowed. "Captain Belden," he said. What else could he say? He didn't know who was in charge of the arriving party. "Captain Belden?" the man repeated, his voice sharp. The short one's hand dropped to his belt. "Captain Belden is indisposed. When did he give you this order?" Sev's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed Cade's muscles tense under his hand. As Sev searched for what to say, a breath of air slipped across his neck, carrying Cade's voice with it. He felt the words before he heard them, the world slowing around him, all his senses hyper-aware. He felt the heavy thump of Cade's satchel hitting the earth, heard the intake of breath and crunch of gravel underfoot as he tore off, and smelled the last dregs of him disappear in the gust of wind he left in his wake. Though Sev seemed to experience it all in some frozen, crystalline moment, the soldiers bolted after Cade at top speed. They forgot Sev entirely, seeing the running bondservant as the only threat and leaving Sev standing alone in the middle of the forest. Cade ran like a Stellan horse, an agile blur as he leapt obstacles and slipped between trees. His pursuers shouted, their voices swallowed in the swish and snap of the undergrowth. Sev became aware of his body, poised to run after Cade, to help him as he ran for his life. But then Cade's words came back to him, rattling around his head like precious, forgotten gems inside an empty jar. "You know what you have to do," he'd said, before dropping the bag and running off. Sev looked down at the satchel at his feet. "You know what you have to do." Cade had sacrificed himself, leading them away from Sev and away from the precious phoenix eggs. Sev had to warn the riders that the soldiers were coming. He had to get the eggs there safely. He squeezed his eyes shut, barely daring to breathe as he listened for a grunt of pain or a shout of triumph that would tell him Cade had been taken down. But the campsite was too loud, and his blood rushed in his ears, louder even than the waterfalls, drowning out all other sounds. Bending down on shaky legs, Sev hoisted the satchel over his shoulder. It was even heavier than he'd expected, and he knew it would be a challenge to carry it across camp, never mind across the mountainside. Then he thought of Trix. She would know what to do, if she was still alive. She would fix everything. He would give her the phoenix eggs, and once the eggs were safe, he could go looking for Cade. Cade was smart, capable. He could outrun the soldiers, fight them like he had Ott and Jotham, or hide until the coast was clear. Sev just had to find Trix, and everything would be all right again. He cut back up the sloping hill, skirting groups of soldiers hunched over and retching, and slipping past the cave of supplies where more soldiers were cutting open sacks and upending barrels. The noise muffled his footsteps, allowing him to pass unnoticed. Up ahead, the captain's tent loomed. If Belden was indisposed, as the other soldier had put it, that meant that Trix's plan had succeeded, that he had eaten some of the poison. With any luck, she would be somewhere nearby, planning her next move. There was plenty of action around the captain's tent, soldiers coming and going, bearing platters of food and casks of wine to check for poison. Sev hastily crouched out of sight in the trees, peering inside through the half-open flap. The attendant who served Belden his meals was on the ground, blood pooling on the woven mats. Food was splattered along the tent walls and across the tabletop, while Belden held a massive axe in both hands. The weapon dwarfed his wiry frame, and the weight of it caused his muscles to strain as he leveled it toward a bondservant, forced onto her knees before him while a soldier held her arms behind her back. Sev's stomach lurched. The bondservant was Trix, and the razor edge of the axe rested just below her throat. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, and an already purpling bruise spread across her cheek. Her eyes reflected the light of the brazier, and even on her knees her face was proud and her chin held high. She would die a warrior's death by axe point, just as her beloved Bellatrix had done. Belden was screaming at her, the words difficult to hear over the commotion all around them. Spit was flying from his mouth, and he kept pausing to clutch his stomach and gag. Sev shifted slightly, trying to get a better view, and Trix's eyes latched onto him. They flitted over him, around him, looking for Cade, Sev guessed, until she saw the bulky satchel over his shoulder, the round, smooth objects straining against the leather. Relief flooded her features. Then she narrowed her eyes before flicking her gaze to the side, an almost imperceptible expression, but Sev understood well enough. "Go!" Sev wavered. There must be a way to help her. He couldn't leave Trix to die. He couldn't walk away from her the way he'd been forced to walk away too many times before, from his parents, from Cade. He cast about the tent for ideas or options, but Trix would have none of it. Her nostrils flared, and she looked to the side once more, her eyes bulging with urgency. Sev clenched his teeth and shook his head. No, this was all wrong. He was supposed to be the one to die, the one who was risking his life. Why did everyone else have to go and leave him all alone? Belden drew nearer, and Trix looked up at him, her lips twisting into a sneer. No, a smile. A terrible, deadly smile, her teeth red with blood. "She lives," Trix announced, and though she faced Belden, her gaze fell upon Sev. She pinned him with her stare, as sharp as a knife. "Avalkira Ashfire lives, and she will burn your beloved empire to the ground." A shiver slipped down Sev's back at Trix's bloody proclamation. The captain lurched forward with a snarl, and in a great, sweeping arc he lifted his axe and brought it down over the back of Trix's neck. It clanked against her chain before lodging deep in her spine, going down with her as she crumpled to the ground. Blood spattered everywhere, and after jerking the weapon violently from her body, he brought it down again. And again. Her corpse twitched with every strike until Belden tossed the axe aside and bent over to vomit onto the ground. Sev tried to do the same. His stomach clenched and his insides heaved, but nothing came up. His throat was so tight that he could barely breathe, and his limbs were numb with shock. Turning away from the harrowing sight of Trix's mangled, lifeless body, Sev staggered backward, tripping over branches and stumbling through the darkness. She lives. Did Trix really mean that, or was she trying to get a rise out of Captain Belden? She'd told Sev how both sisters died in the Blood War. It didn't make any sense. The bag on his shoulder weighed Sev down, physically and mentally, as he forced himself away from it all, away from the blood and the death and the knowledge that Trix would never see another Phoenix again. "You know what you have to do." Sev had to warn the riders. He had to get the eggs to safety. Shouts rang out, loud and nearer than the rest. Had they seen him? Sev didn't look back, didn't hesitate, just ran as fast as he could through the forest. Footsteps, were those his or pursuers, echoed in his ears, along with crackling leaves and snapping twigs. He came upon a small clearing with thick grass and gnarled roots underfoot. At the far end was a cliff that hung over an expanse of black. It was so dark Sev couldn't be certain of the drop or what was at the bottom. More soft grass? The river? Or was it a trench of jagged, life-ending rocks? "You know what you have to do." More shouting, more footsteps. Sev wasn't moving, and the sounds were getting closer. The clang of drawn weapons and the thrum of a released bowstring. Something thudded into Sev's shoulder, and the momentum made the decision for him. Searing pain ripped through his body, pushing the breath from his lungs, and his heart flew into his throat as he tumbled blindly over the edge.
In ancient Pyrrha, there was a position of great prestige in service to the queen. Unlike her flaming warriors who stood blazing and bright by her side, this person worked in the darkness, in the shadows cast by such shining lights. A poison brewer, a whisper catcher, a spy master. This person moved unseen, unnoticed among the Pyrrhian ranks of fighting queens and flying heroes. As such, their deeds are often lost to history, and even their names exist in no surviving record books, except one, Shadowheart. Pyrrhian surnames are either inherited through ancient lineage and powerful magical bloodlines, or they are earned. A Shadowheart could rise up from the lowliest of births and stand proud among the queen's most loyal servants. It is said that when the empire was founded, the position of Shadowheart was no longer utilized. The council demanded transparency, so such clandestine affairs were no longer tolerated. Then again, it is the nature of the Shadowheart to be unknown and unremembered. Perhaps they have been here all along. Queen and Council, From Government Then and Now, by Olbeck, High Priest of Mori, published 137 AE.
I would have given her everything. Everything.
Chapter 33. Veronika. Erskine was by Veronika's side for the remainder of the day, giving her no opportunity to sit with Zephyra and explain their circumstances. Maybe Zephyra was happy here, or maybe she was desperate to leave. Veronika wanted to know. There was so much she'd missed out on, weeks of their lives together lost. Though she was eager to have some alone time with Zephyra, Veronika wasn't thrilled at the idea of burdening her bondmate with the harsh realities of what being in the breeding cages would mean. She'd just have to take it slow and get a sense of how Zephyra was feeling before she caused more pain and fear. Her phoenix needed some time to recover. They both did. Veronika figured her best chance to spend time alone with Zephyra would be after nightfall, when the majority of the stronghold's occupants retired. She whiled away her evening in the kitchens, begging food from Mora and helping where she could. When Tristan entered the dining hall, she watched him as he craned his neck and scanned the tables, only to drop dejectedly into a seat next to the other apprentices. Was he looking for her? The thought made her ache. Later, when the stronghold was quiet, Veronika made her way back to the Eyrie. She was halfway down the steps to the enclosure when a sudden tremor rippled through the bond. Zephyra. Veronika pressed a hand to the wall, steadying herself, and turned inward. She found the place in her mind where Zephyra's connection lived, but the thoughts and sensations funneling through were muddled and incoherent. Veronika had forgotten what it was like to have a bond, to keep a part of yourself open at all times, and perhaps Zephyra had lost that instinct as well. All Veronika could discern was that Zephyra was being fitted with a leash again. What was happening? At the bottom of the stairs, Veronika slowed her pace, willing herself to relax. Maybe Erskine allowed them an evening fly as well as an afternoon one. Maybe this was normal. Still, her heart was a wild thing inside her chest, and not just because of the dozens of stairs she'd just run. Zephyra's confusion was her own, and the sensation reminded Veronika all too much of the moments before Val had poisoned her. Pausing just inside the shadows of the gallery, Veronika peered down into the courtyard below. Erskine was standing next to Commander Cassian, facing the enclosure as if watching a show. They murmured together, but Veronika couldn't hear them or see what they were looking at from her vantage point. Zephyra was calm for now, but it didn't change the feelings of unease she was emitting. Instead of continuing down the stairs and entering the courtyard, Veronika edged along the gallery. At last she saw Zephyra, but she wasn't in the enclosure with the other two females. She was in the matching enclosure next to them. A hand dropped onto her shoulder, and Veronika whirled, her heart jumping into her throat. Tristan stood in the shadows just behind her, a frown on his face. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked softly. His eyes raked her face, taking in the details of her strained expression and the way she kept looking down at the enclosure below. "What are you doing?" He followed her line of sight and spotted Zafira, separated from the other females. His face hardened. "That's why he asked me to come down here," he muttered. The questions bubbled up in her throat, but she didn't speak them. She already knew the answer. Veronika hadn't given the second enclosure much thought earlier today, but it was clearly used for mating. A tremor rippled through Veronika's body. She thought she'd have weeks to figure this out, but it had been less than a day. "No," Veronika whispered, her voice faint. She craned her neck, seeking Zafira, reaching through the bond. "She's too young. She's not—" Veronika was blathering, but Tristan cut her off. "I know," he said grimly. He stared at her and seemed to come to a decision. He turned away and strode down the steps. "Tristan, you're late," the commander said by way of greeting. "Call Rex down and let's get on with this." "Don't you think this is a bit quick?" Tristan asked, coming to stand in front of his father, but making no move to follow his orders and call his bondmate. "The Phoenix was captured yesterday. She's clearly young and frightened," he said, pointing at Zafira, though at that moment she looked nothing so much as politely curious. Biting her lip, Veronika reached out to Zafira. She didn't want to actually scare her, but instead she simply asked, "Zafira, do you trust me?" The answer was swift as breath. Not a word exactly, but a feeling. "Yes." Warmth spread inside Veronika's chest. Soon she wouldn't even need to ask. Soon they would be completely in sync again. Smiling, she asked her bondmate to have a bit of a tantrum. She was happy to oblige, squawking indignantly and flapping her wings so her chain rattled. Tristan seemed puzzled by her abrupt change in attitude, but also pleased, gesturing to the Phoenix as she proved his point. "Her wound has barely even healed. Do you really think this is a conducive environment for breeding?" "Erskine has measured her tail feathers. Their length indicates an age between 3 to 6 months. She is fully mature." Veronika swallowed, her throat thick. Zafira was large for her age. She always had been, even in her first life. She might have lived for over 3 months cumulatively, but this life, this body was closer to 2 months. "Female phoenixes are extremely defensive creatures, Tristan," the commander continued. "The sooner we engage in breeding exercises, the better the chances she will not yet claim this place as her own. Zolanthe and Zatara have both exhibited territorial behaviors in their mating attempts. This is our chance to counteract that." Tristan's expression was hard. He set his feet and crossed his arms, bracing himself. "I won't do it. It's not right. It's not the best way. I can't stop you from doing it, but I can stop Rex and myself from being a part of it." "Excuse me," the commander said, taking a step closer to his son. Erskine looked between them, eyes wide. "Are you refusing a direct order?" Veronika could see Tristan's throat work, even from a distance, but he didn't lower his head or avert his glance. "Yes, I am." "This could cost you your patrol, Tristan," the commander said, lowering his voice to a deathly whisper. "I want you to think carefully right now." "I am, and I have," Tristan said, speaking at full volume. "You told me the best leaders do so by example.
I don't believe in this, so I can't in good conscience participate in it. If it loses me the patrol leader position, so be it." The two stood nose to nose, staring at each other. Veronika noticed for the first time that Tristan was actually a hair taller than his father. Maybe he had always been, but something about challenging the man was making Tristan stand straighter. Pride in him radiated from her lungs, filling her up with each breath she took. Commander Cassian's lips were pursed, but rather than explode in anger, he merely shrugged. "So be it. If you don't want to do what needs to be done, then I'll find someone who will. Run and notify Elliot that he and his bondmate will be required at the breeding enclosure immediately." Renewed terror spiked in Veronika's veins, and Zafira screeched in response. Tristan looked her way, face frustrated and apologetic, but the instant their gazes locked, something happened. Veronika's mental walls felt weakened by her sudden, visceral fear, and now her magic spilled blindly outward, and it found Tristan. Veronika tried to pull back, but their connection was fast and strong. It wasn't like when she'd glimpsed his mind before, accessing him through the animals he was connected to, or in small, momentary flashes. She was linked directly to Tristan. It had happened almost effortlessly, as if there was a place in her wall that led directly to him. Before, when she'd heard him at the obstacle course as he communicated with the animals, it had been like listening through a keyhole. Now she stood before an open window. Of course, just like a real window, the opening she'd made wasn't simply a way to see out, but a way to see in, too, a vulnerability that she had unknowingly cultivated, a weakness built from familiarity. Just as it did when she opened herself to the same animal over and over, it seemed all the time she'd skirted around Tristan's mind made connecting with him now much easier than it should be. This was something she needed to examine more closely, but as Tristan's thoughts came through the window in a deluge, it was all Veronika could do to keep herself standing. The high-stress situation was causing a rush of worries and fears to flood the surface of his mind. There was a shadow where the commander stood, watching, judging. Everything was a test in his father's eyes, and this was no exception. But she sensed that part of his anxiety had to do with her. He didn't know Zafira was her bondmate, but he'd known how much she hated the breeding cages. If it was challenging to understand a phoenix's mind, trying to untangle a person's felt near impossible. Tristan's thoughts were like guttering candles, bursting to life only to flicker out a second later, one after another, impossible to string together or follow along. Veronika tried to disengage herself, to separate his feelings from hers, to regain her balance. It was like being underwater, drowning in him. Then there was a spark, a ripple of sunshine in the corner of his mind, not a guttering candle, but a blazing torch. It was her. Veronika focused on that light, extending herself toward it, only she reached too far. She lost the tether to her own mind, the solid ground upon which she always stood. She felt weightless, disembodied, and another wave of dizziness washed over her. She was wrenched from her place of safety. Veronika's vision doubled, then split, and she was looking at the scene before her through Tristan's eyes. There she was, a small figure in the darkness of the gallery, crouched near a pillar. The sight of herself sent a jarring spasm of alarm through her. Somehow, rather than just sensing Tristan's mind, she'd slipped into it. Mirroring, it was called. It was something riders did with their phoenixes, and it allowed them to make use of their mount's incredible vision and to essentially be two places at once if they happened to be apart.
It was the skill Tristan and the other apprentices were practicing during the obstacle course, and apparently a gift that took many years for fully qualified riders to master perfectly. And Veronika was mirroring with a person. With Tristan. Could he feel her there? Could he hear her thoughts at this very moment? She reeled, blackness closing in. Tristan's mind swirled around her in a whirlpool, swift and rushing and fathoms deep. Distantly, she heard a shrill squawk. It came from Zephyra. But before Veronika could reach for her bondmate, the current pulled her under.
But I never had the chance. I made my decision, I chose my path, and there was no going back.
Chapter 34. Veronika. Veronika awoke with a start. She'd been dreaming of fire and ash, and she couldn't figure out what had jolted her awake. Then it came again, a horn blast, shortly followed by another. She scrunched up her face, trying to understand what it meant, when the events in the Eyrie came rushing back to her, and she lurched into a sitting position. Veronika wasn't in the servant barracks, but rather was laid out on a pallet in a darkened chamber. She looked around the scant, empty room, seeing a basin of water, a satchel against the far wall, and her sister watching her from the shadows. Veronika's heartbeat hitched, picking up a painful, jagged rhythm. How long had Val been standing there? "You're awake," she said, coming to kneel next to the pallet. Seeing Veronika's suspicious look, Val rolled her eyes. "Oh, relax, Nicki. I haven't stolen you away. You collapsed." Veronika flashed back to the last thing she could remember, the sensation of losing herself in shadow magic as she fell deeper and deeper into her connection with Tristan. She shuddered. Val's gaze roved her face, and inside, her magic nudged against Veronika's mental barriers. Veronika had the feeling Val knew, or at least suspected, how she'd managed to lose consciousness, but she made no comment. "What happened? How did I get here?" "They wanted the healer to have a look at you," Val began, and Veronika's stomach clenched at the thought of them poking and prodding her unconscious body and discovering her secret. "But," Val continued, smirking at Veronika's look of horror, "I told them there was no need. I said you sometimes collapse when you're overtired. I offered my room so you could have some peace and quiet. Don't fret. They haven't figured you out yet, and they suspect nothing of your magic or your bond. You're welcome." Veronika scowled. She'd rather swallow soap tree leaves than give Val such an undeserved thank you. "You were following me," she said instead, her tone accusatory. How else could Val have gotten in the middle of things if she hadn't been lurking somewhere nearby? Val's expression flickered slightly, the tiniest chink in her self-assured armor. "I went looking for you," she corrected, "and figured you'd be with your bondmate. I arrived just in time to see you hit the ground." Veronika felt like there was more to the story than that. Had Val been in the Eyrie for other reasons? "Your phoenix was so worked up they decided to abandon the exercise after you were carried away. Your mistake has earned you a victory, if only a temporary one." Veronika's mouth twisted. Her mistake. Without another word, she reached across the floor for her boots. Val watched her every movement. "Do you have any idea what you did down there?" she blurted, and Veronika was shocked to hear her voice shake slightly. "No, I don't. How could I, Val?" Veronika demanded, getting to her feet. "You never taught me anything about shadow magic, did you? Nothing worth knowing, anyway. You wanted me to be unskilled and untrained so you could use it against me however you liked." "I was saving you from yourself," Val snarled, standing as well. "Your control has always been wild and erratic. You think I didn't see you in the courtyard the night your bondmate returned, commanding dozens of people by accident?" Veronica's stomach dropped. Though she'd noticed Val's attention at the time, she'd secretly hoped her sister didn't fully understand what she'd done. But of course she had. Veronika had completely lost control of herself and her magic, and somehow she'd managed to force her will on a whole crowd of unsuspecting people. "So yes, Veronika, I've withheld information from you. To protect you. I was trying to stop you from doing something even more reckless, something like what you did last night," she said, gesturing vaguely in the direction Veronika assumed was the Eyrie. "And what exactly was that, Val?" Veronika asked. Her feelings of guilt ebbed away in the face of Val's arrogance and superiority. Veronika failed to see how what had happened with Tristan, one person, was any worse than what had happened in the courtyard. "What is it you think I've done?" Val hesitated, and before she even opened her mouth, Veronika knew she wasn't getting the whole truth. "You almost gave yourself away. You were neck-deep inside that apprentice's mind, and if your own body hadn't dragged you out, you might have drowned in him." The thought sent a shiver down Veronika's back. Could a shadow mage actually delve so deep into another's mind that they lost track of their own? She considered her sister's words. Whenever Val disliked someone, she refused to use their proper name. Zephyra became your phoenix or your bondmate, and Tristan became that apprentice. Even their grandmother was often treated with scorn and called old woman. Veronika had always assumed Val's hostility toward the people in Veronika's life came from a false sense of superiority. But what if it was something else? What if it was fear? Not of danger or darkness or any of the usual things that scared people, but fear of being replaced. Their Mayora might be gone, but Zephyra and Tristan were both occupying important places in Veronika's life, places that, for 16 years, had belonged to Val. But now Val had to share that space, and sharing had never been one of her strengths. Exhaustion seeped into Veronika's bones. She didn't know how to go on from here. There was so much she still needed from her sister, things that only family could give. But Val refused to fill that role. Voices and the clank and jangle of weapons filtered in from the courtyard, and Veronika remembered the horn calls that had awoken her. "I have to go," she said. She hesitated. Why, she wasn't sure, but Val made no move to stop her. Outside, mist clung to the ground in the early dawn light, distorting shapes and muffling sound as she made her way through the stronghold. The commander's booming voice soon distinguished itself, and Veronika followed it to find him atop the ramparts. He was conversing with one of the guards, and Barrack and his phoenix were perched on the wall next to them. As Veronika approached the commotion, Tristan fell into step beside her. "You're up," he said, his face lit with relief. Veronika wondered if he'd had a hand in getting her to bed again, and quickly banished the embarrassing thought. "Yeah," Veronika said, avoiding the still concerned furrow of his brow. "I'm fine. Sorry about all that. It's been a crazy couple of days, and I guess I was just tired." "I know what you mean," he said. "I was so nervous standing up to the commander, I was feeling a bit lightheaded myself." Veronika's stomach twisted. So he had felt her in his mind, even if he didn't understand what he'd experienced. It was some measure of relief to know he hadn't glimpsed her thoughts the way she'd seen his, but she still felt immensely guilty. Based on Val's reaction, Veronika suspected at least some of her concern over what Veronika had done was genuine, that what had happened wasn't common or particularly safe. She had to be more careful. The commander descended the nearby stairs, joining the handful of riders who were congregating in the courtyard, hastily strapping on armor and weapons. Apprentices were there too, helping with buckles or carrying quivers of arrows. Elliot kept fumbling with Fallon's wrist guard, his face pale and drawn, while Latham handed out waterskins with trembling hands. "What's happening?" Veronica asked. "Apparently there was smoke coming from one of the riverside villages," Tristan answered, following his father as he made his way through the crowd. Barrack was on patrol and saw it, so he raised the alarm, 3 blasts of the horn. "What does it mean? Did some buildings catch fire?" "No, this isn't regular wood smoke. They lit a pyre of long grasses and leaves used to create black smoke, a signal. It means they're calling for help." "From the riders?" Veronica asked, perplexed. She thought their existence was supposed to be a carefully guarded secret. "No, the signals are meant to notify nearby villages of raiders. When attacks happen on the lower rim, we usually can't respond. Not only would we probably not get there in time, but they're too close to the Empire. We can't risk being seen. But this signal is coming from one of the closer villages. Are the riders going to respond this time?" Veronica asked. Tristan didn't answer. Instead, they both leaned in to hear what the commander was saying. "Should be able to assess the situation without exposing your patrol. Keep a safe distance and do not engage unless absolutely necessary." "It's probably just a regular raiding party," Fallon replied, while his fellow riders nodded. "No doubt it'll be over by the time we arrive. We'll approach on foot and help with the cleanup if we can." "There's never been a raid this far up the mountain," Tristan said, speaking from the back of the group. The riders turned to face him. "Didn't you say it looked like it was coming from Rushley? There hasn't been a raid higher than Runnet since we've been here." The commander's eyes flashed in his son's direction before returning to their usual calm. Veronica wondered if he was still angry about Tristan's defiance the previous night. "There's a first time for everything," he said dismissively. "Ride out at once and send a pigeon as soon as you can." The patrol hurried to the Eyrie to mount their phoenixes and depart. The commander's attention shifted to Tristan, and Veronica backed away slightly. He definitely still looked angry. "I don't want to cause a panic," the commander said under his breath, so quietly that Veronica had to strain to hear it, but strain she did. "So keep your observations to yourself, apprentice."
The throne was mine, and I would seize it with both hands.
Chapter 35. Tristan. "So keep your observations to yourself, apprentice." Tristan should have known his father wouldn't invite his opinions, especially after their conversation in front of the breeding enclosure. Commander Cassian did not like to be questioned or debated, least of all in front of others. It had only been Erskine and Nick last night, but that had been enough. Tristan was ashamed to admit that Nick's collapse had been very well timed. Dealing with his friend had provided the perfect escape from his father's wrath. Until now. Tristan feared his small act of defiance would keep him on the sidelines forever, but he couldn't bring himself to regret what he'd done. It had been exhilarating to stand up to him, and letting the idea of the promotion go was surprisingly freeing. Without that dangling over him, Tristan could do and say what he wanted, and his father could do nothing to stop him. Except exclude him, of course. Tristan sighed. Luckily, all the commotion meant that any talk of the breeding cages was forgotten for the time being. The fog remained for most of the morning, clinging to the Eyrie and the stronghold like an ominous cloud. Rather than the 5 or so guards who usually manned the walls, there were close to 20 prowling the ramparts, and even more stationed in the village and at the way station down the mountain. All lessons for the apprentices were cancelled, as half of the riders, some of them instructors, were gone, and it was too dangerous to have the phoenixes flying when there was an unknown threat nearby. The entire Azurex Airy complex was on lockdown, which meant that any local villagers who still remained after the solstice festival weren't allowed to leave for safety reasons. Rushlia was more than halfway up the mountain, uncomfortably close for a raider party to attack. Tristan fumed at the idea that they could have prevented this, that if they'd had more patrols, they could have stopped such an assault from happening. He understood his father's concerns, that they'd stretched themselves too thin, but the longer they left Pyrrha unguarded, the greater the chances that the Empire would gain a foothold here. Since Tristan had none of his own lessons or duties to attend to, he'd joined Nick down in the enclosure with the female phoenixes. The birds were riled up and restless, snapping when Nick slid the food through the slot, and even more agitated as the day went on and they weren't allowed out for their exercise. Nick seemed less upset to be down there than he had the previous night, Tristan watching with a smile as the new phoenix interacted with one of the other females. Tristan was pretty sure his father had named her Zolantha, and actually laughing when the two playfully nipped and trilled at each other. Tristan's heart lightened at the sound. He had done the right thing standing up to his father against the breeding cages, no matter what it cost him personally. Tristan did his best to assist Nick with his duties, since Erskine was busy tending the apprentice mounts, but he sensed he was more of a hindrance than a help. Every sound from the stronghold above, the bells tolling the hour or the shout and clang of servants going about their usual work, caused Tristan to jerk upright or strain his hearing, often knocking over barrels of feed or stumbling into Nick in the process. Lunch came and went, and still there was no message or word from Fallon's riders. Patrols rarely took this long, and if they did, a pigeon was usually sent with an update. The commander remained poised atop the battlements, and the atmosphere in the stronghold was tense. By mid-afternoon, Tristan couldn't sit still and had taken to pacing in front of the enclosure. His father had told him off for doing the same thing out on the walls, where everyone could see, so he'd returned to the bottom of the Airy. Nick seemed stressed too, or maybe Tristan's mutterings and shuffling feet were putting him in an agitated mood. He had accidentally stepped on Nick's toes more than once, and he expected he was one stomping away from being told off, when a horn blast echoed off the stone walls rising all around them. Tristan froze, and didn't move again until the second and third blasts sounded. He stared up at the sky, brows knit together. "Does that mean... Did they light another signal?" Nick asked, looking between Tristan and the upper levels of the Airy. "Is there another attack?" Tristan shook his head slowly, uncertainly. "Yes," he was about to say, though he didn't want it to be true. What other reason would they blow the horn 3 times? "I have to go," he said, and ran up the stairs. Nick's footsteps sounded in the stairwell just behind him, and together they emerged into the courtyard. Tristan's heart sank. He could actually see the thick column of smoke that was rising in the distance, visible over the soaring cliffs to the east. This wasn't the original signal, and it was clearly from a different village altogether. 2 raiding parties? Tristan found his father and waited impatiently as he spoke to some guards. The instant they were dismissed, Tristan spoke. "That looks like it's coming from Petratech," he said. "Someone has to go." The commander must have recognized the look on his son's face, because he answered the unasked question with a forceful jerk of the head. "Absolutely not. You're not ready," he said, and Tristan deflated. "I will go." Tristan forgot his disappointment at once. His father was about to go to battle. Tristan had been barely a year old the last time his father had been in combat, and the reality of the situation hit him in a way it hadn't yet. For the commander to get personally involved, things must be truly dire. His father hailed Barrack and gave him instructions. With a nod, his second-in-command hurried back to the Airy with the other riders from their patrol in tow. The swell of energy within the complex changed, anticipation crackling in the air. The commander was about to fly out to meet raiders, preparing for the first aerial battle since the Blood War. The Phoenix Riders were truly back. His father turned to him. "Tristan, you will be in charge in my stead," he said. The breath caught in Tristan's throat. "Me?" he asked faintly. The world seemed to shrink around them until it was just Tristan and his father. A tingling, weightless sensation swept through his body. "But you just said I wasn't ready, and after last night—" The corner of the commander's lips quirked ever so slightly. "I asked you to show me your leadership skills, and you did. I respect your conviction and your willingness to sacrifice your own ambition for what you believe is right. Just because I don't want you flying blind into a dangerous situation for your very first patrol does not mean I don't think you a worthy leader and a valuable asset to the Phoenix Riders." Tristan swallowed thickly, and to his intense embarrassment, the back of his eyes pricked with coming tears. His father's amusement shifted, and his expression turned soft. "You'll do well, son," he said at last. "Thank you, Father," Tristan said, his voice as steady as he could make it. He raised his chin and straightened his spine. His father nodded in approval. "You will work closely with Captain Flynn and send a pigeon immediately if anything should change here. If all else fails, light the beacon." He clapped a hand on his son's shoulder, gripping it tightly for a moment, before following his patrol to the eyrie. Tristan watched in stunned silence as, several long minutes later, the riders flew from beyond the archway, leaving a blazing trail across the cloudy sky. "Tristan?" said a voice near his elbow, and Tristan turned to find Nick standing there. "Are you okay?" "Yes," he said at once, arranging his face in his best approximation of calm self-assuredness. "Of course." Nick lifted a brow at him, and Tristan knew his efforts at bravado were wasted. He glanced around, looking for something matter-of-fact to do or say, but he was distinctly overwhelmed. Guards were rushing back and forth across the courtyard, their weapons clinking together and their boots thudding on stone as they called out reports and took up new positions. Servants continued about their work, though they watched the commotion with wary stares. Tristan faltered. What did someone do when they were in charge? The question was soon answered for him when a guard summoned Tristan to the top of the wall. Happy to have something to do, he mounted the steps near the front gate, and Nick followed. The guard pointed to the edge of the field at the top of the steps to the way station. A ragged figure was visible, helped by a guard across the grassy plain toward the village gates. As they watched, 3 more guards poured from the village to meet them. They surrounded the newcomer just as he fell to his knees, a bulky satchel weighing him down. Tristan frowned. He looked like a raider. As the raider and his guard escort made their way through the village, Tristan barreled down the staircase, where more guards and servants milled around the entrance to the stronghold. He forced his way through, Nick close to his back. The boy was being helped through the double doors. His clothes were ripped and sweat-soaked, his skin bruised and smeared with dirt. His eyes were hooded, not exactly closed, but unaware of his surroundings. His skin was ashen around the shadows of his eyes, and his breath rattled unevenly, probably thanks to the arrow protruding from his shoulder. He was unarmed, and yet his leather-padded tunic, tall boots, and weapons belt marked him for what he was, a fighter. Given that he wore no uniform or crest indicating an employer, Tristan could only assume he was a raider. A small crowd gathered to have a look, and Nick stood among them, staring down at the raider with surprising intensity. Tristan turned to the nearest guard, the one who had helped the boy from the top of the way station stairs. "Why did we just take the enemy into our protection?" he asked. The guard wiped his sweaty brow and straightened. "Says he has information about the attacks." He waved at the arrow wound. "I don't think he parted with his comrades on good terms." Tristan had to agree. The raider was in rough shape. His tunic was so bloodied it appeared dark brown in color, when the hemline told Tristan it had once been closer to white. A satchel hung loosely off his good arm, and red lacerations from the strap crisscrossed the exposed skin of his neck. Whatever burden he bore, it was heavy. Still, Tristan didn't want to take any chances, and he waved for several guards to keep their spears trained on the raider as Tristan knelt before him. A healer approached, and Tristan nodded, allowing her to press a skin of water to the boy's lips. Drinking seemed to bring him somewhat back to life, even though it was clear that every swallow caused him pain. As he drank, the healer examined his wound. "What's your name?" Tristan asked, drawing the boy's attention. His eyes fluttered for a moment, blinking as he tried to focus. Tristan scanned the crowd, then spotted Ian, a wizened old guard. At a word from Tristan, the man produced a small flask. As soon as Tristan unscrewed the lid, the pungent stink of liquor singed his nostrils. It was Petrovin, or rock wine, a distilled Pierian liquor aged with a blend of local herbs and flowers, and made only in Petrotech, the small village's claim to fame. "Try this," he said to the boy, despite the healer's objection. The smell alone made him sit straighter, and he choked a mouthful down. He muttered darkly, but when he handed the flask back, his eyes were clearer. He nodded his thanks to Tristan. "Your name?" Tristan prodded. "Sev," the boy said, his voice rough and thin. "I've come to warn you," he said, gasping as he fought to say the words. "There are soldiers coming up the mountain, and—" He stopped abruptly, clutching at his shoulder while the healer peeled aside the stiff, blood-soaked fabric that stuck to his skin. "We know about the raiders," Tristan said, drawing Sev's attention back to their conversation. "They've struck 2 villages, and our best riders have flown out to meet them." "No," Sev said, eyes widened in alarm. "They're not raiders. They're soldiers, sent by the Empire." Silence met his words. Tristan was oddly frozen, unable to react. Soldiers sent by the Empire? "They're coming here," Sev continued through a grimace. "Those others, they must be traps, tricks or decoys." Before Tristan could think of what to do or say, Elliot burst to the front of the group. "Was there a girl with them?" he demanded, speaking directly to Sev. He flung himself to the ground and gripped the front of Sev's shirt, eyes frantic. When Sev gaped at him, clearly stunned, Elliot's face contorted with rage, and it looked like he might start shaking him. Tristan had never seen Elliot lose his temper. He was always cool, distant, detached even. There was usually a stoic rigidity to him, but not anymore. His shock subsiding, Tristan lurched to his feet and grabbed Elliot's arm, drawing him back. "What are you doing?" he demanded, but Elliot fought against his grip. "Did they have a girl, a hostage?" Elliot continued, still speaking to Sev. "Her name is Riella. She's only 13. "A hostage?" Tristan repeated sharply, jerking Elliot around to face him. "Your sister was taken hostage? When?" Elliot blinked, focusing on Tristan for the first time. His eyes bulged, as if he'd only just realized what he'd done. He took a long, shuddering breath. "It happened right after your father recruited me." Elliot seemed to deflate. His shoulders slumped and his head drooped. "The man was a captain in the military, and said he was working on behalf of one of the Empire's governors, but he never said which one. They were watching my family because of my father's work with the Office for Border Control. Suspected him of animage sympathies and of helping people cross into Pira undocumented. When they saw Barrick, a known rider, make contact with my father, they told me I had to go with him. I was actually happy at first," he said, his voice hollow. "I didn't understand what they really wanted until the commander denied my sister. They were going to take our father, but then they took her instead. They said if I didn't do what they wanted, or if my father or I told anyone, they'd kill her." "Why did they take her, Elliot?" Tristan asked, forcing his voice to be smooth and steady, despite the jagged edge beneath it. Hostages were taken as a guarantee. What was it that Elliot had promised to deliver? Elliot looked up, tears rimming his eyes. They wanted me to tell them about the operation here. Where it was, how many riders, procedures and protocols. So you were their spy, Tristan said, his voice cold now, but he could help it no longer. Elliot's interest in being steward, all the errands and letters supposedly on Barrick's behalf, all of it had been a lie, a cover, so he could move about the stronghold unquestioned. They said they would kill her, Elliot repeated, tone pleading. You should have told us. My father has connections in the Empire. We could have gotten... If your father reached out to anyone, they'd know I told. Tristan, please. I tried to back out. The last time Barrick and I went to Vale, I met with him, the captain who had my sister. I told him I needed proof that she was okay before I gave them any more information. But they didn't bring her, he said desperately. Just gave me some letter. Could have been written by anyone. Tristan released Elliot roughly, his voice shaking with frustration. You never should have done that alone. We could have helped you. We could have given them false leads, invited your sister here, come up with some excuse to extricate her. Anything would have been better than this. What did you think would happen here, Elliot? What did you think they were going to do with the intelligence you fed them? The tears fell down Elliot's cheeks now, and they made Tristan's throat tight. He couldn't afford to get so emotional, but it was hard to look at the face of the person who had doomed them. I didn't see her, Sev piped in hoarsely from his place on the ground. There was no girl with us. No hostage. Maybe they were lying. Elliot squeezed his eyes shut, his face crumpling. Tristan raked a hand through his hair. With a nod, he ordered 2 guards to escort Elliot away for further questioning. Low murmurs broke out as he left, and the other apprentices exchanged stricken looks. Nick stared at Elliot's retreating back, his expression bleak. Tristan ignored everyone's reactions and drew a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. He tried to channel his father, his sense of unflappable confidence and infinite capability. Instead, he felt like a child marching around in his father's oversized riding boots. He turned back to Sev. How many? He asked. They needed to devise a defense strategy, but to do that, Tristan needed more information. Sev swallowed, blinking slowly. The brief burst of energy the rock wine had given him was already fading away. Near 400, I think. We had 200 in my regiment, and we met with a second group last night. But those village attacks, they must have come from another group of soldiers, traveling somewhere else on the mountain. There's no way our party could have gotten there in time, so there could be more. Tristan closed his eyes, nodding, as if merely confirming the number of guests at a dinner party. At least 400 armed soldiers coming here, when all their best fighters were gone? He opened his eyes again. How do we know you aren't a part of the diversion? He asked, considering the boy before him. Elliot's betrayal had shaken him, and he did not want any more nasty surprises. You're a soldier, aren't you? And you betrayed them. Why should we trust you? Sev stared dully at him, but made no answer. Tristan tried to think of what his father would do. Get Mora, he said, twisting to address a guard behind him. Already here, came Mora's gruff voice as she moved her way to the front of the crowd. The guards made room for her, and she paused before Sev, propping both hands on her crutch as she considered him. Tristan's father trusted Mora implicitly. He said she had an uncanny ability to tell truth from lies, a knack for sniffing out information. Tristan had heard Barrick and the others whisper the term shadow mage, but of course his father didn't hold with superstitions. There was no proof or written record that shadow mages were real, but Tristan knew the stories. If even half of them were true, he had no doubt that Mora was one of them. It made a chill run down his spine. Tristan was honest by nature, possibly to a fault, given the trouble it had gotten him in with his father, but Mora still made him a bit uneasy. It was the secretiveness of her magic that bothered him, not the magic itself. Shadow magic could be used to sniff out lies, but it did so in a deceitful way, snooping and sneaking around. If people were just truthful, there would be no need for such magic, or for people to keep the fact that they had that magic a secret. Or maybe Tristan was fooling himself. His fear of fire was something he hid from others, and maybe the threat of exposure was what made him dislike the idea of shadow magic. Still, he couldn't deny that it came in handy.
"Who have we here?"
Mora murmured, expression thoughtful.
"Friend or foe?"
"Friend," Sev said. His face was clammy with sweat, but he sat up straighter as he continued. "And I was sent by another friend, Ilithia Shadowheart."
Veronyka was not fit to rule, and the council manipulated her every move. I had to step in.
Chapter 36. Veronika. Veronika took an unconscious step forward. She'd been in a daze since she recognized the soldier they'd dragged in, filthy and bloody, but unmistakable. The boy who had saved her life outside her cottage, and in turn whose life she had saved from Val's wrath. By convincing her sister to stay her hand, Veronika had allowed this boy to deliver his message and warn them of the impending attack. Her head spun. His arrival had been shocking enough, not to mention his dire message and Elliot's betrayal, but nothing thus far had surprised her more than his last 2 words. Veronika thought her heart might have actually stopped. Ilithia Shadowheart. It was her Mayora's name. Well, the first half, anyway. When Veronika was a child, Ilithia was too difficult to say, so she had simply used grandmother or Mayora. Veronika had never heard her called Shadowheart before, but something about it made a prickling awareness shoot through her. And she wasn't the only one to react so strongly. "How do you know that name?" Mora demanded. Veronika stared between the 2 of them, breathless in anticipation. "She was a bondservant with the soldiers' party, working against them from the start. She tried to poison them all to stop the attack, but—" He halted, panting, and Veronika saw more than physical pain on his face. Nothing he had said confirmed this was the same Ilithia she'd been raised by, but nothing had contradicted it either. "I came instead to warn you and to deliver these." He twitched his good arm and the bag slid from his shoulder. He opened the flap, revealing that it was packed full of smooth, gray stones. Veronika inhaled sharply at the familiar sight. "Couldn't be." "Miseria's mercy," Mora muttered under her breath, leaning closer. She turned to Tristan. "Are those—" Tristan reached for the bag, hastily examining the contents before closing it again. He didn't say a word, but his entire body crackled with suppressed energy. The crowd pushed in, but most hadn't seen what was in Sev's satchel, and it was plain that Tristan meant to keep it that way. Now was not the time to lose focus. If what the boy said was true, they had a small army coming for them. Still, a bag full of phoenix eggs, a dozen by Veronika's count, was hard to ignore in a place like this. Her arms tingled with something as bright and glittering as the sun on the river Oris. It felt like possibility. It felt like hope for the future, if they could survive the night. Mora turned back to Sev. "Why would Ilithia choose you, and not a fellow animage?" "I am an animage." "An animage soldier?" she repeated skeptically, and Veronika knew she was probing in his mind, using her shadow magic to discern if his words were true or false. She soon nodded, expression apologetic. "Where is she now?" Mora pressed. "Ilithia." Sev opened his mouth to speak before swallowing thickly and shaking his head. Mora swayed slightly, eyes glazed over, as if she was seeing something the others could not. Something from the soldier's mind. "Is she dead?" Veronika whispered, looking between them. She itched to use her own shadow magic, but knew she couldn't risk it. Sev nodded, and all the air left Veronika's lungs. If it was truly her Mayora Ilithia, and she'd been alive all this time. Veronika thought back to the day Val had told her their grandmother was dead. Veronika had figured Val had seen it, heard it, knew it in the way she knew all manner of things Veronika did not, and like a fool she had taken her sister's word as truth. Veronika should have known better, even then, and was frustrated with herself as much as with Val. She scanned the surrounding faces for her sister, wanting to speak with her that instant, but she was nowhere to be found. Mora straightened, blinking as she came back to herself. "Everything he says is the truth." A ripple of reaction spread through the crowd, as those at the front whispered what she'd said to those behind, while still more questions and concerns bounced back again. "But how could a number so great move this far up Piermont unseen?" one of the guards asked, looking around the group. "A smoke signal should have been lit weeks ago, when they first started their climb." "They'd know better than to travel the main routes," said a villager, while others nodded or murmured their agreement. "Elliot's information likely helped them avoid our scouts," added Ronan, his voice somber. "They also traveled separately," Mora said, echoing what Sev had said earlier. "That helped them draw less notice and place them in strategic positions across the mountain. The closest regiment made camp in the Vesperian caves. They're no more than half a day's walk from the Field of Feathers, which means they could be here before nightfall." "Apprentice Tristan," interrupted one of the guards, pushing through to the front of the group, Captain Flynn next to her. "Yes," Tristan said, clearly sensing her urgency. "There's a party of armed soldiers making its way up the pilgrimage road," she said, slightly breathless. She spoke only to Tristan, but the onlookers leaned in to hear. "They will reach the way station within the hour." A bucket of icy water cascaded into Veronika's stomach. 1 hour? "And it's barely 7 bells," muttered Mora. "What are their numbers?" Tristan asked. "Near 300, the lookout answered, face grim. But there could be more under cover of the trees. Sev had told them to expect 400, so the soldiers must have divided their forces again, possibly planning separate or staggered attacks. The courtyard had gone quiet, the guards, servants, and villagers who stood nearby awaiting Tristan's command. He lifted his chin and drew himself up to his full height. He looked just like his father in that moment and seemed to expand to fill the space around him. "I want all villagers inside the stronghold immediately," he told the lookout, who nodded and ran off. "Captain," he continued, turning to the man the commander had put in charge alongside him, "I suggest you send your men to aid in the evacuation, as many as can be spared. As for the village gate—" "I'll see to it personally," the captain said. "We'll barricade the doors, and I'll choose a contingent of my best fighters to stay behind and defend it. The rest I'll send up to the stronghold." Tristan nodded. "Use a runner to keep me informed and ask Janna to ready the pigeons. We've got messages to send." "In the meantime," he continued, raising his voice over the noise of his orders being carried out, "I want every willing, able-bodied servant and villager lined up in this courtyard in 15 minutes. We'll hold the fort until the commander and the riders return." The group around them began to disperse. Captain Flynn sent guards running this way and that, while servants hurried to prepare provisions. Mora left to question Elliot, hoping to glean more details about the coming attack. Amid the tumult, Tristan crouched down in front of Sev. "Thank you," he said, gesturing for the healer to relocate him to a safe place. "We are forever in your debt. These," he said, gesturing to the eggs, "keep them with you for now." As Veronika moved to get out of the way, Sev's gaze latched onto her. His eyes flickered with some distant recognition, but they were hazy with pain. Before Veronika could react, he was lifted from the ground and carried out of sight. She rubbed her aching temples. If Sev recognized her, if he asked after that girl he'd once met, it was a complication she did not need right now. When she looked up, Tristan was already walking away, making straight for the temple. She frowned. "Where are you going?" she called. "To light the beacon." As the courtyard buzzed around her, a surge of adrenaline coursed through Veronica's veins. So much was happening, so much was at stake. Soldiers and traitors and phoenix eggs. But with an army on their doorstep, one thing was for certain. Tristan had called for volunteers to protect the stronghold, and Veronika intended to fight. The courtyard was chaos as the battle preparations began. Villagers being ushered into the empty barracks, clutching their children and whatever worldly possessions they could carry to their chests, while guards rolled barrels of grain across the cobblestones and servants hoisted sloshing buckets of water to the kitchens. A small girl bumped into Veronika, a girl with wild hair, a bird on her shoulder, and a homemade spear clutched in both hands. "Sparrow?" Veronika said incredulously, but already the girl was lost in the crowd. When had she come to the Eyrie? Had she arrived with Val and the minstrels, or had she been here even longer, skulking around the village and gathering all the gossip she could get her hands on? Before Veronika could locate her again, a loud crackling sound, followed by a searing hiss, filled the air. She thought one of the phoenixes had ignited at first, but when she searched the sky, a flare of light drew her eye to the golden statue atop the temple. Apparently it doubled as a beacon, but rather than black smoke like the village signal fires, whatever special leaves or grasses the riders burned changed the smoke into vivid scarlet, tendrils of it crawling over the statue's surface like a phoenix in a fire dive. As Tristan made his way down the ladder, people moved swiftly in and out of the building below, carrying bedding and crates of supplies. The sacred space was being transformed into a kind of infirmary, and Veronika wondered if Sev was in there now, and how many more would join him before the night was out. Meanwhile, the courtyard was filling with volunteers, cooks, villagers, servants, and stable hands, and Veronika lined up next to them. She wiped her sweaty palms against her thighs, her heart hammering, and tried her best not to think about the reality of what was happening, of what volunteering to fight would mean. It felt like crossing some imaginary line, as if by participating she was deciding to stay here once and for all. Whether or not that was true, she couldn't just stand aside while Tristan and the others risked their lives, and she didn't want to see the Empire strike another blow to the Phoenix Riders. As Tristan crossed the cobblestones, Veronika caught sight of Val standing in the shadows of the temple. She watched the volunteers with idle curiosity, but she made no move to join them. Veronika fought against a pang of disappointment. Since when did Val shrink back from a fight? But then again, her sister didn't think this fight was theirs to begin with. Tristan's face was grim as he surveyed the group. A few stragglers joined the ranks, and he began his progression along the line of volunteers. Next to him, a guard pushed a wheelbarrow of weapons, helping the new fighters choose a sling or crossbow or whatever best suited their abilities and size. Veronika couldn't hear more than a low murmur, but one by one volunteers were given weapons and assigned positions. There were some children from the village that Tristan gave safer duties, like running messages or carrying water skins, and Veronika thought she spotted Sparrow among them. At last, Tristan turned to Veronika. "I'm ready to fight," she said, not waiting for him to speak. He took a long time to respond, so long that the silence between them grew from a breathless moment to a yawning chasm. Was he going to deny her? The thought hadn't even occurred to her until now, and for once his emotions were locked up tight and out of her reach. He forced a smile and laid a bracing hand on her shoulder. Veronika knew immediately that this was not going to go as planned. Her breath came more shallowly, and she was suddenly aware of the dozens of eyes on her. "You've only just begun your training," he said quietly. "I can't expose you to danger atop the walls, knowing that it was my decision that put you there. We could use more runners or—" "A runner?" she repeated, her voice flat. "Like the children?" Her neck and ears tingled with heat as whispers broke out around them. "Nick," he said, but she didn't let him continue. "We're all in danger here," she said, hands gripping the rough fabric of her trousers to stop them from shaking. "Nick," he said again, leaning in close, "there are plenty of other important tasks, not just running messages. Erskine will need help tending to the phoenixes in the Eyrie, not just the females." He said this last bit as if he thought it would cheer her up. Maybe a couple of days ago it would have. She remained stony before him. "Please don't make this harder than it is," he begged, eyes glittering with some suppressed emotion. Guilt? Pity? She couldn't believe he would deny her this in front of everyone, shame her in front of the other apprentices who watched nearby. He'd promised to help her and had told her that she belonged among them, that she'd make a good rider. Now he was treating her like someone weak and useless and in need of protection. He was treating her like Val always did. Veronika's throat tightened with unshed tears, but she forced out her next words. "Harder for who?" she asked, not bothering to keep her voice low. With that, she pushed past him and ran from the courtyard. Veronika went to the Eyrie, not to carry out Tristan's wishes, but because she didn't know where else to go. She kicked a water bucket and screamed every curse she'd ever picked up at the Narrows docks or border village cookhouses. Zafira cocked her head at Veronika, curiosity filtering through the bond as she tried to decipher the swear words that Veronika barely understood herself. Footsteps approached, and Veronika knew who it would be. She got to her feet and stared into the shadows. It was already dark in the depths of the Eyrie, the day's muted, overcast light quickly fading away. "What do you want, Val?" she demanded as soon as her sister emerged from the stairwell. She halted at Veronika's words. "Don't be angry with me because your precious Tristan didn't want you fighting by his side. I told you this would happen, Veronika. I told you these aren't our people." Val meant to wound her on purpose. Veronika knew that, and still her words cut deep because there was truth in them. Tristan didn't want her by his side. "Tell me what happened to Mayora Alithia that day," she said, crossing her arms over her chest. "What?" Val asked, frowning, though Veronika knew it was a performance. She hadn't seen her, but she felt strangely certain that Val had been there hiding somewhere out of sight when Sev arrived. Val was like the rain. Sometimes, when Veronika paid attention, she could feel her presence like an ache in her bones. "That soldier said he was working with a woman called Alithia," Veronika said, pointing up to the courtyard. He said she was a bond servant, and don't be ridiculous, Veronica. There must be hundreds of women with that name. Ilithia Shadowheart. There. A flicker, something shifting in Val's eyes. Veronica wished she knew how to properly use shadow magic so she could reach out and snatch the truth from her sister's head. Our grandmother. You told me she was dead. Val actually rolled her eyes. She was not our grandmother, Zenika. You know that. She paused, chewing her lip. She was dead to us either way. Her bondage was a life sentence. Veronica squeezed her eyes shut, her blood pounding in her ears. All those years. Lost. They could have looked her up, found where she was working, and tried to visit her. They could have written her letters. They could have done anything. Anything and everything was better than the nothing they had actually done. I know you're upset, Veronica, Val said, her tone soothing. Everything has come undone, but this is for the best. Fate led these soldiers here. They were guided by Aniyanki's own hand. I've tried to be patient, to give you as much time as possible, but this is what I've been waiting for. This is our chance to escape. To get both you and your bondmate out of this cage the riders have built for you. Now, while they're distracted with the defense preparations, we'll free your phoenix and escape. We'll free the other females too, if we can manage it, and then we'll sneak out through the underground service entrance. Veronica stared at her sister. As a child, Veronica always said that Avalkira Ashfire was her hero, the person she most wanted to be like. But in truth, Val had been the one she'd looked up to. Whenever they were in trouble, she knew Val would get them out of it, and she did, though Veronica often disagreed with her methods. Val had always seemed fearless, and maybe that was what Veronica most admired. Now she couldn't help but look at her sister and see a coward. It wasn't fearlessness that guided her sister. It was selfishness. Veronica thought of her Mayora, who had sacrificed herself so the girls could run to safety. Even at her lowest point, her family lost, her phoenix gone, her life in bondage, and her queen dead, she still fought. That was what a warrior did, a true phoenix rider. Val and the others were wrong. It wasn't some rank to be earned, some standard to be met, or a legacy to be lived up to. Phoenix Riders were the protectors of their people, warriors of light, and right now the Empire soldiers represented the darkness come to swallow them whole. Maybe Veronica had been wrong to look up to Val and the feather-crowned queen. Maybe she'd had a much better hero, her Mayora, all along. Nick? A voice echoed down from the stairwell. Both sisters jumped, but Val recovered first. She stepped backward, gaze darting around as if looking for a place to hide or a position to attack from. Erskine had left a stack of storage crates lined up next to the enclosure. Val trailed a hand along the makeshift wall, then, discovering a narrow opening between the boxes, slipped into it and vanished. Val, where are you? Veronica began, but she froze when Tristan emerged from the mouth of the stairs. He strode purposefully toward her, but faltered halfway, his expression wary. Veronica tried, but she couldn't conceal the pain the sight of him produced. Everything else faded away, and it was like she was back in the courtyard again. Why? She demanded, swallowing around the lump in her throat. The sky was a dark, dusky gray, and the flickering lanterns on the gallery above, along with the reddish glow from the lit phoenix beacon, limned Tristan in a halo of red and gold. His face was shadowed, but when he took another wary step forward, his grim features came into clearer view. "Look," he began hesitantly, "this wasn't... I made a mistake." Veronika blinked in surprise. He looked around as if trying to find words, and then gripped his hair with both hands. "I don't know what I'm doing. Can't you see that?" he practically shouted, his composure crumpling. "I don't know how to run this place, and what if the commander, my father, never comes back?" The words were strangled, and seeing his anguished expression, Veronika extended herself to him. It was instinctual, like reaching for a knife that was falling, even though she knew it was dangerous. But for some reason, reopening the channel between them didn't feel wrong or forbidden in this instance. It felt right, like it did when she connected with Zephyra. It wasn't about spying or controlling. It was about empathy, about sharing in his pain. That was the difference between her and Val, she realized. Val used her knowledge as a weapon, to hurt, always seeking out weaknesses and ways to exploit them. Veronika used her shadow magic to understand those around her, and it provided her with compassion and insight. Maybe shadow magic wasn't a dark temptation. Maybe it could be both good and bad, just like people. Still, Veronika knew she had to be careful. She had already used her magic against Tristan once before, teasing him about calling wind Z's eye just to prove a point. That had been small and relatively harmless, but that didn't make it right. Shadow magic could be a slippery slope. First, Veronika only wanted to understand Tristan, and then she went looking for things, and after that... How far a stretch could it really be to go from stealing thoughts and emotions to implanting some of your own? Every time they argued, would she plumb ever deeper, seeking newer and better ways to hurt him? Like Val? No, Veronika thought firmly. I am not like her. As the link between them opened, Veronika saw just how tumultuous his emotions truly were. His mind, like any she'd ever connected with, human or animal, had a distinctive texture or feeling to it. Val was smoke and iron. Zephyra was bright, pure sunlight. Tristan was earthy and fresh, like dewy grass and the patter of warm summer rain. Usually. Right now, his mind felt more like a thundercloud, swirling and crackling and rolling overhead. I'm not ready for all this, he continued, breathing heavily. None of the apprentices have real combat experience, and Elliot, I don't know what to do with him. I can't bear the thought that all these people are counting on me, looking at me to lead. If I can protect at least one friend, if I can protect you, I should do that. I should want to do that because it would be the right thing. But I don't think I can do this alone. I want you there next to me. I trust you more than anyone, but I promised, Veronika repeated sharply, that one word piercing the bubble of joy that had been swelling inside her chest. Promised who? Val stepped out of the shadows. Though she was nearer to Veronika than Tristan, all her attention was focused on him. Veronika was almost bowled over by the wave of shadow magic her sister was emanating, funneling it like a gale that practically blasted Tristan off his feet. He slammed into the wall behind him, his face slack as Val bore down on him, her smoldering shadow magic scent heavy in Veronika's nostrils. Veronika, who remained connected to Tristan after opening herself to him moments ago, heard what Val forced into his mind. Stop. Don't speak. Don't think. You remember nothing. Val, enough! Veronika shouted, flinging her roughly aside. Val seemed to lose her focus and break the connection, and the air between them lost the crackling energy that had filled it. The terrible sound of her sister's voice was ripped from her mind, and from Tristan's as well. Veronika reinforced her barriers, though she could do nothing to protect Tristan. He shook his head, blinking several times as he tried to understand what had just happened. While Veronika understood the voice inside his mind to be Val's, she wasn't sure how someone without shadow magic experienced its use. To him, it might have been an incoherent rumble, a sudden unconscious desire, or maybe the sensation that his own thoughts were spiraling out of control. "Tristan, what promise?" Veronika pressed, afraid of what Val might have done to his mind and his memory. "You can't trust a word he says," Val began, but Veronika cut her off. "No, I can't trust you," she spat. "Tristan, please." He cast a wary look at Val before facing Veronika. He seemed to have come back to himself, though he plainly struggled to understand everything that was going on. "Don't be angry, Nick. Your sister, she was worried about you, that's all. Didn't want you involved in the fighting unless you absolutely had to be. So I promised I'd keep you off the wall and out of danger." His voice was pleading, but Veronika didn't have an ounce of feeling to spare for him. She whirled on her sister. Val didn't want her safe. She wanted her excluded, and most of all, she wanted her to feel completely, utterly alone. Suddenly, everything came together in Veronika's mind. This is what I've been waiting for. Val had known the soldiers were coming. It was a horrifying thought, but Veronika felt its truth immediately. Hadn't Val arrived at the Eyrie mere days before them? There's no way a shadow mage as accomplished as Val could fail to notice hundreds of soldiers climbing the mountain nearby. Veronika always kept her magic close, guarded, and internal, but Val stretched her magic wide like a net. This was why she'd wanted Veronika to leave right away, why she'd been so insistent. She didn't warn the riders so they could prepare. She kept the information to herself, gambling countless lives so she could have Veronika back under her control. Since she'd arrived, Val had worked hard to sow fear and doubt into Veronika's heart. She'd insulted the riders, questioning their motives and their loyalties, and criticized Veronika for serving them. When Zephyra appeared and was put into the breeding cages, Val was even closer to her goal. Going after Tristan, asking him not to let Veronika fight, was the final move to strip her sister of everything that made her happy. All this heartache, all this agony, so that when this moment came, Veronika would have nothing to hold on to. "Did you know she had come back?" Veronika asked her sister. It was the one thing she hadn't yet figured out, the last question that needed answering. She'd tried to ask before, but had let Val get by with deflections and vague answers. Not this time. Val seemed surprised by the change in subject, but she lifted her chin, eyes blazing. "Yes. And you led her here. To me." Veronika's tone was flat, emotionless. "Yes." "How?" Veronika asked, a slow, steady heat climbing up her throat. Val shrugged, a gesture so careless, so dismissive, that Veronika had to clench her jaw to stop from breathing fire. "You're impatient, Nika. Always have been. Resurrections are not for the faint of heart. It was a full week before she made her return. The Phoenix sought you out, but I was the one who was there. It was no small thing to keep her under my control, but I managed it. She followed you, and I followed her. Now here we are." Veronika's entire body was burning now, the scorching flames devouring her insides, begging for release. Val had called her Nika right in front of Tristan, but it seemed almost trivial in the face of everything else. "Why didn't you tell me?" Veronika demanded. "I tried," Val bit out. "I told you I'd brought you a gift, but you wanted nothing to do with me, remember? So I called her here instead." Veronika finished the sentence in her head. "To try to get you kicked out, only they stuck Zafira in a cage instead." She shook her head slowly, sifting through Val's words for the heart of her confusion. "How could you control her? How could you call her here? It shouldn't be possible. You're not bonded to her." Tristan latched on to the word bonded, his gaze flicking toward the female's enclosure, but Veronika was too preoccupied to care. Val tilted her head, considering Veronika for a moment. Then, deep in the back of Veronika's mind, a door burst open. Instantly, she knew what it was, a permanent connection to Val. It was a kind of bond, she thought, but while her connection with Zafira went both ways, wide open and easily accessed, this channel was narrow and unstable, open, but still guarded. Veronika understood in a blazing moment of clarity that Val had somehow used this connection to make Zafira trust her. Veronika's presence was a part of Val, a constant fixture in her mind, and Zafira had sensed it. It reminded Veronika uncomfortably of the strong connection between her and Tristan, and the way Val had reacted to it. If Veronika was a part of Val's mind, then Val was a part of Veronika's, and she must have felt Veronika accidentally opened a similar channel between her and Tristan. While Tristan was unaware of their connection, Val had known about her link with Veronika and exploited it, using Veronika's bond to Zafira to get what she wanted. It filled Veronika with blinding fury. The things Val had done in her name made her feel contaminated and dirty. And it wasn't just recently. Veronika's life was filled with instances of Val doing shocking, terrible deeds, and always, supposedly, for Veronika's sake. Val had kept so much from her, kept her in the dark her whole life, not just about Val and their grandmother, but about Veronika and her magic. And Veronika had had enough. She bore down on her mental barriers, and the connection between them flickered. The doorway slammed shut, but it wasn't gone entirely, and its presence changed everything between them. There were no imaginary boundaries and no false sense of security. Val was inside her mind, and nowhere was safe. Veronika couldn't speak. She couldn't breathe either, except for a shallow inhalation that wheezed into her lungs. "I hate you," she said at last. The words were quiet, and Val leaned in, unable to hear them. "I hate you!" Veronika screamed, and cocked her arm back and slapped her sister across the face. Val stiffened, her face alarmingly still, save for the red mark slowly blooming across her cheek. At her sides, her hands curled into fists. Veronika was panting slightly, shocked at what she had done, though she felt no remorse for it. A spasm flickered across Val's features before her gaze dropped. Veronika thought she looked oddly chastened, until she slowly drew a dagger from her belt. The blade was obsidian set in a bone handle. It looked ancient, but age didn't make it any less sharp. Time shuddered to a stop, and Veronika was brought back to that fateful moment in their cabin when Val had pulled a knife on Zafira. Her bondmate let out a soft croon from inside the enclosure beside them, but otherwise, everything was quiet. Tristan tensed, as if he meant to take a step forward. While he clearly didn't fully comprehend their argument, the flash of the blade kicked him into action. Val thrust the knife between them, causing him to halt in his tracks, the point inches from his throat. Seeing the weapon leveled at Tristan unfroze Veronica's numbness, though she didn't dare move. Val took a careful, measured step toward Veronica, and then moved the knife to rest against her cheek. Val's closeness filled Veronica with a strange mix of feelings. The comfort and familiarity of her sister's scent, combined with the instinctual fear of the cold, sharp edge against her flesh. Veronica barely breathed, afraid the movement would sink the blade into her skin. Her mind buzzed. Would Val do this? Would this be her last and worst crime? "Val, please," she whispered internally. But the door was shut, and there was no response. "Val, please," Tristan echoed, his voice soft and desperate. "I don't understand." "You will." Val spoke the words slowly, as if relishing this moment. Then, in a lightning-fast move, she angled the blade and plunged it downward. Veronica gasped as the knife slid across her skin, but it was the flat, dull edge that pressed against her body. The razor-sharp blade faced outward, tearing through her tunic and the fabric she used to bind her breasts beneath it. Veronica's reactionary inhale of breath forced her chest to expand as her sister dragged the knife to the side, tearing her tunic in half and fully exposing Veronica for the liar that she was. "Let me introduce you to my sister," Val spat, her voice savage and ugly in her triumph. "Veronika."
Day 18, 5th moon, 170 AE. Dear Avalkira, I am sorry that meeting did not go the way you wanted it to, but you know I could not sign that document. To annul our father's marriage to my mother would indeed lessen your sentence, and you would be charged not with the murder of a queen regent, but with the murder of a lowly consort. You would walk away after paying the funeral fee. And yes, annulling my mother's marriage would also make me illegitimate, and therefore solidify your claim to the throne. But things have changed, and I must think of the future. These past months of silence have been hard for me, dear sister. I was not ready to give you forgiveness. I was not ready to understand. But we are out of time. I must speak to you again, in private. I am sorry that I did not reply to your other letters. I hope I am not too late in replying now. Yours, Veronyka.
Sometimes, to protect those you love, you have to hurt them.
Chapter 37. Veronika. Veronika fell to her knees, clutching at the shreds of her tunic. The world around her closed in, and everything went black and white. There was no sound, no burning beacon or battle preparations. It was just her and Tristan and the girl who used to be her sister. It took an eternity to meet his eyes. She wanted to cower, to hide away from him, but something had changed within her. Newfound bravery, coupled with a recent magical awakening, had her seeking out the door that belonged to him, the one she'd somehow created by accident, the one that was there and waiting, making it easy to connect with him. Veronika swung it wide, opening herself to him, inviting his wrath like a sunflower chasing the blazing heat of the sun. She wanted to hurt, wanted the pain that he surely must be feeling as well. She wanted to drink it in, to ache with it, to tear the wound wide open. Only, it wasn't there. There was nothing there. No anger, no betrayal, just stunned, empty silence. While his emotions were oddly numb, his mind buzzed with activity, rehashing every conversation, every strange moment or word out of place. Apparently, there had been a lot of them. The bathhouse and the breeding cage, the way she'd calmed Zafira and when Val called her Nicki. Tristan was no fool, and while he hadn't put all the pieces together, he'd been collecting them one by one, stashing them away for later examination. The hardest thing for Veronika to deal with was the way he looked at her in those memories, like she was someone special and interesting and deserving of his attention. Would he feel the same now, with lies tainting every word and special moment? Several breaths passed, and the air between them grew thick with anticipation. He turned, as if meaning to walk away, but stopped himself. He wavered, then looked back at Veronika once more. She couldn't read his expression, and before she could begin to unravel his thoughts, he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and turned resolutely back to the stairs. With the sound of his retreating footsteps, the world came alive once more. The commotion of the courtyard above, the shifting of feathers in the enclosure behind her, the smell of burning fires and oil lamps. Even the colors had returned, drenching the ground beneath her in fire red and ash gray. It was as if nothing had changed. And everything. "Come on," said Val, resting a hand on Veronika's shoulder. Her voice was gentle but firm. "Let's get out of here, back to my room. You can get changed and I'll take care of everything. I'll free Zafira and you'll never have to worry about the breeding cages again. You'll never have to hide who and what you are. We'll get out of here before the fighting starts and make our way to safety. Together." The words washed over Veronika. They were soothing, the kind of words a mother spoke to a daughter, a leader to their troops, confident assurances that everything would be okay. Empty words, really. Val would take care of everything. Veronika knew that, and there was a tiny part of her that was tempted to give in to her sister's promises. But the relief that decision would bring would be temporary. Val was a warrior, and peace suited her for only so long. She didn't want to build a shelter from the storm. She wanted to break the very winds that would dare to shake her. And Veronika was tired of fighting a battle she knew she'd never win. "No, Val," she said. She was still on her knees, staring at the ground beneath her, dark hair hanging in her eyes. "What?" Val said, dropping her hand from Veronika's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Veronika got to her feet. The scraps of her tunic blew in the evening breeze, but she didn't cover herself. While exposing her might have revealed to Tristan that she had lied, it didn't reveal her true self. Veronika knew that person, and Tristan did too, and nothing about her body changed that. "I said no," Veronika repeated, fighting to keep her voice steady. "Never again. It will never be you and me together, ever again." "Nicki," Val said, but Veronika cut her off. "Don't call me that. Don't you dare call me that." "I've had enough, Val," she said, her throat tight with a lifetime of pent-up emotions. "I've tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. I've tried over and over to see you as a good person, to believe that you believed you were doing the right thing, that you wanted to protect me, that you cared about me." "But I do," Val said. Veronika looked into her eyes and knew that Val believed her own words, or maybe she'd gotten so good at lying she didn't know when she lied to herself. "If you cared about me, you wouldn't have killed my bondmate. You couldn't possibly understand the pain it caused me, but if you had even considered it, you'd never have done it." "You're wrong," Val said, but Veronika spoke over her. "You came here with one goal in mind, to ruin my happiness. This is the only place I've ever felt like I belonged, like I was safe." "You were safe with me," Val said, eyes blazing. "But who would keep me safe from you?" "You think he will?" she spat, pointing to the stairwell where Tristan had disappeared. "You think he can protect you and care for you the way I have? This so-called safety and belonging you felt? It was based on a lie. He doesn't even know you. He doesn't know who you are or what you're capable of." "He knows me better than you," Veronika said, and Val laughed disdainfully. Veronika shrugged, refusing to let her sister get under her skin. "And what he doesn't know, he'll learn. They all will. I know things aren't perfect here, but I want to help them change. I want to make a difference, to be a part of something greater than myself. Avalkira Ashfire wasn't great on her own. She was great because our people rallied behind her. She was great because she brought us all together. Avalkira Ashfire was great because she set the world on fire, because she let nothing and no one stand in the way of what she wanted." Val's voice was raw and ragged, dripping with emotion. "There was one person who stood in her way," Veronika said, her voice soft as she considered her words. "Her sister." Val's face was almost unrecognizable when she spoke, her mouth a dark slash and her eyes empty, hollow pools. "No, Veronika. Not even death could stand in her way." "Maybe not," Veronika said with a tired sigh. "But this is where I want to be. This is my home." "No," Val said, shaking her head forcefully, causing her tangled auburn braids to whip from side to side. "Your home always was and always will be with me. Not anymore. And if they kick you out for your lies?" Her eyes were overly bright, glistening in the darkness, but no tears fell. "If they do, then at least I will have tried. I used to think you were the bravest person I knew, Val, but what you're doing isn't bravery, it's cowardice. It's time for me to stand and fight." Val's face contorted at the word cowardice, but otherwise she remained perfectly, deathly still. Veronika thought that maybe, finally, her words had penetrated Val's stubborn mind. She braced herself. Would Val lash out in anger? Would she strike Veronika down and drag her away whether she liked it or not? "You want to fight, do you?" she said, tone as blank as a starless sky. "Then I hope, for your sake, Veronika, that you've chosen the right side." She turned on her heel and disappeared into the stairwell. Gone. Veronika sagged against the bars behind her. The last time she'd really argued with Val, the night she'd run away, she'd been acting on pure rage and adrenaline, and a part of her knew, or maybe even hoped, that they'd cross paths again. But this was different. There was emotion, but Veronika had made this decision with her head as well as her heart. Her lips trembled and her breath turned uneven. Why did it have to be this way? Why did Val, her sister, her only family in the world, have to be the one person who hurt her the most? Sudden footsteps sounded, and Tristan appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Veronika lurched to her feet. Once he saw that Veronika was alone, he flushed, dropping his gaze. Remembering that her breasts were exposed, Veronika crossed her arms over her chest. "Tristan, "We don't have time for that," he said shortly, eyes on the ground between them. He held a fresh tunic in his hand and tossed it in her direction. She caught it and hastened to tug it over her head, turning away from him as she scrambled to poke her arms through the sleeves. The fabric was softer than what she was used to, smooth against her skin, and it was much too big. It must belong to him. She ran her hands over the expensive cotton, the smell of Tristan clinging to her fingertips. She turned back around, adjusting the tunic before taking a step toward him. Seeing her movement, he glanced up to make sure she was clothed before pulling his other arm from around his back. It held a bow. "Do you still want to fight for us?" he asked. His gaze kept darting around her face, skipping from nose to lips to eyes and back again, as if trying to relearn her features. Veronika stared down at the bow, her heart soaring. He was giving her the chance she so desperately wanted, the opportunity to truly become a part of this world. After what had just happened, she needed it more than ever. She took the bow from his outstretched hand, hugging it close. There was so much she needed to say, but on the brink of an attack, now was not the time. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I know," he said. When he opened his mouth to say more, a bell clanged from high above. A rush of footsteps and the jangle of weapons answered the call. The soldiers had arrived.
Sometimes to achieve what you know is right, you must do what others say is wrong.
Chapter 38. Tristan. Tristan barreled up the steps, 2 at a time, while Veronika, trailed close behind. There was too much happening for Tristan to dwell on the situation, and yet every moment his mind was idle. It screamed, "Veronika, Veronika, Veronika." Something had been lost to Tristan, some sense of balance or rightness torn away. In the moment, it felt a bit like grief. Nick had been, what? Somebody special to Tristan, for certain. An ally, a confidant, someone he could trust, someone he thought he could trust. But who was this girl? Was she still Nick, or was everything that Tristan knew about her a lie? What if she was like her sister, Val? Something strange had happened down there. One minute he was talking to Nick, Veronika, and the next he felt confused and disoriented, while the two of them argued about things he didn't understand. When Val drew her knife, Tristan had feared she was about to do something horrible, but the reality of what had happened had shocked him, if possible, even more. And why had she done it? There had to be more to the story, but for now it was enough to know that he had another fighter by his side. Night had fallen, and the cloud cover hid the light of the moon. The flaming beacon and the lanterns that lined the wall provided the stronghold with illumination, but it soon became clear to Tristan that their glow turned all else to darkness. He ordered the lights along the wall extinguished, and hoped that the burning phoenix atop the temple didn't turn them all into easy targets for any archers that might be lurking in the tree cover below. He didn't dare douse the beacon's flames, in case the messenger pigeons he'd sent to his father were shot down or went astray. Though the eyrie was well hidden, the beacon's glow was designed to be seen at a distance, and the riders would know to look for it as soon as they took to the sky once again. As the lights across the mountaintop were snuffed out, the world shrank around him. Tristan blinked, willing his vision to adjust. He thought of Rex, who could lend him superior eyesight in this darkness, and a far greater vantage point. What he wanted more than anything was to saddle his bondmate and fly out, raining arrows down upon those who would dare to threaten them. But he knew better. These soldiers came to destroy the riders, but what they wanted to destroy most of all was their phoenixes. Without them, riders were just animages, good with messenger pigeons and pack animals and not much else. Without them, they were ordinary people, easy to dominate and control. He had to protect the phoenixes, their future, at all costs. Even, he thought darkly, at the cost of human lives. Tristan took a deep breath, the night breeze rippling his tunic and causing Veronyka's black hair to fly into her face. He looked away, back out into the night. There were some lives he couldn't bear to lose. The most recent scouting reports had the attackers approaching the way station from the road, which meant that at any second the soldiers would be upon them. Bringing the fight to their enemies while they climbed the precarious steps would have been ideal, but they couldn't risk leaving the stronghold, and the phoenixes who dwelt inside vulnerable. After questioning Elliot, Mora reported that he knew nothing of value about the coming attack, only that he was supposed to give them the location of the underground service entrance and open it from the inside, but thankfully he'd never actually sent the letter. It pained Tristan to know that Elliot had been working with the Empire all this time, but he also understood how hard it must have been to be put in that situation. Even now, Elliot's failure to deliver the location of the Ares' hidden entrance might very well cost his sister her life. They would have to try to help him when all this was over. No matter his betrayal, he was still a rider. Despite the soldiers' plan falling through, Tristan had decided to post a contingent of guards inside the stronghold's cellars, just in case. It was a poor attack point. Their superior numbers would be forced to bottleneck and pour out of a small doorway where Tristan's soldiers could pick them off with ease, but he didn't want to risk leaving it undefended. Elliot might be lying, after all. Mora could sniff out the truth better than anyone he knew, but Veronika had tricked her, hadn't she? Clearly the woman's gifts weren't infallible. A light in the distance drew his attention. Veronika followed his gaze. Then several of the guards noticed it, and soon every head upon the wall swiveled toward the open field between the village and the steps to the way station. Soldiers crested the lip of the plateau. It looked like 100, maybe 150, their lanterns bobbing and weapons glinting with reflected firelight. It was a smaller number than he'd expected, a manageable number, but Tristan's insides clenched all the same. The first assault would come to the village gate, as he had expected. Tristan closed his eyes, picturing his father's map of the Eyrie and surrounding lands. Despite being a religious site for decades, the Eyrie had good natural defenses, thanks to its origins as a training outpost, including its position on high ground and the sheer slopes that rose all around it. It was perched on a jagged outcrop, concealed by other spears of stone and rock and hidden from wider view. To the west, the mountain dropped off, leading to a massive gorge situated miles below. And to the north, the mountain soared high into the clouds and the upper reaches of Piermont. South of the Eyrie was a kind of ravine or ditch, sloping steeply down to the edges of the Field of Feathers and the thick trees that surrounded it. The way station and switchback stairs were to the east, the only way to approach the Eyrie on foot. Since their attackers were coming from the east, up the stairs and through the village was their only plausible point of attack. The wide double doors at the gate had been reinforced with wood beams and stacked barrels of grain, and Tristan's best soldiers remained behind them in case the attackers broke through. Archers were stationed along the village wall, but it was lower and narrower than the wall that enclosed the stronghold, putting them in vulnerable positions. Still, if they could hold the soldiers at the gate, the inexperienced apprentices, villagers, and servants that manned the stronghold might never see any action at all. Tristan watched closely as the soldiers split their forces. Half approached the gate with axe and fire, and the rest shot arrows into the sky to clear the wall's defenders. Tristan redid his count. There were closer to 200 soldiers that he could see in the open, plus maybe 24 more crouched in the darkness at the edge of the field. They were still well short of what Sev had claimed, and even what the most recent scout had reported. The soldiers at the edge of the field were busy unhooking large, round objects from their back. lining them up in a row. Were they weapons or supplies? As another round object landed on the ground, Tristan's mouth went dry. It was a battering ram. It would be impossible to carry a heavy assault weapon like that up the narrow steps from the way station, but they had found a way to create one that broke down for easy transportation. They must have been planning this attack from the moment they made contact with Elliot almost a year ago. A barrage of arrows flew from the village walls, and several of the attackers dropped. Since the stronghold doors were already locked tight, Tristan sent a runner through the concealed postern gate behind the stables, relaying the information about the ram in case Captain Flynn hadn't seen it. If they could eliminate that threat, their defense would hold. Or so Tristan thought. His confidence shattered when the first grappling hook soared through the sky and landed with a clatter onto the stone walkway not 5 feet away from him. The villagers nearby jumped at the sudden appearance of the 3-pronged metal object attached to a thick coil of rope. It scraped along the ground and then flew up against the wall with a sudden, violent jerk, taking the weight of the climber on the other end. 2 more hooks flew over the wall, their resounding clanks driving fear deep into Tristan's heart. They were coming from the south, from the steep ravine between the thrust of stone on which the Eyrie and the stronghold perched and the surrounding rocky landscape. Surely these were the remaining soldiers from Sev's count. The battle outside the village was yet another diversion, an attempt to draw soldiers and resources away from the stronghold, where the inexperienced riders and their phoenixes would be together, relatively unprotected. They'd managed to divide the Phoenix Riders' already limited numbers into 3 smaller, less threatening groups. The patrols that had already flown out, the guards at the village gate, and their remaining forces at the stronghold. Swallowing a sour lump in his throat, Tristan lurched toward the nearest hook and withdrew his belt knife. He hacked savagely at the rope, but it was treated with some kind of wax or resin. The woven thread almost impossible to get through, even with Veronyka's steel. "A serrated knife," Veronika said, coming to stand next to him. Tristan continued to hack and gouge, ruining his blade as he hit metal and stone, the words taking several seconds to penetrate his frustration. He took a deep, steadying breath and squeezed his eyes shut. Calm as the mountain. When he opened them, he nodded at Veronika and thrust his knife back into his belt. He turned to the nearest runner crouched at the bottom of the stairs, a small girl with wide eyes and, unless he was seeing things, a sparrow in her hair. "Go to the kitchens and ask Mora for every serrated knife she has." The girl ran off as several more hooks flew over the wall. Tristan wanted to thank Veronika for keeping a cool head when he could not, but to admit that weakness would be his undoing. Instead, he shoved the moment of panic out of his mind and tried to regroup. Climbing onto a crate, Tristan looked over the edge of the wall. It was a sheer drop, disappearing into darkness that Tristan knew was filled with shifting gravel, gnarled trees, and tangling vines. No one would dare attempt to climb these steep slopes unless they knew exactly what lay hidden within the labyrinthine walls of rock. And these soldiers did, thanks to Elliot. The climbers were courageous to attempt to scale such a high wall with so many jagged stones below them, but Tristan didn't have time to admire their bravery. 5 hooks had made contact now, their climbers emerging from the trees at least 100 feet below. They'd soon reach the top of the walls, and the angle was too steep and awkward for their archers to hit. Rocks, Tristan thought. He sent another runner to ask for any kind of heavy objects they could throw down on the climbers, just as the first runner returned. She was helped by several kitchen hands, and serrated knives of all shapes and sizes were handed out along the wall. Tristan shouted instructions, his mind clearing as adrenaline kicked in. While some of their number worked hard to saw at the ropes, others moved to strategic points along the wall that gave them better angles to shoot the climbers with arrows, or to drop the newly delivered stones, pottery, and scrap metal onto their unsuspecting heads. Veronika was one of those working the knives, sawing with all her might into the rope Tristan had first tried to cut. while he backed up several paces, standing on the same crate as before and pointing his bow down, flush against the wall. It was a difficult angle, but it was the danger that Veronika faced that made his muscles tense and his palms sweat. If she didn't cut the rope, or if he missed his shot, she would be the first thing the soldier saw when he mounted the wall. She would be his first victim. Veronika seemed oblivious to the danger, slashing relentlessly at the rope, which had begun to fray from her efforts. Her forehead was damp with sweat, and she'd rolled up the sleeves of his oversized tunic. Scuffs and grunts reached his ears, and he looked down again to see the climber rising steadily. The man was armed with a battle-axe strapped across his back and several daggers on his belt. Pausing for a moment to gather his breath, he looked up, and their eyes met. Next to Tristan, a triumphant "Aha!" was followed by a loud snap. The metal hook hit the ground with a heavy clang, and the several threads of the rope disappeared over the edge of the battlements. Tristan looked back over the wall as the climber dropped soundlessly into the chasm of darkness below. Veronika didn't stop to celebrate. Gasping, she took up her knife and attacked another rope farther down the line. Across the courtyard, another hook rattled to the ground as a second climber fell, this time crying out as he dropped from the wall. The surge of happiness that flared inside Tristan was quickly stifled. For every rope that was cut, 2 more flew up in its place. A handful of Tristan's arrows found their mark, but it wasn't enough. The stream of climbers seemed endless, and the time it took to cut them was longer than the time it took for new soldiers to make the climb. Soon they would crest the walls, and all his best fighters were in the village. The grappling hooks flew up in waves, usually sets of 2 or 3, with a few minutes lull in between. Climbers trying to find better positions, Tristan guessed, or dodging their fellows as they hurtled back to the ground. At this rate, the stronghold would be lost before the village gate fell. A shocking realization, with the sound of groaning hinges and splintering wood echoing from below, along with the steady thump, thump, thump of the battering ram, pulsing in time with the rapid beat of Tristan's heart. He had to change their strategy. But how? During the pauses between the waves of grappling hooks, the defenders traded positions, giving those hacking at the ropes a chance to attack, while those who had been firing arrows or dropping stones took up a blade. Tristan forced Veronika to take a break and drink some water, while he held her serrated knife, weighing his options. He could call Captain Flynn from his position on the village wall, but he hadn't sent a reply to Tristan's first message about the battering ram, which meant he was either too busy to report and to help, or that something much worse had become of him. "You know what you have to do, don't you?" Veronika said, still gasping as she tried to catch her breath. "What do you mean?" "You're a rider, Tristan. Ride." He looked down at her, at those familiar eyes, and shook his head. I can't. We have no battle experience. That's what they want us to do. They want us to die out there." He grabbed the waterskin from her hands and raised it to his lips, but he didn't drink. "Then let me go," she said. When his head snapped in her direction, she twisted her lips, then said, "I'm bonded. That new female, the one I tamed in the courtyard, she is my bondmate." Tristan realized that distantly he'd known this, had figured it out during the fight with her sister in front of the enclosure, but he'd been too distracted to consciously make the connection. Regardless, it was out of the question. She had less training than him. "No, it's too dangerous." "I know it is, but you can afford to lose me, even if you can't afford to lose the others." He tossed the waterskin aside. "If you think I'd willingly sacrifice you just because you're a girl," he said the last word in a low, vehement whisper, "or because you're not a trained rider, or whatever it is that you think, you're more messed up than your sister." Her lips parted in surprise, but she didn't respond. Tristan's chest heaved. He wanted to keep yelling. He wanted to punch things. He wanted to burn the damn ropes that carried their enemies toward them. The thought made something clunk into place in his mind. Of course he hadn't thought of it yet. Tristan did his best to never think of it. Fire. He snatched a nearby lantern, dumping the cold oil onto the closest hook's rope, and called for a lit torch from a brazier below. When he held the flame over the oil-soaked rope, hand shaking slightly, it took a long time to catch, burning low and blue before winking out. That's what the waxy resin was. It was the same fireproofing sap they used on their own gear. "Tristan," Veronika said, gripping the front of his tunic to regain his attention. "If this place falls, we're all dead. Servants and villagers, riders and phoenixes. You've let the people fight to defend their home. Now let the phoenixes. Can't you feel it?" She finished quietly, looking toward the eyrie. When Tristan focused there, and not on the battle raging around him, he did feel it. Heat. Waves of it rippling from the stony chasm beyond the archway, followed by bursts of anger and aggression. Rex was there with the others, his volatile emotions stoking the flame of Tristan's own wild feelings. Rex wanted to fight, and Tristan had forbidden it. He'd made all the riders tether their mounts to keep them inside the eyrie, just like the females in their enclosure. "You're right," he said, and Veronika released his tunic, as if surprised to have won him over so easily. "This is their home. These are their bondmates, and they should be allowed to fight. Besides," he added, nodding to the oil-soaked rope and swallowing the wave of fear that surged up inside him, "nothing burns hotter than phoenix fire." "Will you ride?" Veronika asked as they crossed the courtyard. "No," Tristan said, despite wishing otherwise. He'd rather be in the air than down here, amid the burning flames. "We can't afford to lose the apprentices on the walls. They're some of our best fighters. Besides, the phoenixes are safer without their riders. We weigh them down, and the metal fastenings on their saddles catch the light. Without us, they can fly almost invisibly and be seen only when they want to be, when they ignite." Passing Anders on his way across the cobblestones, Tristan explained what he intended to do and told him to spread the word to the other apprentices. They'd have to guide their bondmates through the battle from the ground. "And what of the females?" Veronika asked, as Anders rushed off and Tristan strode purposefully toward the eyrie. "If your bondmate wants to fight, she can fight," he said, continuing his rapid pace across the courtyard. "No matter what, she leaves that cell." He glanced down at her, and her expression of gratitude was so raw, her eyes so bright, that he almost had to look away. He wanted to hug her, to ruffle her hair, or give her a punch on the arm. He settled for something in between, reaching out and squeezing her shoulder. Their brief contact stirred something deep in the pit of Tristan's stomach, and he realized that Veronika was Nick, and Nick was Veronika. They were one and the same, and the thought eased something tight in his chest. They made for the apprentice mounts first. The phoenixes were roosting together on the topmost levels of the eyrie, huddled in groups or soaring in low, mournful circles in the open air. Sensing him, Rex cut his flight short and banked hard, landing on the lip of the stone ledge with a rattle of his chain. Veronika drew back as a wave of heat and glowing sparks settled over them, but Tristan stood his ground. He had to. They didn't have time to waste. Rex tossed his head and expelled breaths of hot air, behaving like an angry stallion. Tristan gripped his beak and pulled it down, bringing their eyes on a level. "I need you," he said through the bond, patting him reassuringly with one hand while using the other to fumble with the cuff. "I hate to ask, but I need you to fight, to lead." Rex threatened to ignite right then and there. Tristan wanted to flinch away from it, but he stood his ground. He couldn't quell Rex's emotions. He needed to fan the flames. He needed his phoenix to fight hard enough to survive. "Nick, the others," Tristan said, unhitching the cuff and dropping it to the ground with a clang. "I mean, Veronika." "Nick's fine," she said distractedly, pushing past him toward the rest of the phoenixes. Once they saw Rex released, they were eager to greet her, shuffling into a line along the narrow ledge, shaking their wings as they jostled for position. Tristan spotted Elliot's mount out of the corner of his eye and hesitated. "You'd better leave Jackson," he said, indicating the phoenix perched near the back of the group, his head down and his movements subdued. "That's Elliot's mount. I don't know what he might do, with his bondmate locked up. He might try to retaliate." With a regretful twist of the lips, Veronika nodded and returned to the others, unhooking the cuffs while Tristan explained the battle to Rex. He emphasized how important it was for him and the rest to stay away from the enemy archers. He showed Rex a mental picture of the ropes and the climbers and stressed that their only mission was to set those ropes alight and then fly to safety. The humans would take care of the other humans. Once the stronghold was secure, Tristan would reevaluate what help they needed at the village gate. By the time he was finished coaching Rex, Veronika was unfastening the cuff on the last phoenix, while the rest remained perched on nearby ledges. The phoenixes were instructed by their bondmates to follow Rex's lead, and so far they didn't attempt to leave the eyrie, though Tristan knew they wanted to. The last leash rattled to the ground, and Veronika came to stand next to him. He released his hold on Rex. Tristan had to be brave, for Rex and for the others. He had to control his fear. Looking inward, Tristan focused on the safe house. He hadn't tended it much in the past few days, and the neglect showed itself in the way his fear threatened to overtake his mind, even at the thought of all these phoenixes joining them in fiery battle. Veronika sidled next to him and put a warm hand on his arm. He looked at her, and he felt something spread through him, a calmness, a strength that didn't feel entirely his own. Whatever it was, Tristan used it to rebuild the walls and lock his fear safely away. "I control you," he said to his fear. "You do not control me." The last stone in place, Tristan's heart rate slowed, and Rex crooned next to him in support. "Thank you," he whispered to Veronika, his fear ebbing away, leaving him strong and stable once more. She squeezed his arm, then released it. Rex flapped his wings in a great gust, stirring up dirt and leaves as he flew across the chasm to perch on the phoenix-shaped platform. The rest of the phoenixes followed him, each emitting a cloud of heat and a hazy glow between their feathers. As soon as they landed, their inner fires winked out, and they stood stony and gray as statues against the black of the night. Tristan turned to Veronika. "They'll await my signal. Let's go." At the bottommost levels of the eyrie, the females stirred. While Rex's feelings came to Tristan so powerfully and clearly that they could sometimes be mistaken as his own, the emotions of other phoenixes were like smoke, faint whispers of thoughts and intentions not yet formed or fully realized. Veronika took hold of the lock, the metal rattling loudly against the bars. One of the phoenixes, he assumed her bondmate, fluttered forward to greet her. Footsteps sounded to their left, and Erskine moved out of the shadows. Veronika froze, but Tristan stepped forward. He was in charge now, and no matter his father's orders to the contrary, he had to do what was best for the eyrie. "Stand down, Erskine. We're releasing one of the females." "Just one?" Veronika asked, dropping the lock. Tristan took in a steady breath, the noise of the attack above echoing in the distance. "Yes, Nick, just one. The others aren't bonded, and—" He froze, realizing his mistake as Veronika stiffened. Both turned to Erskine. "Should I act surprised, then?" he asked, leaning against the bars. "Never seen a phoenix act as this one has, unless they were bonded." Veronika's eyes darted in Tristan's direction, but this was her secret to tell. "I'm not Nick," she said, meeting Erskine's gaze. "I'm Veronika, and my bondmate is Zephyra." Erskine nodded gravely, then fixed her with a gentle smile. "That's a right queenly name, to be sure." "Look," Tristan said, cutting into their exchange, "we're only releasing one because only one is bonded. We have no idea what the others might do." "It's in their nature to fight alongside their fellows," Erskine mused, as if it were of no real urgency or importance. "You saw what they were like when we caught these females. The others didn't like it one bit, and they won't like it tonight, when arrows come flying at their brothers and sisters." "But they won't understand what's happening. Not like the bonded ones will. They could be killed." "Or they could fly away. Erskine said, eyebrows raised. Yes, or they could fly away, Tristan agreed, irritated at the assumption that that was all he cared about, though of course it was a large part of it. The commander would be livid if he returned to find no female phoenixes. That was, if he returned at all, and if the Eyrie was still standing. He sighed heavily. They have no bondmate to keep them loyal, and we've shackled them. Leaving should be their first instinct. You'd be surprised, Erskine said, staring at the phoenixes through the bars. He might not be bonded with them, but Erskine knew the females better than anyone else in the stronghold. Their first instinct is to protect their bondmate, and after that it's to protect each other. Why do you think the Empire never tried to lure Phoenix Riders to their side during the war? When it comes to a real battle, not squabbles over territory or mating displays, they won't fight against one another. Fine, Tristan said, stepping around Veronika to take hold of the lock. They can fight for us, for the other phoenixes, or for no one at all. I suppose that's their right. He turned to Veronika. They might be shot down before they get past the walls of the stronghold, your bondmate included. I hope you're prepared to face that possibility. I'll do it, Erskine said, shoving Tristan aside. Get back up there. You'll see once they're loose. Doubt they'll stay put and play nice like your trained males up there, so be ready with your command. Veronika wavered, and Tristan could tell she was afraid, that she wanted to stay behind and release her phoenix herself. You can stay, but I have to go, he said. She hesitated another moment, then followed him up the stairs. They ran, Tristan's lungs burning with exertion. The tunnel was cool and damp, cut off from the noise of the battle. The only sound, the steady pant of their breathing and the slap of their footsteps against the stone. They were just emerging at the top level when a series of musical cries echoed from the bottom of the Eyrie. Peering over the edge, Tristan saw Veronika's phoenix soar out first, quickly followed by the other two. As Erskine predicted, they didn't await an order or circle low in hesitation. They rose like fireballs, ripping through the sky and bursting into a glorious shower of sparks. Like their feathers, they burned with a hint of violet and indigo, staining the sky with all the colors of a mountain sunset. Rex, he thought, staring at the perch where the males gathered, ruffling their feathers and shifting their feet in response to the females soaring past them. Now. Rex burst into a blazing red-gold inferno, the flame rippling off his feathers and cracking like a whip. The rest of the phoenixes lit up as well, one after the other, like a series of torches catching fire. With a bone-chilling cry, the males answered the females, launching into the air. The females weaved in between the males, mixing their colors and creating a spectacle 1,000 times more magnificent than the solstice dance he'd shown Veronika. This was primal battle magic. This was the stuff of legends. Their whirling spiral of light split, and they turned their flight toward the battle for the stronghold, sparks trailing in their wake.
War is costly. Even in victory, there is a price.
Chapter 39. Veronika. As soon as they passed through the archway and the chaos atop the battlements came into view, Veronika's insides went cold. There were soldiers inside the stronghold, wielding axes, crossbows, and short swords, their edges tipped in blood. Bodies littered the walkway across the wall and the ground beneath it, while a distant glow to the east told her that the village gate was burning. The possibility that they might lose became real to Veronika for the first time, and she had convinced Tristan to involve Zephyra and the rest of the phoenixes. Veronika might lose her bondmate all over again. Her legs became wobbly stems beneath her, and she drew air in quick, shallow breaths. The stronghold was flooded with fear, her own most powerful of all, and Veronika thought she might drown in it. High above, a phoenix screeched, and Veronika looked up to see Zephyra burn a brilliant violet streak across the sky. Rex and the other phoenixes joined in, and as the stronghold's defenders clapped and cheered, the heavy press of emotion lightened. Veronika knew then that she'd made the right decision. Not only had they brought hope to their flagging defenders, but the phoenixes were true warriors. If anyone was qualified to fight the soldiers tonight, it was them. Tristan dove into the fighting as soon as they returned, helping two of his fellow apprentices reclaim a section of the wall as Rex and the others soared by. The defenders waved their weapons in the air, heartened by their reinforcements, while the soldiers stared at the firebirds with open-mouthed fear. Maybe they thought all the phoenixes had been drawn out by the diversions, or maybe they'd never faced them in battle before. Rex and the other males flew together in circles high above the battle, slowly building their heat, while Zephyra and the females were far more erratic. Veronika was relieved to see that neither of the unbonded phoenixes had used the opportunity to flee. At least, not yet. Rex was the first to break the pattern, igniting as he dove toward the attacking forces. He whipped past the walls, trailing fire in his wake and causing soldiers to duck and cry out, only to topple from the wall or be cut through by a defender. It took several passes for the phoenix fire to actually burn the ropes, thanks to the pyroflora resin, but with each sweep of flaming wing or tail feather, the ropes frayed and weakened. The rest of the males followed after him, orbiting the stronghold with swaths of flame until it was lit to almost daylight brightness. Veronika glanced at Tristan, worried for how he'd react to so much fire, but he was focused on the fighting. His mental safe house must be holding up well. She'd sensed him working on it inside the Eyrie, and some instinct, or maybe the information Val had given her about how she'd controlled Zephyra, told her that she could lend Tristan her strength, that she could help him through their connection. She didn't know if it had worked, only that Tristan's erratic breathing had slowed, and the tension in his mind cleared. Taking up her serrated knife once more, Veronika found an untouched rope and got to work. She still wore a quiver of arrows, and her bow was strapped to her back, but the weapon made her feel like a fraud. She could barely draw the string or hit a stationary target, never mind kill a man in the middle of a battle. She tried to let Tristan's reassurances wash over her. You have other strengths, you know. Like hacking at ropes. Her palms were so sweaty she could barely hold the handle, but she did her best to focus. While Veronika might be able to block out the feelings of other people and animals, Zephyra was bonded to her, and their joint emotions swirled together as the fight wore on. The war cry that ripped from Zephyra's beak left Veronika's throat dry, and the heat that rippled from her wings caused Veronika's skin to itch. She encouraged her bondmate to mimic Rex's flight patterns, and after much nudging and convincing, Zephyra began to follow him through his dives and circles. The other two females, on the other hand, did whatever they pleased. Zatara was screeching relentlessly, ripping and snapping at anyone and everyone, not just the soldiers. Luckily, the attacking arrows drew her attention more than the defenders on the wall, so she harassed their encampment below and tore climbers from the wall with beak and talons. Zolanthe focused her attention on the village gate, which was billowing clouds of black smoke as it burned. Veronika didn't understand why the phoenix flew in that direction. Maybe she felt somewhat territorial about the area, or was drawn there by the fire. Veronika watched, heart in her throat, as Zoe dove among the attackers. She was smaller than most of the full-grown phoenixes, but it didn't stop her from wreaking havoc on the soldiers storming the village. The more they tried to attack her, the more vicious her dives became. They'd brought nets with them, similar to the one the commander had used to trap Zephyra, and Veronika bristled at the sight of the hated metal mesh. They tried several times to catch Zoe, but she managed to dodge their attempts, screeching in irritation and swooping back around. In a gust of flame and sparks, she dropped among them, only to rise again with her claws sunk deep into the side of the massive battering ram. Phoenixes could carry heavy loads, but even still, she struggled to take flight. The soldiers holding it clung desperately for a moment, then dropped to the ground, backing away and taking up bows and spears instead. Another net flew into the air, snagging on the ram but missing Zoe's wing by mere inches. Fingers of dread slipped down Veronica's spine. She tried to throw her magic to the phoenix, to warn her, but she was too far away, and there was too much happening in between them for her to establish any kind of connection. Instead, she stared, unmoving, as Zoe pumped her great wings, slowly rising from the mass of soldiers surrounding the front gate, dragging the ram with her. From underneath her feathers, her fire burned, growing hotter and brighter as her plumage began to smolder, then burst into flame, heat waves rippling over the grassy plain as the phoenix and the wooden ram ignited. With a victorious shriek, she dropped the burning assault weapon among the soldiers and spread her wings for flight, unencumbered by the heavy object that had been gripped in her claws. Veronika let out a sigh of relief, but it was too soon. One of the attacking archers lined up his shot and loosed, the arrow lodging itself in the middle of Zoe's chest. She shrieked, and the agonized sound drew the attention of everyone in the stronghold. Zoe beat her wings and struggled to fly, but she was still within range. As the embedded arrow shaft caught fire, 3 more followed it, peppering the side of her body and her left wing. She keened, her inner light flickering as she banked hard, flapping her good wing, trying to remain aloft. But her flight was imbalanced and sluggish, and the sparks that flew from her body turned to ash as she fell among the rooftops of the silent village. She disappeared from sight, but Veronika knew, somewhere deep in her magical senses, that the phoenix was gone. She had no bondmate to gather her body or build her pyre, and by the time someone at the stronghold found her, if anyone survived this attack, would it be too late? Or would she choose not to come back anyway, allowing her fire to turn to smoke, her flesh to ash, and her spirit to be free at last? It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Phoenixes were magical, immortal, if not slain. They weren't supposed to be in chains, behind bars, or shot down by Empire soldiers. Zoe had fought bravely for the riders, only to have her moment of victory ripped from her and her life extinguished. A violent screech rent the night, and Zatara burst into sudden, savage flame. She dipped into the trees that dotted the mountainside below, only to surge up again moments later with 2 soldiers clutched in her talons. She dropped them from a sickening height, their terrified screams and burning bodies disappearing into the forest below. But Zatara wasn't finished. She shrieked again, swooping around the edge of the compound and leaving everything, weapons, ropes, and people, burning in her wake. Flaring brighter than the sun, so bright that Veronika had to shield her eyes, Zatara flew ever upward, farther and farther away. Where she was going, Veronika didn't know, but soon she was nothing more than a distant speck of light. Then, nothing at all. The defenders watched her go, and Veronika could feel their resolve wavering. 2 phoenixes gone in moments, and the others emitting low, sorrowful cries of sadness and despair. One of the males abandoned the fight to soar in melancholy circles over the village. It occurred to Veronika that she didn't know which phoenix had laid the egg inside the enclosure, but she guessed it was Zoe, and this mourning male phoenix was her son. Veronika turned away, mind racing frantically as she tried to regroup. What now? Tristan's words came back to her once more. You have other strengths, you know. What strengths? How did being a strong animage help them when they were under attack? And then, as if she were having a conversation with him in her mind, Tristan's voice answered with more remembered words. If phoenixes have the desire to fight on behalf of the humans they care about, why not other animals as well? Veronika whirled around, heart racing. "Tristan!" she shouted, running to his side as he helped hoist a barrel of rocks and debris over the edge of the wall, emptying the contents down on the climbing soldiers below. He left Ronan to finish the job and came to Veronika's side, chest heaving. "We lost both of them," he said, running a filthy hand through his hair, leaving blood and dirt smeared across his forehead. His eyes were wild, and his hands were trembling with fear, adrenaline, or maybe both. "I know," Veronika said, and they both turned as a wrenching crunch rose above the din. Part of the village gate collapsed in a cloud of smoke, and the only thing that kept the soldiers from rushing into the newly made gap was the fire licking up the sides of the wood and the scrambling defenders tossing spears and loosing arrows into the open space. It was only a matter of time before the entire structure gave way. "Tristan," Veronika said, drawing his attention back to her. "I have an idea. Something reckless." His focus sharpened at the familiar phrase, and he gave her his full attention. "You told me my greatest strength was my magic," she continued hurriedly, as people rushed back and forth, taking advantage of the lull in climbers to reposition themselves and restock provisions. "But that's not just me, that's all of us. This stronghold is full of animages, and it's full of animals too. If the phoenixes chose to fight, maybe the rest of the animals would too." His eyes lit in realization. While not every person who lived at the Eyrie was an animage, most of them were. If they worked together with the animals, from the lowliest mouse and pigeon to the mighty wind. "Together," Veronika added, "we outnumber the soldiers." He was nodding over and over again, and after one final decisive dip of the head, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. "Okay." Turning to face the courtyard, Tristan cupped his hands and bellowed in a commander-worthy battle voice, calling everyone's attention. They had mere moments before more ropes would fly up and a new wave of attackers made an attempt on the stronghold. The phoenixes had slowed the climbers down, but they took longer and longer now to build their heat and make their runs, and it was clear that with two gone, they weren't enough to keep the stronghold safe. "Defenders," Tristan said, looking around at them all, sweaty and bloody, and barely keeping it together. The sound of the battle at the village gate was a strange, dissonant contrast to the bubble of silence that enveloped the stronghold, but also a reminder that this was the calm before the next storm. "We have used every weapon and tactic available to us, except one. Who are we? Some of us are soldiers, craftspeople, or cooks. Others are apprentice riders or even stable hands." His golden-brown eyes flicked to Veronika before he continued. "But those are all unnecessary divisions, small pieces of the whole. We are animages, and wherever we come from, we are united here, in this place we now call home. We are also united in our abilities. Tonight, I asked the phoenixes to fight alongside us, and they rallied together to join our cause. Maybe if we ask the other animals of the stronghold to fight with us, they will do the same." Whispers spread through the courtyard like leaves in a light breeze. Veronika closed her eyes and cast her awareness wide, lowering her defenses. There. While the people of the stronghold were confused and unsure, the animals heard Tristan's rallying cry, felt his intention and the rise of his magic, and responded to it. "We will not force them," Tristan said firmly, "but if they choose to help us, we can guide their efforts and ensure they understand the risks. Just as they do in our daily lives, the animals can make us stronger, from phoenixes to messenger pigeons, from war horses to hounds. No ally is too small, no effort unworthy. Veronika looked around. Many of the animals were afraid and would rather hide among rafters or in dark, quiet cellars, but others. Slowly they emerged, slipping between legs and perching on shoulders or ledges. There was a steady thumping sound coming from the stables, and Veronika found Wynn's familiar, stubborn mind. He was ready to break down his stall door if someone didn't come and open it for him soon. The bleak feeling that had so recently overtaken the stronghold changed, shifted. It wasn't exactly hope, but it was something other than despair, and that was a start. "If we stand together," Tristan said, "we can show these Empire soldiers what we're capable of." Tristan's speech ended with the sharp clang of a new grappling hook scraping against the stronghold's walls. In an instant, the people and animals of the Eyrie responded. Veronika hurtled down the nearest stairs, almost tripping over the cats and dogs that weaved between her legs. As she burst through the stable doors, unlatching every stall, pigeons and sparrows and doves filled the air. Outside, Veronika stared as her most recent reckless plan came to fruition. She joined in where she could, sending flocks of birds left and packs of dogs right. She'd expected to have to do more, but the animals were focused and ready to fight. Messenger pigeons gouged the eyes of climbing soldiers, while falcons shrieked and dove, beaks tearing and claws scraping flesh. Instead of weary villagers with serrated kitchen knives, cats scratched and clawed at the climbing ropes and at any unwary soldier who managed to crest the wall, and a barrage of dogs and horses barreled into the village through the open postern door. Veronika climbed the wall again, just in time to see a soldier try his hand at running through the ruins of the village gate, only to be surprised by the giant bloodhound that leapt through the gap, colliding with him in mid-air and tackling him to the ground. Llamas carried supplies and weapons, while the horses dragged heavy beams and wagons to try to shore up the village gate's barricade. Veronika even saw Sparrow hacking at a rope, Chirp perched next to her, biting and tugging at the loose threads. Veronika's heart filled with triumphant glee. Fighting alongside her animal friends was terrifying, but it felt right. They were natural-born allies, and like Tristan said, they were stronger together. Let the Empire think them weak and defenseless without their Phoenix Riders. They would show them exactly how much damage animages could do.
I thought I lost my sister when a straw arrow pierced her chest, but I'd lost her long before then.
Chapter 40. Veronika. Just like the phoenixes, the animal reinforcements worked, for a time. Veronika's stomach clenched painfully when she saw the first dog run through with an enemy spear, and her heart lurched each time a messenger pigeon was shot down from the sky. Everywhere she looked, she saw fur and feathers stained with blood, and bodies of all shapes and sizes were strewn across the ground. The phoenixes continued to circle and dive, but the death of Zoe had made them hesitant, and even Zephyra had lost some of her aggression. It wasn't going to be enough. They had done everything they could to last, to endure, but their defenders were dying, human and animal alike, and still no saviors came to rescue them. When the newly built barricade at the village gate came crashing down, Veronika knew they were out of time. If the soldiers got into the village, they'd burn and destroy until they reached the stronghold. Its walls were taller and more solidly built than the village, but its gate hadn't been reinforced, and they didn't have the numbers to properly defend it. If the soldiers got into the village, all was lost. They could send more phoenixes to help, but they'd already lost 2, neither of which were bonded. How much more devastating would it be if one of the apprentices lost their bondmate? Veronika knew that if Tristan sent anyone, it would be Rex. He wouldn't condemn anyone else to that fate. He would shoulder the burden himself. Veronika sought him out and had her worst suspicions confirmed. Already he was signaling Rex, but when the Phoenix turned mid-flight, he didn't head to the burning village gate to take up the defense. He flew toward Tristan. He means to go with his bondmate, she realized, her throat constricting in sudden panic. He means for them to fight and maybe die together. Veronika moved slowly through the crowd, as if wading through water. She didn't know what she would say or if she intended to try to stop him, but she had to get there. Tristan spotted her approach, and their eyes met, dead bodies and burning ropes between them. His expression was bleak. Then his face contorted in pain, and he clutched at his arm, stumbling to the ground. Veronika ran, pushing people aside as she fell to her knees next to him, looking for the arrow that had found its mark, only there wasn't one. Rex screeched from somewhere above, and Veronika whirled around. There was the arrow she sought, embedded in the space where Rex's left wing connected with his body. He dropped, staggering down into the open space of the courtyard below. Veronika helped Tristan to his feet, and he shook off the phantom wound that had pierced his shoulder through the bond. Rex landed awkwardly near the back of the courtyard, probably trying to make it into the eyrie, but unable to fly that far. "Erskine!" Tristan screamed as they rushed to Rex's side, his voice ragged. Veronika doubted they were close enough for the man to hear, but then a tiny figure appeared out of nowhere. Sparrow, doing her part as a runner, hurtling past in a blur as she bolted through the archway into the eyrie and out of sight. Tristan gripped Rex's flailing head, trying to soothe him, while Veronika looked at the wound. The arrow shaft had pierced straight through the muscle and sinew of the joint, so that the wing lost all mobility. He would heal more quickly than other animals, but there was no way he could fly right now. Erskine ambled through the archway, a heavy satchel in hand. He dropped the bag with a clank of bottles and healing instruments and checked the Phoenix's shoulder. Tristan's eyes were wide and feverish, his hold on Rex tense. Erskine's movements were deft and quick as he surveyed the damage. Sparrow remained just outside their group, but Erskine called her over and ordered her to retrieve items from his bag. Her hands trembled as they flitted over the bottles and jars, but Chirp was nearby, and she managed to find the items he sought. "He'll be fine, lad," Erskine said, turning away from Rex to mop the blood from his hands, which smoked and left angry red welts on his fingers. "And there'll be no lasting damage, as far as I can tell. But he can't be flying any more tonight." Tristan didn't respond, and try as she might to resist it, Veronika couldn't help but feel the dazed numbness that radiated from him. He was lost without his Phoenix, and so was the gate. Zephyra nudged Veronika's mind, and she looked up to see her bondmate circling the sky above. Zephyra, with whom she was so recently reunited. Zephyra, who was technically too young to be ridden, but large for her age. "Tristan," Veronika said, stepping closer and turning him slightly so he couldn't see as Erskine continued to treat Rex, though she suspected he felt it through the bond. "We don't have time to linger here. Rex can't help us, but Zephyra can. We have to get to the gate." Veronika looked at Tristan closely for the first time since they'd rejoined the fight. He had a split lip and bruising along the side of his face. His tunic was bloodied and torn. He shook his head slightly, pushing back his sweat-soaked hair, and cast his gaze about as if searching for another solution. Above, Zephyra tugged on their bond, more insistently than before, and a second later Veronika saw the world through her Phoenix's eyes. They were mirroring. Fire. Blood. She lost herself in her bondmate's complex mind and supernatural senses, but Zephyra steered her consciousness toward the village gate. The last burning piece of the wooden doors gave way under the fierce blow of a soldier's axe, while both attackers and defenders tripped over the abandoned weapons and bodies strewn across the ground. Smoke and arrows were heavy in the air, filling the wide-open space where the gate had once been. "Now," Zephyra said in her mind. "Now," Veronika said with a gasp, returning to her own mind and body. Tristan shook his head again. "I told you, I'm not going to sacrifice your life. You and Zephyra have never flown together. It'll have to be one of the other apprentices. The gate has fallen. We don't have time," Veronika said desperately, calling Zephyra down to land on the ground next to them. Rex let out a melancholy croon, and Zephyra answered with a bolstering wail of support. The rest of the phoenixes were engaged in the fighting, swooping and soaring above, their bondmates busy and distracted. "You're right. I don't have experience, but you do. We can go together." "Veronika," Tristan said, desperation clinging to his voice as he eyed Zephyra. In the back of his mind, his fear of fire kindled, wanting to be let loose, but Veronika sensed him clamp down on it. "We go together or I go alone," Veronika said, steel in her voice. The Empire had already taken her parents and her grandmother. She wouldn't allow them to take anything else. "We can't let them into the village." "We don't even have a saddle," Tristan complained, but his words were cut off by a loud thud. Sparrow, panting slightly, had just dropped a strange-looking saddle onto the ground next to them. This was no horse's saddle, but a phoenix saddle with extra straps and buckles. Both Veronika and Tristan stared in surprise, but it was Erskine who first spoke. "There's no time for you to debate it. Make your choice and get on with it," he said, patting Sparrow on the shoulder before returning to Rex's injury. The girl beamed, proud of herself, before hurrying to hand Erskine bandages from his pack. The saddles must be stored somewhere close by, and he'd ordered Sparrow to retrieve it while Tristan and Veronika argued. Tristan hesitated another fraction of a second, then, "Fine," he said, and picked up the saddle. He glanced at Veronika as he approached Zephyra, and she hastened to tell the phoenix what was happening and to allow Tristan to saddle her. The prospect of being ridden by her rider caused a surge of joy to ripple through Zephyra's body, though she was wary of Tristan. "He has to come," Veronika told her soothingly. "I need his help. We both do." Once saddled, Zephyra seemed to act upon some ancient, ingrained instincts, or perhaps she'd seen the other phoenixes do it, tucking her legs underneath her body and lowering herself to the ground. Tristan mounted up while Rex watched in mournful silence. Veronika handed him her bow and arrows, which he slung over his back before hoisting her up in front of him. "You'll have to steer," he murmured into her ear. They were squeezed tightly together on a saddle that was only made for one, and the touch of his breath on her skin sent goosebumps trailing down her back. He quickly showed her where to put her feet and where to hold on, but she was flustered by the way his chest and thighs pressed against her. Luckily, most of her guidance would come to Zephyra through the bond. "She won't be able to hold us both for long, but if we can get there, we can try to shore up the defenses while Zephyra distracts them with her fire." "Will you be okay?" Veronika asked as Zephyra stood from her crouch and shook out her wings. Zephyra's wasn't the only fire they were about to endure. Every bit of the village gate was burning. They were flying an inferno into an inferno. "I'll have to be." Zephyra leapt into the air, and one flap of her wings was enough to almost unseat Veronika. She clung to the front of the saddle, using the stirrups as Tristan taught her, while he squeezed hard around her midsection. Several more pumps of Zephyra's wings, and they were soaring above the temple and back into the fray. The world shrank beneath them, while the sky became a vast, black expanse that threatened to swallow them whole. The night was alive with the cold bite of wind and the gentle kiss of starlight. Veronika gasped. It was like being mirrored with Zephyra again, only far more visceral. Her heart pounded, her stomach clenched, and every inch of her body tingled. She had been dreaming of this day since she was a child, but never had she imagined that her first flight on Phoenix back would come amid a fiery battle for her life. Zephyra flew above the phoenixes, swooping back and forth in the sky, the sounds of the battle below almost lost in the whistle of the wind and the pump of her wings. As they neared the wreckage of the village gate, Veronika's bondmate grew hot beneath them. Tristan squirmed slightly against her, sweat sticking them together, and Veronika knew he wouldn't last long on Zephyra's smoldering back. The gate was already worse than Veronika had seen it just a few moments ago. A blackened frame was all that remained of the double doors, and only a handful of guards still defended the opening, while soldiers tried to scrabble over barrels and debris. Tristan asked Veronika to have Zephyra steady her flight, and then a soft twang slipped past her face. An arrow flew down to pierce the heart of a soldier as he tried to make a path through the rubble. Tristan was able to loose 2 more before the soldiers found the source of the attack and turned their bows skyward. Veronika didn't need Tristan's prompt to tell Zephyra to fly higher, out of their range. They were a good distraction, drawing the attention of the soldiers so that the remaining defenders could regroup. When the attackers did the same, drawing back to the far side of the field, Veronika hoped they were considering a retreat. But as Zephyra swooped by for another pass, a swell of reinforcements spilled onto the mountainside, like a rush of ants from a kicked colony. Veronika's insides became a yawning void of despair. "Ahura, save us," Tristan whispered. Veronika directed Zephyra toward the village. She dipped low over the rising tide of soldiers, causing them to duck and scatter before landing in front of the ruined gate. They didn't have long before the attackers would gather for a renewed assault. Tristan leapt from Zephyra's back, and Veronika slipped down after him. She patted her bondmate gratefully, but didn't bother with instructions. Zephyra knew what to do. It seemed that, in battle, their connection honed and sharpened like the powerful weapon that it was. Tristan made to hand Veronika the bow and quiver again, but she shook her head. He was the trained archer, not her. As the last defenders emerged from the shadows, reloading their weapons and taking up new positions, Veronika went in search of arrows. Captain Flynn was slumped against a wagon wheel, pressing a blood-soaked wad of fabric against a wound, and many more bodies, dead or alive, Veronika didn't know, were scattered all around them. She avoided looking at faces or wounds and focused on plucking ammunition from the ground and the surrounding wreckage. Grass, buildings, and bodies burned, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air, tightening Veronika's throat and making her eyes water. With a heavy heart, she came to stand next to Tristan, sliding the additional arrows into his quiver. She supposed that dying on her feet fighting wasn't the worst way to go. She'd finally been a rider, for however brief a time, and it was a comfort to know that Zephyra would either escape or die free, both better options than being executed inside a cage. Maybe Val had gotten away through the underground tunnels she spoke of and would become a rider on her own. Veronika thought about trying to contact her with shadow magic, but she didn't know where to begin, or how to say goodbye. Zephyra let out a blood-curdling cry of defiance and ripped a path through the soldiers. Veronika and the last dregs of their defenses raised their weapons and faced the chaos the Phoenix left in her wake. The village walls hadn't been built with proper defense in mind, so there were few positions that gave Tristan and the others a good angle from which to hit the attackers. Looking around, Veronika spotted the ruins of a cart and wrenched up a massive board of wood. She carried it toward Tristan, showing him he could use it for protection. It wasn't large enough to shield his whole body, but with Veronika holding it, she could adjust the height or slant, giving him the cover he needed to get off cleaner shots. It jarred her arm muscles right to their joints when the first arrow slammed into the slab of wood, and the point of the steel-tipped arrowhead protruded through from the other side. Tristan's expression was wide, frantic, before relief washed over him when he saw the arrow hadn't made it completely through. They shared a glance, and Veronika nodded. She could do this. He loosed more arrows, and Veronika caught more attacking shots in return. Though her limbs shook with effort and her ears rang from impact after impact, Veronika found herself settling into a rhythm. They were like one person, anticipating each other's every thought and movement. Tristan would spot a target, Veronika would move into place to shield him, and he'd loose his arrow. Target, shield, loose. Target, shield, loose. It was a while before Veronika realized that the reason they were so completely in sync with each other was because the channel between them was wide open again, their minds and bodies moving as one. They both spotted the target. They both stepped into position, and they both loosed the arrow. Rather than jarring her out of the moment or sending her into another faint, Veronika embraced their unity. She was seeing the battle through Tristan's eyes, despite being hunched over behind their makeshift shield, and was able to anticipate what he needed even before he knew it himself. And that was why, when he moved to line up a shot at a distant attacker, noticing too late that nearer at hand a soldier had broken through and was barreling down on them, it was Veronika who changed his shot. In the space of a breath, Veronika leaned her body into Tristan's, guiding his arms to the side just as the arrow loosed from his fingertips. It landed true, directly in the middle of the oncoming soldier's chest. Tristan blinked at her, stunned, and Veronika had the surreal feeling of experiencing his emotions through their connection at the same moment she saw them on his face. Shock, confusion, and then a blazing surge of gratitude. His chest swelled, and he laughed in bemused delight. Their connection broke at last, but he didn't sense it. To Tristan, the entire thing had been an act of serendipity. Anianki's hand or TK's blind luck, but to her it was so much more. It was possibility. While he fired off more arrows, Veronika marveled at the uses for shadow magic that she'd never considered before. Despite how hard they fought, the only reason the soldiers hadn't broken through their ragtag defense was Zafira and her constant fiery dives across the mud-churned and body-riddled field. Every time she whipped past, Veronika held her breath, wondering if this would be the time she took an arrow, if this would be the time she died. As the gray light of pre-dawn filtered through the smoke, the world became oddly dreamlike, sounds muffled and colors muted. Over time, Zafira's blistering charges became more infrequent as exhaustion settled in and the soldiers saw their opportunity. They rushed forward immediately after she flew past, taking advantage of the time she took to arc back up to the sky. The shadowy horde barreled down on them, just visible through the mottled haze. Veronika and the other defenders stood their ground, but she knew that this time the soldiers would break through. Their number was too great, their timing just right. Veronika tossed aside the piece of wood and crouched down, grabbing an abandoned spear, dinged and bloodied, but still intact. Tristan did the same, ditching his bow for an enemy axe. As they took up their new weapons, their eyes met. The connection opened between them again, and his feelings pulsed like a heartbeat. She was his friend. She was his comrade. She was his equal. Her wish had come true. Her impossible fantasy realized. And he didn't want to see her die. So he ran, away from her, into the smoke, toward the oncoming soldiers, toward death. Veronika opened her mouth, reaching for him with both mind and body, but the instincts that had moments before saved Tristan's life had become sluggish with fear. She moved too slowly, and her hand swiped at empty air, her mind at the trailing wisps of him as he passed. In an instant he was gone, and she was stuck staring at his retreating back. Veronika made to lurch after him when something collided with her shoulder. She was shunted aside, struggling to regain her footing as wind leapt through the gate and thundered after Tristan. Someone, perhaps Janna or one of the other stable hands, had put him in his full battle armor, the gleaming bits of metal and leather dully reflecting the misty light. The soldiers faltered, and Tristan turned, confused by their apparent fear, just in time to see wind mow down 6 of them. The horse swept around Tristan in a tight arc, protecting him on all sides, while Tristan could do nothing but stare, his axe held loosely in his grasp. Wind circled, charging down a handful more attackers before slowing his pace, giving Tristan a chance to leap onto his saddle. As Wind carried him back toward the gate, a horn sounded. It was so quiet that Veronika wasn't sure she'd heard it. Everyone around them slowed, then paused. Even the soldiers stopped in their tracks to listen. Then 2nd, 3rd, and 4th blasts echoed across the mountaintop. Veronika found Zephyra in the sky above, and the phoenix let out a long, clear note, a call. A heartbeat of silence, and then a faint, distant reply. It wasn't a sound of alarm or defense, it was a greeting. The rest of the phoenixes in the stronghold repeated the sound, and soon the music of phoenix song filled the air. Tristan twisted atop Wind's back, trying to get a better view. Clouds stained pink and purple streaked across the sky in the distance, making way for the coming dawn. But closer at hand, a dozen small, wavering dots approached, trailing glittering threads of fire. Tristan let out a loud, joyful whoop. The riders had returned.
Of the fierce and formidable first riders, none are so beloved as Nephira and Callista. The heroics, the splendor. They flew together like the wings of the same bird and fought like the arms of the same warrior. So flawless, so complete was their union that they became one being, one person, connected for all eternity. Wings of the Same Bird, as sung by Melark the Minstrel, circa 116 AE.
There was so much blood. My arrow. Why did it have to be my arrow? The agony of regret, the sorrow of loneliness. I let the pain of it consume me.
Chapter 41. Veronika. By the time the riders reached the stronghold, the soldiers had begun to scatter. Those who didn't were attacked with renewed vigor from the defenders, encouraged by the sight of their shining warriors come home. Tristan's face shone when he saw his father among them, dirty and bloodied, but alive, leading his troops with expert precision. It seemed that most had returned, though Veronika had trouble getting a clear count. Their patrols were divided. One secured the stronghold, and the other gave pursuit to the soldiers fleeing back down the mountainside. By the time the sun had crested the distant peaks, the last rope was severed, and the final enemy soldier was cut down. Veronika looked around, stunned to realize that the battle was won. Her ears were ringing slightly, the shouts and screams and clashing metal of the fight now replaced with low voices and heavy footsteps. The guards and villagers took stock of their surroundings, while the apprentices called their mounts away from the stronghold, back to the eyrie. It took only a shared glance for Veronika to know that Tristan had to stay behind and speak with his father. "I'll check on Rex," she said, Before he could ask, a blur of scarlet feathers, including Zephyra's violet-tinged ones, streaking through the sky above them. Tristan gave her a strange look, and before Veronika realized what was happening, he drew her into a bone-crunching hug. It was different from the last time he'd hugged her, buoyed up by adrenaline and excitement after the success of his obstacle course performance. This time his limbs trembled, and he clung to her like he might collapse right then and there. If their first hug was like a drink of cool water on a hot day, this hug was like the life-saving rainstorm after a wildfire. He smelled of sweat and smoke, but he was unharmed. He was alive. They'd somehow made it through. He took a shaky breath as he held her, his chest expanding against hers, and then released her. He stepped backward, nodding his thanks before disappearing into the crowd. She watched him go, a riot of emotions swirling in the pit of her stomach. With the fighting over, Veronika would have to deal with the repercussions of Val's betrayal and the possible changes to her place here. To her relationship with Tristan. Would he tell his father, or could she count on him to keep her secret? Would it even matter? She'd just ridden a female phoenix in front of the entire stronghold. Surely some would begin to question who she truly was. As Veronika made her way toward the Eyrie, she took in the devastation. All around her was pain, some people and animals moving under their own power, others being helped or carried. It turned out the male phoenix who had been circling mournfully above the village, Zoe's son, was bonded to Latham, who thus far had been unable to get him to return to the Eyrie. Veronika was relieved to step through the archway, where crates of bandages, food, and water had been laid out for the returning phoenixes and their bondmates. Erskine awaited them there, Sparrow by his side. She was weeping. In her cupped hands she held Chirp, blood staining his soft brown feathers. He was utterly still, his small feet curled up against his stiff, round body. The sight reminded Veronika of Zephyra's death, and the throb of devastation Sparrow projected mingled painfully with the memory of her own. Erskine turned his wide, gentle eyes on the girl, but her face was bowed toward her Sparrow. She couldn't actually see her fallen friend, but her pose and expression said it all. Sparrow's grief was a quiet storm, but when Erskine tried to take the dead bird from her, she practically snarled. Veronika stepped in. Patting Erskine's arm reassuringly, she took Sparrow by the shoulder and guided her toward a crate to sit on. "Sparrow, it's me," she whispered. "Do you remember? It's—" "Veronika?" Sparrow said, her head snapping up. "Yes," Veronika said, keeping her voice low, though nobody was in earshot. "Yes, it's me." Sparrow tilted her head, sniffing loudly. "Didn't hear you, without those bits and beads making a racket." Veronica's hand ran through her bedraggled, apparently quiet hair. "And no Chirp to... Her voice wobbled, and her face crumpled as fresh tears made tracks down her dirty cheeks. Veronica's own vision went blurry, but she quickly blinked the tears away and put her arm around Sparrow, holding her tight. "I know," she said softly. "And I'm so sorry." Veronika couldn't shake the clinging guilt that gripped her heart. It was her idea to involve the animals of the stronghold. It was her fault Chirp had died. She was reminded of the first time she'd seen a dead animal, a mouse that had followed her as she'd crossed a busy Ora Nova street and gotten trampled. She'd wept and blamed herself, but her Maora would have none of it. "You take something from them when you do that," she'd said, all stern affection and wisdom. "As if the poor creature didn't have a mind of its own. Did you command it to follow you? Did you rob it of its free will, Veronika had stopped crying long enough to shake her head.
No. Then that fellow made his own choice, and we should honor him for it.
And then they'd wrapped his body in Veronika's finest scarf and placed him into the flames of their hearth, burning him in a true warrior's pyre, as her Mayora called it. Val had walked in, asked what they were doing, then scoffed and walked back out again, but Veronika and her grandmother had remained until the last log burned low. Veronika had thought about how she would feel if she had commanded the mouse to follow, as her sister did to animals all the time. She never wanted that kind of power over another living thing, and she'd vowed never to steal another creature's free will. Now, among the death and devastation that surrounded her, Veronika took a steadying breath. Chirp had fought because he loved Sparrow, just as the rest of the animals had loved the humans that fed and cared for them. She would not take credit for their bravery, but instead honor their memory. Their sacrifice had kept her, Sparrow, and everyone else alive.
"It's just,"
Sparrow said, hiccuping and wiping the back of her hand across her nose.
"Chirp was my only friend in the whole world."
Silent sobs shook her small frame, and Veronika squeezed her shoulders harder.
Chirp was a special friend and brave as a phoenix, but he wasn't your only friend.
What about me? Sparrow lifted her head, her wide eyes wet with tears.
"Are we friends?"
"Of course," Veronika said easily, as if she were an expert on friendship and hadn't made her first very recently. It was nice to think that she now had a second. She smiled, though she knew Sparrow couldn't see it. Hopefully she could feel it. Sparrow beamed.
"Chirp did like you,"
she said matter-of-factly, as if his approval was all she needed. "Good. I liked him too." When she spotted Erskine squinting through the crowd of phoenixes as if looking for someone, Veronika told Sparrow she had some work to do and extricated herself. Sparrow seemed calmer, lying down on her side with Chirp against her chest and closing her eyes as if for sleep. Pulling Erskine aside, Veronika relayed the news about Zoe and Zatara. Zoe died protecting the village gate, shot down with arrows. Afterward, Zatara fled.
I see,"
he said gruffly, clearing his throat.
"I'll send someone to gather the body. There's a chance."
He trailed off.
"We'll burn her, along with the rest of our fallen warriors."
He glanced at Sparrow with Chirp's body beside her, then at the small row of dead dogs, cats, and pigeons that were being laid out on the massive phoenix plinth. Back in the stronghold, Veronika had seen a similar thing being done with the dead human bodies, fallen warriors like Erskine said. Veronika couldn't bear to look closely, to recognize a familiar face. She knew she should be grateful that it was a miracle so many of them had survived this night when the odds were so dangerously stacked against them. But it was hard to feel anything more than heartbreak. While everyone was busy tending their own bondmates or helping with the wounded, Veronika pushed her way through the mass of feathery bodies and hugged Zafira tight. She was proud and amazed at her phoenix's daring during the battle and how well she'd assimilated into their group. The males had some sense of her, of this other presence within their familiar flock, but after fighting together, it seemed they'd accepted her as one of them. Veronika could only hope that she would be given the same treatment. As Zafira drank from a trough, Veronika grabbed several bundles of fresh fruit wrapped in leaves. She left half with her phoenix and took the rest to Rex, who was perched on the outside ledge, away from the commotion. He was subdued, looking small and forlorn all by himself, but made no move to join in with the others. Before Veronika could do more than pick her way over, a shadow flew over her head, and Zephyra landed on the ledge next to him. Rex bristled slightly, but Zephyra kept her distance, cocking her head back and forth, studying him. Veronika wondered if her phoenix sensed something from Rex, some element of the bizarre connection that linked Veronika to Tristan. After rustling his good wing and puffing up his feathers, Rex settled somewhat, and Zephyra seemed to take it as an invitation to move closer. She had something in her beak, and when she was close enough, she bowed her head and dropped one of the fruit bundles Veronika had given her on the ground next to Rex. Rex's golden beak roved over the package before picking through the leaves for the fruit within. Veronika looked down at the food in her hand, apparently no longer needed, and grinned. Zephyra's compassion filtered through the bond, warming Veronika's chest. "You'll keep an eye on him?" she asked, hastily examining the bandage over Rex's wound. It was clean and wrapped tightly, more to stop him from using his wing and slowing the healing process, and she knew he'd recover soon. Zephyra squawked in response, settling down next to Rex. The sight of it made Veronika's heart swell. Her duties done, she sagged against the wall near the entrance to the eyrie, where several others were doing the same. She was tired, but her exhaustion was so deep and constant that she'd forgotten what it was like to be without it. As she floated in the fluid place between sleep and waking, Val's face appeared in her mind. Veronika straightened, wondering if her sister was okay, wherever she was. Veronika could find her, of course. Val had shown her how. They had a permanent connection between them, which meant that she could find Val almost anywhere, like she could with her bondmate. Time strengthened that ability, and Veronika wasn't sure how long the link between her and Val had been in place. Not that it mattered. Val couldn't have gone far. Is this the slippery slope? She wondered idly, settling more comfortably onto the ground as she turned her focus inward, searching for their connection. There was always a reason to use shadow magic, but Veronika had to trust herself and her own instincts. The magic had served her well in the battle, and though it irked her to admit it, she had to know Val was safe. As soon as Veronika closed her eyes, she felt Val in her mind. Her sister wasn't actually there, but rather the link between them left traces of her even when she was gone. It was as if the doorway was a piece of Val, hidden out of sight, but ready to connect with whenever Veronika needed it. She pressed against it, marveling at the fact that it had been there all along, an itching, nagging presence that she simply hadn't recognized for what it was. Opening the channel between them wasn't as easy as it had been with Tristan. He didn't have shadow magic and didn't truly understand how to guard himself. Val, on the other hand, was a fortress. The barrier between them was dense and unforgiving, a door made of thickest iron, bolted and barricaded and utterly impenetrable unless you had the key. The effort of trying to break through nearly robbed Veronika of her consciousness. "Nice try, Zenika," said Val's calm, amused voice inside her head. Veronika hadn't managed to open the door, but her attempts had obviously drawn Val's attention, and she spoke to Veronika as if she were standing right on the other side. "But you never had the stomach for mind games." "Where are you?" Veronika asked, still unable to see anything beyond the door. "Don't worry, I'll be gone before you know it," came Val's response, and already she was pulling away. Desperate, Veronika reached for Val with all her strength, catching her off guard. There was a moment of unencumbered connection, a single, clear image seen through Val's eyes, before she severed their contact. It was only a glimpse of her surroundings, but it was enough. Despite all Val had done, all the ways she'd hurt Veronika. The night's battle had changed things. Veronika had seen too much death to let her sister walk away from her forever, not without a proper goodbye. The image she'd seen through Val's eyes had been a large, low-ceilinged room filled with boxes and barrels, a storage room. Val had likely been stealing supplies when Veronika made contact with her, and if she hurried, she'd catch her sister before she escaped. Veronika found the cellar several floors below the kitchens at the bottom of a winding stone stair. It was dark and windowless, perfect for keeping food and perishable items. As soon as Veronika entered, she knew it was the same room she'd seen in Val's mind. Only Val wasn't there. Veronika turned to leave when she noticed what looked like wheel marks along the floor, leading out from the back of the room. She followed the tracks, but came up against a stone wall. She frowned, but then remembered Val's words from earlier in the evening. "We'll sneak out through the underground service entrance." Maybe it wasn't a wall at all. Veronika pressed both hands against the cool stone surface and pushed. The tunnel that led out from the storage room was long and dark, unlit by lanterns or torches. There were several offshoots, probably leading up to the stables and maybe even into the eyrie itself. Veronika pushed blindly forward, all the while straining with her senses, both physical and magical. A haze of diffuse light came into view as she neared the end, the barest hints of early morning sunlight streaming through a tangle of fragrant bushes over the entrance. With a bit of prodding, she discovered a metal grate with a concealed latch that allowed her to move the obstruction aside. She wedged a piece of stone into the gap as she let the gate fall back into place, and the doorway all but disappeared, hidden behind thick hanging vines and wide green leaves. The ground in front of it was hard stone, the kind of firm surface that wouldn't reveal wagon tracks or hoofprints. As she took in the landscape, trying to get her bearings, Veronika felt a tingle of awareness. She whirled around to see Val perched on the rock overtop the tunnel, an arrow notched and ready to fire. She held the weapon confidently, no tremor in her arms or uncertainty in her stance, and Veronika wondered when she'd learn to be an expert archer. "What do you want, Veronika?" she asked, bow steady. "I've a lot of ground to cover before dark." Veronika swallowed. What did she want? "I wanted to make sure that you were okay." Val kept the weapon pointed at her a moment longer before releasing a snort of disbelief and lowering it. "I thought you hated me." She said the words callously, as if they were a joke, but Veronika could feel the hurt in her sister's voice and sense the anger simmering just below the surface. "I don't hate you, Val," she said. Even after everything, she didn't. She didn't think she ever could. Veronika had lost so much in her life, she couldn't willingly reject the last bit of her family, of her childhood she had left. Val nodded, playing with the fletching on her arrow. She had managed to steal a bow and full quiver, a shoulder pack, likely filled with stolen supplies, and a smaller crossbody satchel. Whatever it held, it was heavy, straining against the fabric and digging into Val's flesh. Seeing Veronika's line of sight, she shifted, casting her gaze in the direction of the eyrie. "You should get back, Veronika. They'll be looking for you." Veronika nodded, but she didn't move. "Where will you go?" She thought about offering to talk to Tristan, to Commander Cassian, or even to Erskine. Her sister could be a valuable asset to any of them, but she knew Val would never accept, and that it would be a terrible idea besides. Though Veronika took care to guard her mind, Val's lips quirked into a smile, as if Veronika were projecting her thoughts for all the world to hear. "I think I'll make for the ruins of Aura and the Everlasting Flame," Val said.
I've always wanted to see it. They say the queens of old linger there, whispering their stories for anyone brave enough to hear them. A flicker of longing sparked to life inside Veronika. She realized with sudden finality that even if Val did make it there, the way was notoriously treacherous, the roads and bridges collapsed and crumbled with age, and the very summit reachable only on Phoenix back, and she heard those ancient secrets, Veronika would never know. She wouldn't be waiting at home next to the hearth, eager for Val's return. They would never share their lives that way again. She hesitated, knowing her sister would scoff at her next words, but she said them anyway. "Be careful." Val smiled, the bright morning sun turning her auburn hair to fire. "I've been through much worse, Zenica. One day you'll understand." "I want to understand now," Veronika said, taking a step forward. Val was the kind of person who never really let you in. You could talk to her day after day, year after year, spend your entire life together, and still not truly know her. If this was going to be the last time Veronika ever saw her sister, she wanted to find something true about her, something more than just her callous nature and darkly burning heart. "Tell me." Val studied her for a long time. "I can't tell you," she said with a resolute shake of her head. Veronika wilted, the walls between them, magical, physical, and emotional, as impenetrable as always. "But I can show you," Val said. The world around Veronika disappeared, the walls she'd just lamented completely obliterated. Suddenly, she was in one of her dreams, the scene playing out before her waking eyes. She sat at the head of a long wooden table, oil lamps casting pools of light over its surface. Across from her was the same girl who was always at her side in these visions. She was a young woman now, her deep-set eyes shadowed and wary. Other people filled the room, but Dream Veronika wasn't interested in them. She stared intently, fixedly at the girl, noticing every breath and sigh of movement. She seemed paler than usual and pressed a hand to her stomach as if she might be sick. She kept glancing toward the corner of the room where a guard stood by the door. Maybe she was nervous and his presence reassured her, or maybe she wanted to note how far the door was in case she had to make a run for the chamber pot. When she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a seemingly innocuous gesture, rage boiled in Veronika's veins. The girl's hair was glossy, straight, and unbraided. This was a recent development, Veronika sensed, and as she took in the surrounding people once more, she noticed a distinct difference between those who clustered around the girl across from her and the ones who stood near Veronika. Those around the girl wore the robes of council members, which included a mix of provincial governors and noble lords. Veronika could make out the golden thread embroidered on their chests, indicating their positions, scales for the Minister of Law or overlapping circles for the Minister of Coin. One or two appeared to be military, their short hair, stiff postures, and colored sashes marking them as ranking soldiers in the army. The people attending Veronika in the dream were also important and high-ranking, but certainly of a different sort. They were Phoenix riders, every one, wearing arm guards and riding leathers, with shining obsidian beads and bright phoenix feathers hanging from their braided hair. There was barely concealed hostility in the room, and Veronika couldn't decide which side was more intimidating. Both had powerful, experienced men and women, and yet the riders were at their best on Phoenix back, soaring through the open air with bows and spears in their grasp. Here, in a darkened chamber where wax and ink were the weapons of choice, Veronika couldn't help but think that the politicians had the true upper hand.
As she compared and contrasted the opposing forces, something in Veronica's mind finally clicked. She understood where she was at last, what she had been dreaming of for years. She was in the heart of the Empire more than 16 years ago, in Ora Nova, and these were the princesses that battled for the throne during the Blood War. If the girl across from her was Veronyka, surrounded by her counselors, then Veronika was occupying the mind of Avalkira, attended by her rebel Phoenix Riders. A heavy silence fell as Veronika's dream self twisted a ring on her finger, pressing it into a thick glob of wax on a piece of paper, dark with ink. Her movements were brisk, but Veronika felt the tremor in her fingers and the hasty, clumsy way she slid the document across the table. The tension in the room reached a crescendo as, with a nod at her advisors, Veronyka tore the sheet of paper in two. Veronika's dream body leapt to its feet, but her own advisors descended upon her before she could speak or react, gripping her arms and steering her from the room. Veronika glanced over her shoulder for a last look at the girl who was her sister, but bodies pressed in on her, blocking her from view. Shadowy passages, whispered words, and suddenly Veronika was in a bedchamber. Her people released her at last, and with a command laced with shadow magic, they fled from her presence. As soon as the door shut behind them, Veronika took up a heavy wooden chair and whipped it across the room. It smashed against the wall, shards of wood flying in every direction, but she wasn't done. She smashed a ceramic jug and tore a silken pillow in half, the plump feathers dancing in the air like snowflakes. Panting, she lurched to a basin of water and splashed handfuls of cool liquid against her hot skin. "This means war," said a voice in her mind, a voice that was not Veronika's. As the pool of water beneath her stilled, she dropped her hands and stared into the reflection of the dark bowl. Val's face looked back up at her. Veronika reeled back, casting aside the dream world as the true world came to life around her once more. Birds chirped, grass swished in the breeze, and sunlight beat down. Val stood in front of her, so like the reflection in the dream that she felt she stared at a ghost, not a flesh and blood person. The ghost of Avalkira Ashfire.
My heart ripped open, my soul bled, and my very being caught fire.
Chapter 42. Veronika. "Val!" Veronika shouted, as her sister turned her back and stepped between the trees. "Val, Val, Val." Veronika kept repeating the word, out loud and inside her mind, as she chased after her sister. She had the feeling that if she said the word enough times, it would set things right, bring Val back, banish the images from her mind, and give her world equilibrium again. But by the time Veronika was able to scale the rocky hill above the tunnel entrance, Val was nowhere in sight, and Veronika couldn't see which direction she'd gone. Veronika tried their mental connection, but it was as silent as the world around her. She squeezed her eyes shut, but it did no good. The feather-crowned queen was there, staring back at her with Val's face. Dread crept up Veronika's body like snaring vines, rooting her to the spot. Val. Avalkira. Avalkira. But how? Avalkira Ashfire was dead. She'd died at the end of the Blood War 16 years ago. Everyone said so. Avalkira had been burned to death, shot down during the final battle and consumed by her dying bondmate's flames. But had she stayed dead? Mora's words from weeks ago floated to the surface of Veronika's mind. All it takes is fire and bones. Veronika stared into the trees, her heart thumping in an uneven rhythm. She had the feeling that Val watched her, and yet she couldn't unstick her feet, couldn't seem to follow or call out for her. If she did call out, what name would she use? Eventually, that prickly sensation of being watched receded, and Veronika made her slow return to the eyrie, her mind still in a daze. Though she couldn't remember deciding to go there, when Veronika climbed out of the cellar, her feet carried her into the kitchens. For once, things were quiet in the vaulted room. While the fireplaces that warmed the hall and cooked their food burned hot and bright, the usual dozen or so kitchen helpers and servants were gone, busy tending to other things. Mora manned several large pots that simmered over the flames, while her work table was covered with bunches of dried herbs and a handful of mismatched jars. The room smelled medicinal, and Veronika assumed Mora was brewing healing potions or sedatives for the people being carted off to the temple infirmary. She looked up at Veronika's approach, and her smile was full of weary relief. She released the spoon she'd been using to stir and wiped her hands on her apron before limping forward and pulling Veronika into a warm hug. After directing Veronika onto a nearby stool, Mora held her shoulders for a moment and surveyed her for damage. "You're all right," she said, half to Veronika, half to herself, before leaning back against the table for balance. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Not surprising after your first battle, but you're all right." She paused, staring at Veronika's face. "Aren't you, Nick, lad?" Was she? Veronika didn't know, but she nodded anyway, struggling to find the words to reassure the woman. Mora limped away, returning with a hot cup of tea for Veronika to drink. It smelled of sticky sweet honey and mottled herbs, and as she sipped, her head began to clear. "Mora, what did you mean when you said you were looking for resurrections after the Blood War?" Her stories about the mercies had stuck with Veronika, though she hadn't been sure exactly why, until now. When Mora had said she was certain she could find someone, Veronika had thought it was a strange way of phrasing it, as if she hadn't been talking about phoenixes at all, but people. Mora frowned at her before hooking another stool and dragging it over, taking a seat next to Veronika. She scratched her chin thoughtfully. "Phoenixes can be reborn, this you know, but if they are bonded, Phoenix and Rider can do the same." Veronika stared at her. She should feel shocked, completely and utterly bewildered, but after what Val had just shown her... "It's a complicated magic," Mora continued, "and it's happened only a handful of times since the first Riders. It takes intense magical power, a bond that neither fear nor death can shake. But if done properly, a bonded pair can die a glorious warrior's death and be reborn together from the ashes." Veronika drank her tea with a shaking hand, trying to wrap her brain around the idea. Phoenixes were magical, and their ability to resurrect was well documented. Her own bondmate had done it. But the idea that a human could do it was unbelievable. Or at least, it would be, if Veronika hadn't just seen evidence of it with her own 2 eyes. While she'd always had strange dreams, when Veronika looked back, she realized that those dreams, the ones that featured the 2 girls, had always been unique. Even as other frequently seen people and places would follow her for weeks, only to disappear, never to be seen again, these girls always returned. Veronika had just assumed they were stubborn memories, clinging to her mind and resurfacing during moments of exhaustion or weakness. Maybe they kept coming back because they puzzled her, so crisp in detail and yet disconnected from Veronika's own life. It had never occurred to her to look around the real world for answers. To look at Val, the person who always slept by her side. Now that she thought of it, Veronika hadn't dreamed about the two girls once on her journey to the Eyrie or in the weeks she'd spent training with Tristan, even while other, more mundane dreams beset her. But the night of the solstice festival, the night Val arrived, she'd seen the king's death. Veronika mentally rifled through all the shadow magic dreams she could remember having in her life, the ones that featured the two girls. This latest vision told her that they were the sisters Avalkira and Veronyka. Veronika had seen them study together, walk together, run and play together. She'd seen their father die in his sickbed, while the Empire elite like Commander Cassian looked on. And she'd seen the dissolution of their attempts at peace and coexistence, thrusting them into the final conflict of the Blood War. What had Val said to Veronika right before leaving her at the bottom of the Eyrie? Then I hope for your sake, Veronika, that you've chosen the right side. Sides. Was that how Val saw things? Since Veronika wasn't with her, she was now against her? Was Val still fighting the Blood War, or was she trying to start a new one? As Veronika came back to herself, she realized Mora was scrutinizing her closely. "Has something else happened?" Mora asked, frowning. "It's not Tristan, is it? Or one of the other riders? Cassian told me they'd all made it back." "Tristan's fine. Well, everything was most certainly not fine, but Mora already knew that. It's nothing. It's natural to wonder about resurrection and rebirth when there's so much death about," Mora said, somewhat mollified, though she still seemed troubled by Veronika's behavior. Before she could say more, several people bustled in, looking for ointments and salves and herb tea. Mora got up to attend to them, and Veronika slid off her stool and went back outside. She offered assistance everywhere she could, to the healers' helpers who'd retrieved the medicine from Mora, to the builders and laborers who were putting out fires and clearing away detritus, and to the guards who were trying to re-establish a watch and ensure there were no further attacks forthcoming. But everyone turned her away. Even Janna, who had an arm in a sling and was covered head to toe in dust and dirt, insisted that everything was well in hand. People kept telling her to lie down, to relax, to take the opportunity to rest. As if her entire world hadn't just been upended. With nowhere else to go and nothing to do, she had no choice but to try. The barracks was quiet as she entered, save for the steady breathing of several others who'd managed to slip away for some sleep. Veronika supposed it made sense to split up the work, to allow some people to rest now so they could relieve the others later. She sat on her hammock, swaying gently as she reached into her pocket for her braided bracelet. When she lifted it out, something clanged to the ground and rolled several feet away. Veronika dropped lightly onto the floor, spotting a fat, golden bead attached to an auburn braid. Fingers trembling, she picked up the piece of hair, knowing it was Val's. When had that gotten inside her pocket? Veronika flashed back to when she'd woken up alone with Val after fainting outside the enclosure. It would have been easy enough to put it inside her pocket when she was unconscious. The bead was familiar, yet Veronika had never really looked at it closely before. Though Veronika was usually the one to brush and braid Val's hair, Val was particular about her beads and embellishments, insisting on knotting them in herself. Veronika had always assumed the golden trinket was fake, some painted piece of wood or stone, but it was heavy in her hand. Turning it over, she realized it wasn't a bead at all, but a ring, knotted into the strands of hair to keep it in place. Clutching it tightly, Veronika climbed back onto her hammock, carefully unweaving the braid and holding the ring up to the light filtering in through the window. It was a thick band, though it slipped snugly onto Veronika's finger. The face was flat and unadorned, except for an emblem carved into the surface, like a seal, or a signet. Veronika marveled as she recognized the familiar design, spread wings wreathed in flames, with 2 A's at its center, the sigil of Avalkira Ashfire. She'd seen it before, stamped into bits of leather for sale at back alley markets or painted onto phoenix dedications on the very outskirts of the empire. And of course, she'd seen it in her dreams. Veronika called up her most recent vision, the moment when Avalkira pressed her golden seal into the document that her sister then ripped in 2. Could this be that same ring? Slipping it off her finger once more, Veronika noticed a further engraving on the inside of the band, so small that it was difficult to read, but she managed to pick it out. Avalkira Ashfire, the feather-crowned queen. B. 152 AE. D. 170 AE. The numbers were written in the same way they recorded years in the Empire. AE stood for after the Empire, and the dates ranged an 18-year span. Not her supposed reign, then, or even the length of the Blood War. It was a lifespan. Birth, 152 AE. Death, 170 AE. Veronika's heart thumped as she noticed a second set of numbers below the first. RB 170 AE. RB. What could RB stand for? But even as the question popped into Veronika's mind, the answer landed on the tip of her tongue. Rebirth, she whispered. Mora said it was possible, and it would explain a lot about her sister, about her extensive knowledge of history and magic, weapons and warfare, language and politics, as well as her sense of privilege and obsession with control. Their conversation from the solstice festival surfaced in Veronika's mind when Veronika had asked Val why Ignix wouldn't have revealed herself if she was still alive. Maybe she is afraid. Maybe the world has changed too much. Val was Avalkira Ashfire. Veronika felt the truth of it deep in her bones, in her heart, the certainty of it as strange and wondrous as her bond with Zephyra. But for some reason, Val kept this secret to herself. Why? Not completely to herself, Veronika realized, sitting up straighter. Her Mayora knew. Ilithia Shadowheart had served Avalkira Ashfire in the Blood War and had continued to serve her after her resurrection. That was why she had always deferred to Val, always let her rant and rave and spit cruel words. Ilithia was a soldier, and even as a child, Avalkira Ashfire was her queen. Was Mora looking for her fallen queen when she'd been ambushed and lost her leg? Did Ilithia find Val, or was it the other way around? The memory of the day with the snake reared up again, and Veronika understood why Val had seemed a stranger to her in that moment, because she had been. Ilithia had stood up to protect Veronika until she'd recognized Val as Avalkira, her dead sovereign. Val must have used her shadow magic to seek out other animages, trying to find friends and allies trapped in a child's body and burdened with the secret of her true self, waiting, searching for her chance to be a rider again, to be herself again. Val would want to announce her identity from a position of strength and power, not as a penniless, powerless peasant girl. She'd most certainly have been hunted by the Empire if she came forward, and besides, she had no bondmate. What kind of rider queen could she be without a flaming phoenix beneath her? Val was as stubborn and prideful as they came, and she might well live and die in anonymity rather than admit who she was and how far she had fallen. It had already been 16 years. Clearly, Val had lied about being 17, if she had indeed been born the night of the last battle. How much longer was she planning to wait? Even as the theory started to ease the confusion in Veronika's mind, A spool of doubt unraveled in her chest. If Val was the supposedly long-dead Ashfire heir, then who was Veronika? The younger sister, Veronyka, didn't have any magic, and so therefore had no bondmate and no means of resurrection. Besides, Veronika didn't have memories of some past life. The visions she'd seen in her dreams, they were Val's, from Avalkira's point of view, not Veronika's. Veronika threw herself back onto her pillows, the signet ring clutched tightly in one hand. Though exhaustion had turned her limbs to lead and her thoughts to water, sleep eluded her. Instead, she stared at the ceiling, watching the shadows shift and grow and lengthen until darkness swallowed the room. When she couldn't stand being alone with her thoughts for 1 second longer, she went in search of a distraction. It was late, and most of the work had halted for the night, but Veronika wandered toward any signs of noise or action, eventually walking through the open doors of the temple infirmary. As she entered the space, the healers, visitors, and mildly wounded moved about the hall, voices hushed as people tried to rest and sleep. Large pillars created separation in the wide open space, outlining a central place of worship, flanked by hallways on both sides. In the middle, priests and acolytes would normally chant prayers amid smoking incense and the ever-burning hearth that represented the heart of Azura, but they had been recruited to help the solitary healer and the handful of midwives who had volunteered their services. Veronika found Sev on a pallet in the hallway to the left, reserved for those with stable injuries who were on the mend, while the opposite hall housed people who were dying or who hovered on the edge of life and death. She was immensely relieved to know he was going to be okay, and happier still to find him awake as she approached, propped up against a stack of pillows. She crouched down on the floor next to him, feeling awkward and unsure what to do with her hands. "Hi, do you remember me?" He didn't seem surprised to see her. "Of course," he said, turning stiffly to face her. "You saved my life." Her tension loosened somewhat. She smiled. "Only after you saved mine." His lips twisted into something that resembled a smile but lacked the happiness. "How's your shoulder?" she pressed on, nodding down at the heavy bandages. Veronika had some bruises and scrapes along her face and neck, but was otherwise unharmed from the attack. He shrugged, then grimaced, the movement no doubt causing a spear of agony to rip through his wound. "I'll live." "Good, that's good," she said, nodding. Glancing over her shoulder, Veronika settled more comfortably next to him. "I was hoping I could ask you about Ilithia." He was clearly surprised by the question, but his frown quickly shifted from confusion to regret. I didn't know her for very long," he admitted, a slight waver in his voice. "And I don't know much about who she was before all this." Veronika shook her head, feeling her heart reaching, grasping at every word like a thirsty plant in newly watered soil. "That's okay. Tell me what you did know. What was she like?" He rubbed a hand along the back of his neck, considering. "She was bossy. Brutal, at times. She had a sharp tongue and a quick wit. She told the best stories. And she was kind, too, though I think she tried hard not to show it." Veronika found herself smiling. Most of this she already knew, and it erased any lingering doubt she might have had as to whether they were talking about the same Ilithia. It felt good to know that the woman from her memories wasn't some fiction like Val had been. She was real. "How did you know her?" Seb asked, drawing Veronika back to the present. She was my grandmother." Seb sat up straighter. "You're Veronika, aren't you?" Veronika darted a terrified look around. Luckily, Sev was fairly isolated, and most of the people who were awake were the healers and helpers tending the more gravely wounded in the other hall. Nobody had heard him. Did she talk about me? Veronika whispered. No, he said somewhat apologetically, but she said your name in her sleep. Always yours, no one else's. Veronika wasn't sure what to make of that information. On the one hand, it was validating, proof that her grandmother hadn't forgotten about her, that the love they'd shared was real and lasting. On the other, it reminded her of all the lost time they could have spent together. Veronika forced herself to smile. She was grateful to him and glad that, for whatever reason, their lives had intersected in so many ways. Where did you find them? She asked, nodding toward the satchel on the floor next to him. The sight of the eggs would have sent her heart bursting from her chest a few days ago, and though Zephyra had returned and so much had changed, they were still desperately important. In the face of the recent attack, the growth and development of new riders seemed paramount. I didn't. It was Cade who... one of the other bond servants, he said, practically choking the words out. He and Alithia found them and kept them concealed throughout the journey. They must have come from somewhere in the Empire. Could there be more? Could the Empire hold the key to the Phoenix Riders' survival right in front of them, but still out of reach? When it looked like they weren't going to make it, Sev continued, clearing his tight throat, I delivered them instead. I never thought to ask where they came from, but if I had, Alithia probably wouldn't have told me. She loved her secrets. Veronika huffed. Secrets, she muttered. She'd had enough of them to last a lifetime. Val, Alithia, even Veronika's own identity was a tangled mess that felt impossible to unravel. A full, wide grin split Sev's face. It changed him, turned him from a beat-down soldier back into a boy. That's the thing with secrets, he said, the words sounding like a bit of repeated wisdom and not something he'd come up with on his own. They never really die. Just when one bursts into flames, another rises up to take its place. Unless you break the cycle, Veronika whispered. Sev tilted his head, considering her. Or you ride them to the bitter end.
Day 2, 8th moon, 170 AE. My dearest Avalkira, they say you plan to fly in force on the capital. Please, sweet sister, do not turn our home into a battleground. We must speak again before this war makes corpses of us all. I know I am no longer welcome in Pyrrha, and make no mistake, your army is not welcome here. But you could come, Avalkira, alone. I will wait atop Genia's tower every day after nightfall. Please come. I have so much to say. All my love, Veronyka.
I was frightened at first, but I knew I must not fear the flames. I am the flames.
Chapter 43. Sev. Veronika's visit left Sev in a dark mood. Darker mood. It hadn't been sunshine and rainbows inside the infirmary, fighting through pain, ebbing in and out of consciousness, and listening to the wails of the dying and the unhappily living. Sure, it had been nice to see her again, and it was good to know that she had survived this mess. It had also been good to talk about tricks, but with thoughts of her came thoughts of Cade. And no matter how he tried to see the positive, the fact of the matter was he'd lost them both far too soon. In the first few hours after Sev had arrived inside the infirmary, the terrible truth of all that had happened closing in, a bleak part of him hoped that Veronika's sister was here as well, the one who'd stolen his knife, and that she would make good on the promise she'd made outside her cabin. There was a moment, as he lay on his pallet half asleep, that he swore he did see her. But Sev had been tired and heavily drugged. There'd been no sign of her since, so it looked like Sev would just have to go on living. The healer woman had said he was lucky the quarrel didn't strike bone, and that chronic pain and limited movement were better than a shattered, useless limb. The guard being treated next to him said he was lucky it was only his arm and not his chest, for surely a wound to the lungs or heart would have ended his life. Lucky. Sev couldn't help but think TK was playing a cruel joke on him. So much luck, and yet he didn't feel lucky at all. They didn't understand. It wasn't the wound that made Sev slump on his pillows and stare absently into space. If anything, he saw it as a badge of honor. He had earned the pain and the scars. They were a part of him now and marked him as a survivor. No, it was the people he'd lost that left him feeling broken and hollow inside. Trix was dead. Cade was surely dead as well. Sev had no idea what had happened to Junior, who was far too young to die, and the sheepherders Tilla and Coram. He hadn't let himself think much about them until he'd arrived here, his message delivered and his task complete. Now, with every breath, a vast space of unfeeling emptiness opened wider and wider in his chest. Or was it so much feeling that Sev didn't know what to do with it, or how to identify the sensation? He had gone from nothing to everything to nothing again. But things were different now. He was different. He couldn't go back to not caring and not seeing, back to the way his life had been before. Sev wanted, needed to keep fighting. The question was, how? He could take one of the eggs he'd carried, join the riders, and leave all the deceptions behind, become a heroic warrior like his parents. But something about that didn't quite sit right. In truth, he couldn't picture it. He wasn't a hero, much as he'd wanted to be. He wasn't much of a warrior either. Cade was those things, and it had cost him his life. Sev wasn't even a strong animage. He was something else. Trix had said Sev was just like her, and Trix was a spy. Could Sev pick up where Trix had left off? Cade had called him her worthy successor, and Sev had scoffed at the idea. Maybe years from now he might be skilled and accomplished enough to agree, but they hadn't had years, and now Trix was gone. And yet, even Sev's small lies had been useful, hadn't they? He thought of his exchange with Veronyka. Yes, he could deny the secrets and deceptions that had made up his life and break the cycle. Or he could see them to the end, whatever that end might be. His position as a soldier had been key in Trix's plans, and Trix had spent much of her own life within the enemy's walls. If Sev claimed that false identity, if he made the choice to pretend for a reason, not out of fear or cowardice, well, then it became something else entirely, something powerful, a real choice, not some misfortune thrust upon him, a weapon to be wielded. The war wasn't over. The riders had survived this attack, but he knew there would be other battles to fight. Their survival meant more to Sev now than just the continued existence of the order his parents had served, some scrap of his past he could cling to. No, their survival was intertwined now with his present, with Trix and Cade and their very recent sacrifices. If the riders fell, then everyone Sev had ever cared about would have died in vain. He couldn't let that happen. Instead of running from his past, Sev could finish what he'd started, what he, Trix, and Cade had failed to complete. He could pick up the threads of the life he'd never wanted and continue playing Trix's little game. That afternoon, Sev was escorted to the commander's chambers. He had asked for the meeting, but he was nervous all the same. He carried the satchel of phoenix eggs with him, grimacing as the weight pulled against his injured shoulder, but he refused to let anyone else touch his valuable burden. He felt possessive over it, especially considering all he'd lost to get it here and knowing how much it had meant to Cade. Also, judging by the stares and reactions it got, Sev had a feeling the eggs were his one and only bargaining chip should he need it. He couldn't imagine why the commander might turn down his offer, but it was better to be prepared. Inside the opulently decorated building, Sev took a seat at a long wooden table opposite the man they called Commander Cassian. The door closed behind him, and they were alone. The commander was elegant and impressive, everything that Captain Belden tried to be but failed at. He was tall and imposing where Belden was short and weak, calm and dignified where Belden was impatient and snide, and the finery of his clothes and quarters looked like it belonged there with him in it, not ill-fitting and piled about a tent pitched in the wilderness. Sev didn't know why, but something about the man put him at ease. He was no cutthroat or schemer. What he was, he wore plainly for all to see. Not a sheep in lion's clothing, as Belden had been, but a lion in lion's clothing. A dangerous man, but an honest one too. Sev could work with that. "I must formally thank you, soldier," the commander said, his voice booming with authority, "for your bravery and your courage. You saved dozens of civilian lives, not to mention the future of the Phoenix Riders and—" "Pardon me, Commander," Sev said, cutting him off. He had to admire the man's self-control. Only the barest flicker of his eyes indicated his annoyance at being interrupted. "But I didn't come here for that. I don't need your thanks or your praise. I'm one of the lucky ones," he said, still hating the phrase, but knowing it was true all the same. "There were others who died so that I might deliver my message and my burden." Sev realized the list of people who had died for him stretched back to his mother and father. Their sacrifice had put Sev in the position to be able to save the Phoenix Riders more than a decade later, helped along by Trix and Cade. The commander glanced down to the satchel at Sev's feet. He looked up again. "What then did you come here for, soldier?" Sev swallowed. Now that he was here, getting the words out of his throat felt like dragging his feet through mud. "I want to go back." The commander's face hardened. "You want to return to your post serving the Empire?" "No, I want to return to the Empire, but I want the master I serve to be you." The commander leaned forward, tilting his head. "You want to be a spy?" "Did you know Ilithia Shadowheart?" Sev asked. Commander Cassian settled back in his chair before responding. "Not well, no. The name Shadowheart is actually a position of sorts, a title. Spies like her operated in such a way that few knew their true names or their true purpose. Mora, however, was well acquainted with her and thinks most highly of the woman. I understand she is one of the unlucky ones of whom you spoke." "She taught me," Sev began, his throat constricting. "She showed me the value of someone like me. We're not popular, people like us. Too many deceptions, too many whispered secrets and mysterious missions. But we're useful." "I'm a lousy animage," he continued, his voice growing stronger, "and a worse soldier, but I'm made for work like hers. So yes, I want to be a spy. Surely you have need for one, given what's just happened." The commander bristled slightly, as if Sev were criticizing his operation. "The problem with spies, soldier, is that information goes both ways." Sev thought of the boy from the courtyard, Elliot, they'd called him, the informant Trix had spoken about. "Then you don't have anything to fear from me. I know nothing of this place," Sev waved his good hand, "or how you run it, at least nothing that the rest of the survivors won't know and report as soon as they make it back. Some must have escaped your sweeps." The commander's brows descended into a frown. "We have only yours and Elliot's rough estimations at how many the Empire sent here, so yes, most likely there were survivors." "Then I'll return with them and pick up where I left off, as an animage hiding in the Empire's military. I've even got a wound to show for my participation in the battle. No doubt Lord Roland will want to speak with me." Before Sev finished speaking, the commander sat bolt upright, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair. "You report to Lord Roland specifically, not the Council of Governors?" Sev was taken aback by his reaction. The man had been so serene and measured up until now. Apparently this was something Elliot hadn't known or hadn't yet revealed. "Yes, sir. Well, I reported to Captain Belden, who was my commanding officer, and he reported to Lord Roland. I trained in his Aranova compound. When the mission was announced, Captain Belden called it a special assignment for Lord Roland. He made no mention of the council." The Empire had a standing army of thousands of soldiers, but they were spread throughout the valley, and each answered to a different governor who acted as a general for the troops stationed in their province. They deployed them however they saw fit, to keep the peace in busy cities, to patrol their borders, or to travel with them as they spent time in the capital or toured the provinces. When there was war, their orders came from the king or queen, or in this case, the Council of Governors. Without a monarch who had final say over the council's decisions, every move they made had to be decided upon by a majority vote. Sev often heard people on the streets of Oranova lamenting the fact that the council couldn't agree on when to take a piss, never mind the larger issues that affected the empire. So this attack wasn't sanctioned by the entire council, the commander mused. I may be able to use that. Sev hadn't considered the ramifications of this information. If Lord Roland had done this without approval and failed, well, the council might decide to punish him when word reached them of this unprovoked attack on a Pyrian settlement. Phoenix Riders might be illegal in the Empire, but its laws didn't reach into Pyrrha any longer. It had no authority in the Freelands. Why would he do it alone? Sev wondered aloud. Why risk it? What are the Phoenix Riders to him? He didn't really expect the commander to answer him, but after several silent moments he spoke. Beyond a way to gain fame and notoriety, he mused, rubbing his chin. Lord Roland received his position as governor of Pharaoh when I was exiled. When he learned from Elliot that I was behind the resurgence of the Phoenix Riders, I think the task of destroying us would have had all the more appeal to him. He and I have a past that stretches back decades. Sev felt suddenly out of his depth. These were the Empire's highest politicians with endless wealth and resources at their disposal. What could he possibly do on his own? What we'd need is proof, evidence that shows Lord Roland's hand in all this. Without it, he will simply deny involvement and claim Captain Belden and the rest of these soldiers went rogue. But with it, we might be able to turn the council against him and gain some kind of leverage. Sev nodded, thinking about the captain's messenger pigeons. Trix said she hadn't been able to find any letters to Elliot during their time traveling Piermont. That meant any communication they had was likely back in Oranova. But still, would Belden's correspondence implicate Roland, or was the man wise enough to cover his tracks? I'll try my best, Commander. The bondservants notice far more than they let on, and Ilithia had plenty of contacts. I think I may be able to get their help. Remember, soldier, they cannot know I sent you or that we have ever spoken. If they suspect you, they'll kill me, Sev said simply. I have no valuable information I can reveal. It's my life I risk and nothing else. The commander nodded, unable to deny the truth in that. Sev wasn't trying to be cavalier or pretend that he was eager to risk his life. His shoulder throbbed. The truth was, sometimes surviving was the hard work, and if he could face that, he could face anything. Sir, Sev began hesitantly after several moments of silence. Ilithia, she'd said something to me before she died. Something odd. Sev hadn't forgotten Trix's final words to him, but he'd been so overwhelmed with grief and pain and unsure of his next step that he hadn't had the clarity of mind to really examine them further. Until now. And was this out of character for her? He prompted. Sev almost wanted to laugh. No, not really, but what she said was strange even for her. She said that Avalkira Ashfire lived. The commander stared at him. Well, that can't be true. She died in the Blood War. There were witnesses. Ilithia was an old woman, and she served our queen faithfully all her life. Love can sometimes twist the mind and make facts out of fictions. Surely, if Avalkira Ashfire were alive, she would be here with us. The words made sense, and his steady, reassuring tone urged Sev to agree with him. But when Sev nodded, the commander glanced away, looking more unsettled by the idea than he'd let on. He had certainly been quick to dismiss it, and Sev supposed that he couldn't blame the man for thinking a long-dead queen was in fact actually dead. He'd probably known Avalkira, or at least met her, and being a Phoenix Rider, he must have supported her in the war. Then why did Sev get the impression that he didn't want her to be back? The commander shifted in his seat, looking down at the bag next to Sev's feet once more. And what of this gift you've brought us? Sev leaned down to open the top of the bag, revealing 11 smooth gray eggs. He frowned. Hadn't there been 12 when Cade loaded this satchel? It had been dark, so maybe Sev had miscounted, or worse, maybe one had fallen out on his journey. He shook his head. There was no helping that now. The eggs are yours, all but one. You will keep it here for me as a sign of good faith and as a guarantee of my loyalty. You don't seem interested in becoming a rider, soldier. How does an egg guarantee you won't turn your back on us when the situation suits you? I'm sure you can guess how much that egg would fetch on the Narrows night market, enough to set me up comfortably for the rest of my life. I'll be back for it. Sev spoke confidently, and the commander seemed to believe his words. Sev was a good liar. He would never sell the egg. Keeping it was like keeping hope alive. Hope that he might have somewhere to return to, some place he belonged. And if, when all was said and done, he decided he truly didn't want to be a rider, well, there might be someone else in his life who did. "Why do you want to go back there?" the commander asked. He seemed genuinely interested, not because of the mission or his concerns, but because he didn't understand it. "I want to finish what I started. I never knew which side I was on before all this. Now I know."
I am a daughter of death. From the ashes I rose like a phoenix from the pyre.
Chapter 44. Veronika. After her conversation with Sev, Veronika went back to the barracks, her heavy heart lightened somewhat. She'd barely crawled into her hammock, or so it seemed, when she was being shaken awake again. Her mind came sluggishly back to consciousness, and she opened her eyes to see Tristan standing over her. She sat bolt upright, knocking her head into his with a painful crack. "Damn it, Nick," Tristan said, rubbing his brow. "Sorry," Veronika hissed. Around them the barracks was quiet and deserted. Clearly everyone was already up and working again. "What time is it?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. "It's only just daybreak," he said, dusty beams of pale sunlight slicing the air between them. She stretched, her sleeping shirt sliding down to reveal her shoulder. It was innocent enough, a bare scrap of flesh, and yet Tristan stared fixedly at the small patch of brown skin, the attention making her whole body prickle with heat. He quickly forced his gaze away, which only made Veronika more self-conscious. They hadn't spoken since the battle, and as she looked at him, a fresh wave of hot shame washed over her. Despite everything Val had done, Veronika couldn't put all the blame on her sister's shoulders. Veronika had been the one to lie to Tristan, repeatedly, and she knew she owed him an explanation. "Tristan, she began, turning stiffly to face him, her muscles aching with the memory of the attack. "I'm so sorry. I never should have lied to you." His eyes were guarded as he considered her, and even his mind was more closed than usual. "Why did you do it?" Veronika shrugged. "I wanted to be a writer, and I knew the commander was only accepting boys. I thought it was my best chance." "I know why you pretended to be a boy," Tristan said. "I just don't know why you didn't tell me. Maybe at the start, but all those times we were alone, training or just talking, I told you about he waved a hand, thing with fire. Didn't you trust me?" Veronika let out a shaky breath. This was the question she didn't really know how to answer. "Of course I did," she said, sitting forward. "I trust you more than anyone in the world," she added in a whisper. His throat worked as he swallowed, and he looked down. She knew she needed to give him more, that he deserved more, but she struggled to find the right words. "It's just that I've trusted before," she continued slowly. "Trusted with all my heart and soul and... Her voice wavered, but Tristan finished the thought for her. "And that person betrayed your trust." They looked at each other, and Veronika knew he understood her. "I thought about leaving when they put Zafira in that cage. I was going to tell you before that, but I was afraid I'd be punished or sent away. Then after, I guess I thought the commander might value Zephyra as a broodmare over me as a writer. Tristan nodded, his expression pained, and she knew it hurt him that he couldn't dismiss her concerns about his father. And, Veronika continued, voicing the most personal reason of all for withholding the truth, it was hard to face the possibility that you might hate me for lying to you, might lose whatever respect you had for me. I could never hate you, Nick. Veronika, he corrected hastily. You can call me whatever you want, she said softly. Something about it was intimate, suggestive, and she wasn't sure if she'd meant it that way or not. His eyes widened before he looked away, red splotches creeping up his neck and the edge of his jaw. He bit the inside of his cheek, and Veronika could swear he was fighting to keep a pleased smile off his face. It doesn't change anything for me, you know, he said, still not looking at her. Boy, girl, whatever. You're you, and that's all I care about. Veronika thought her heart might burst. What was it your sister called you? Nicki? The bubble of pleasure that had swelled up inside her quickly deflated. Yes, she said uneasily. She'd told Tristan he could call her anything, but she wasn't sure she wanted him to call her that. Something about her. She gives me the creeps, he said, laughing awkwardly and rubbing the back of his neck. It's her shadow magic, Veronika thought miserably. The very same magic I have, the magic that has somehow bound us together. She would have to tell him about that too, and soon. But not yet. She needed to learn more about it, for one, and for another, their relationship was on fragile ground right now. Veronika wanted to wait for more stable footing. Is she gone? He asked, trying to keep the hopeful note from his voice, and failing. The question was an interesting one. Yes, Val, her older sister, the one she'd grown up with, her last family, was gone. Forever, in fact. Now she had a dead rebel queen to contend with. Yes, I think so. Good, he said firmly. He glanced at her and gave an apologetic look. I'm sorry, your sister. You'll have to explain her to me sometime. Veronika snorted, though she wasn't amused. Explain her sister? That prospect would have been hard enough a few days ago, but now? Veronika didn't even know if she and Val, or was it Avalkira, were actually related. I'll try, she said. I promise. Tristan gave her a wry grin, and relief flooded her body. A group of servants walked past the window, their voices cutting through the quiet moment. Tristan straightened, seeming to remember that he'd woken her up for a reason. The commander would like to see you, he said, somewhat formally. Her head whipped in his direction. Me? Why? Tristan avoided her eyes. You'll see. Tristan tells me it was your idea to release the phoenixes. They were back in the commander's office, standing in front of his long, carved table as he sat behind it. Veronika shot an accusatory look in Tristan's direction, and though his head was bowed, she could have sworn she saw a smile twisting his lips. Yes, Commander. And was it also your suggestion to use the other animals, the horses and pigeons and the rest? Veronika nodded, her heart dropping into the pit of her stomach. The commander showed his teeth. A smile? Then I have you to thank, not Tristan, for the success of our defenses. From what I've gathered from various reports, if it weren't for their joint efforts, the stronghold would have been overrun, and if it weren't for the female phoenixes in particular, the village gate would have fallen much sooner. Oh, you're welcome, she said, glancing at Tristan once more, who now smiled openly at her, his cheeks dimpled. You know, the commander said, his tone thoughtful, in the glory days of the Empire, it was the female phoenixes, not the males, who were renowned for their fighting prowess.
Riders prayed for daughters over sons so they might have a legendary warrior in the family.
Veronika glared at him. She was such a daughter, denied in favor of sons. But of course, Commander Cassian didn't know that. She could take it no longer. "Sir, I have something I need to tell you." Tristan widened his eyes at her and shook his head in warning. She ignored him.
"Yes?"
the commander said, looking between them with a frown on his face. "The new female, the one who helped us secure the village gate. She's mine, sir, my bondmate."
"Your bondmate?"
he said, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his desk. Veronika felt dizzy. She was going to tell him. She was going to willingly reveal her lies and betrayal to the man whose own son was afraid of him. "You see, I'm female too. My name's not Nick. It's Veronika." The commander stared at her, his pale brown eyes flat and unreadable as he picked through her words. Veronika's stomach roiled so badly she thought she might be sick.
"How can you be bonded with that phoenix when she's been here such a short time and was too old to begin with?"
He didn't seem upset, simply curious. Or maybe he was distracted from his anger by the conundrum of their bond. "We were bonded before I arrived, Commander," she said faintly. Zafira, my bondmate, was killed, so I came here, hoping for another way to become a rider. When I learned that you weren't taking female apprentices, I thought pretending to be a boy was my only chance. I hoped that I could bond with a male or with a new female when the time came and be allowed to stay. But then she came back. She was resurrected, and—" Veronika was rambling now, the words pouring out in a torrent as the commander surveyed her with mild, detached interest. Tristan, who had been listening intently, even he didn't know the full story, was tense beside her. "I'm sorry," she finished in a whisper. The commander got to his feet, moving somewhat gingerly with unseen injuries, and came around to lean against the front of his table. He eyed Veronika thoughtfully, scratching his chin with a heavily bandaged hand. From what she'd overheard after the battle, the Empire had devoted another 200 soldiers to the diversions. The patrols had been drawn into the villages, only to be ambushed by soldiers armed with metal nets, and the messenger pigeons sent by Tristan had been intercepted by animage bondservants in the Empire's employ. By the time the riders realized they'd been fooled, hours had passed, and the stronghold was on the brink of collapse. He looked at Tristan, as if asking, or confirming, that his son already knew what Veronika had just revealed. Tristan nodded curtly. "We can't keep her bondmate imprisoned," he said after his father continued to remain silent. "It's not right. We should let her train to be a rider. I'll sponsor her." The commander's eyes widened at Tristan's last few words.
"You're still an apprentice?"
Tristan shrugged. "I won't be for long. You said so yourself." Veronika pressed her lips together, willing them to stop trembling. This was it, the moment when the commander would decide her and Zafira's fate. She could barely breathe.
"No, she cannot join the riders,"
the commander said, crossing his arms over his chest. Veronika thought her heart had actually stopped beating, so still and silent was her body.
"But he can."
Veronika and Tristan shared a look of confusion. "He? You mean she can train as Nick, not Veronika?" Tristan asked.
"I do,"
the commander said with a nod. "I don't understand," Tristan said. "She's bonded to a female phoenix. How will we explain it to the others?"
"Male-female rider pairs are uncommon but not unheard of. There was a mixed pair in my old patrol in the Empire, and there have been dozens of others throughout history. Wise Queen Malka rode Thrax, who was a male phoenix, and of course there were Callista and Syrinx. We will simply cite precedents."
Veronika remained motionless, a weight settling on her chest. This was what she wanted, wasn't it? Why continue to lie? Tristan pressed, glancing at Veronika. How long can she be expected to keep it up?
In case you hadn't noticed, Tristan, the Phoenix Riders have been dealt a rather severe blow. With Elliot's deceit and that Empire soldier bursting in here, there have been whispers of traitors and informants working for the Empire. We are not infallible, but I must restore order and confidence in our operation here. I don't want to give the others an excuse not to trust her. We must show strength and unity. To reveal that she has been lying all this time will do her and us more damage than good.
The words surprised Veronika, who hadn't considered the ramifications of her deception beyond what the commander might do to her. But he was right that their false sense of security had been shattered, and the last thing she wanted was to be the subject of suspicion and distrust. But wouldn't it be better to face those reactions sooner rather than later? If they were angry with her now, how much angrier would they be after months, or maybe even years, had passed? And it wasn't just her charade to maintain. Tristan, Cassian, Erskine, even Sev knew the truth. It wasn't a question of if her lies would be exposed. It was a question of when. Veronika stared at her feet. With every word the commander spoke, the pressure on her chest intensified. This wasn't right. This was how it started. You did what others wanted, made concessions and compromises over and over again until you were nothing but what they wanted you to be. It had happened all her life with Val, but she wouldn't let it happen here. She'd earned her place here. Veronika had. This was who she was, and she would deny it no longer. The commander was looking at her expectantly. She could feel his gaze on the top of her head. She lifted her chin. "Thank you, Commander," she said. He gave a gracious nod until she added, "But I cannot accept the terms you offer." As soon as she said the words aloud, the burden on Veronika's chest eased, and she could breathe properly again.
"Excuse me?"
he said, so politely that Veronika thought he might truly not have understood her. She looked at Tristan, and though his mouth flattened with worry, he nodded in encouragement. "I will stay here as Veronika, or not at all. I understand that there will be questions and confusion, but I proved myself in that battle. Zephyra and I both did. We defended the gate. We fought alongside your villagers and your apprentices. I refuse to lie to these people any longer. They deserve better, and so do I." It was cold, standing there in front of the commander, refusing the thing she'd wanted her entire life. Without the Phoenix Riders, she and Zephyra would be outcasts, together, but still alone. A warm hand gripped Veronika's shoulder, and she realized that she wasn't alone, that Tristan was standing beside her. He was lending her his support, even after she'd lied to him and betrayed his trust. He was standing with her against his own father because he believed in her. In her. In Veronika.
"Do you have something to say, apprentice?"
the commander demanded, but Tristan's response was interrupted by a knock at the door. It opened without permission, and in stepped Mora, with Erskine and Janna standing just behind. Tristan's face lit with triumph, and Veronika guessed that he'd invited them. "If he doesn't, then I do," Mora said, without pretense or apology. She stood at Veronika's other side, with Erskine and Janna next to her. "I have tolerated your foolhardy rules for long enough, Cassian. She conned me, it's true," she said, casting Veronika a look of mild chagrin. "But there was no trickery in what she did during that battle. If it weren't for her, we'd not have lasted until you returned. She was fearless and brave, and she sacrificed herself as well as her phoenix, her beloved bondmate, for the sake of everyone here." She sniffed and turned her glittering gaze on Veronika as she continued,
She was glory on wings, like the Pyrrhian queens of old.
Veronyka's cheeks heated, fear and pride and guilt warming her from the inside out. She'd lied directly to Mora's face, and yet the woman had still come here to support her. She glanced at Commander Cassian, but he seemed unsurprised to hear that she'd actually flown Zephyra in the battle, which meant he must have already known.
"She's the strongest animage I've worked with," added Janna, smiling proudly, her eyes crinkling in the corners. "There's no animal on this mountain that's a match for her."
Veronika knew she was thinking of Wind and couldn't help but smile in return.
"Now we have those,"
said Erskine, nodding down at Seb's satchel in the corner of the room, which Veronika noticed there for the first time.
"I assume we'll be recruiting again."
"Yes," the commander said stiffly.
"Well, why not start with our Veronika?"
He said it a bit awkwardly, the name unfamiliar in his mouth, but the word our was what really drew Veronika's notice. Her throat was tight.
"This attack means war, Commander," said Mora. "It's time to ready our troops, and we'll need every fighter we can get. Especially ones as fierce and fearless as her," added Erskine.
The commander's mouth was open. He was surrounded on all sides, and when Barrick, his second-in-command, edged into the room asking, "Am I late?" the commander actually threw his hands into the air. He stared at them all for several breathless moments, then deflated. He waved them off impatiently.
"So be it."
Veronika had never heard anything sweeter. That night, they burned the bodies. The enemy soldiers had already been dealt with, so this fire was for friends and allies alone. It had taken the better part of 2 days to gather enough wood and for the taxed priest and acolytes busy helping the healer to perform last rites and prayers. For some, local family was summoned from nearby villages. They stood in a semicircle just outside the village gate, where the obstacle course had been. The once grassy plain was now a desolate field of scorched earth and upturned soil, and the scent of smoke mingled with new boards of wood and fresh paint as they tried to rebuild what was lost. But not all things could be so easily replaced. Zoe was the last to be placed on the pyre, her red-purple feathers dull in the evening light. Erskine did the honors, and when he stepped back into the crowd, he put a hand on Sparrow's shoulder, who had laid Chirp onto the heap just moments before. Sev was there, shoulders still heavily bandaged, along with Mora and her kitchen maids, Janna and the stable hands, and Barrick and the rest of the riders. Elliot was allowed to attend as well, standing at the back of the crowd with a guard on either side of him, his head bowed. Veronika was off to the side, feeling a bit like an intruder. She hadn't known any of the people who had died, but she'd recognized their names and faces. Captain Flynn hadn't made it, and neither had one of the smiling washerwomen or the metalworker's apprentice. One after another they blurred together, and she regretted not having made the effort to get to know them. But that was the nature of life and loss. There was never enough time. The priest spoke a few words, but Veronika hardly listened. It was the wind she heard most of all, like a mother's caress, brushing her hair from her forehead and murmuring comforts into her ears. At the end of his prayers, the priest finished with the phrase, "May their eternal flames burn bright." Everyone repeated the words, and Commander Cassian touched the lit torch he'd been holding to the edge of the pyre. Tristan stood next to him, stoic and respectful. The flames licked across the dry kindling, the dead finally free to be carried into the sky, where their spirits would burn forever like candles in the dark. Veronica's vision began to blur, turning the fire into shimmering, dancing light. She knew it was useless to fight the tears, so she let them flow, giving her a release she hadn't realized she'd needed. She cried for Sparrow, who'd lost a part of herself, and for Zoe, who burned with enough bones to bring her back, but who might decide she'd rather stay among the stars. She cried for all the people she did know, and for the people she didn't. She even cried for Val, her once sister, whom she felt she'd lost for good. She cried for her Mayora and for the knowledge that Veronika had no family left, that even the one she'd thought she'd had wasn't hers at all. But then a warm hand slipped into hers, large and strong, and Veronika was startled to find Tristan standing next to her. In his face was a question, and Veronika nodded, swiping at her eyes with her other hand. She would be okay. He gave her hand a squeeze, but didn't let go. Instead, he turned and faced the fire with her. Some families you were born into. Others you made along the way. A feast was held that night. Commander Cassian put a stop on all repairs inside the stronghold and the village and gathered everyone in the dining hall, workers and guards and apprentices alike. It was like a second solstice festival celebration, with plenty of food and drink and music. While everyone was seated, the commander announced that the riders would be accepting new recruits. He didn't mention who those recruits would be or how many, but the news was enough to raise everyone's spirits. While no riders had been killed during the attack or the diversions, several had been wounded, and of course, they had lost 2 of the female phoenixes. They needed whatever good news they could get. The commander didn't mention Veronika, either her position as one of the new recruits or the fact that she was a girl in disguise. Maybe he wanted to give her the chance to do it, or maybe he thought it would detract from the hopeful tidings he'd just shared. More recruits, more riders. That's what mattered. Veronika ate with Mora, who was actually sitting in the dining hall and not working all night in the kitchens as usual. At first, she'd been shy to be alone with the cook, afraid Mora might hold Veronika's lies against her, despite standing up for her right to train as a female rider. But she'd seemed more impressed than angry, declaring that the only other person who could talk circles around her had been Avalkira Ashfire. Veronika had smiled uneasily and changed the subject. With the completion of the funeral rites, everyone began to look to the future. While the riders had survived the attack, their existence on Piermont was no longer a secret. Hatred for the Empire simmered among the inhabitants of the Eyrie, who wanted vengeance for lost loved ones and ruined livelihoods, and most believed Commander Cassian was too much of a politician to strike back against their enemies. While Veronika worried about what was to come, she marveled at the fact that, finally, she would be a real part of it. As the drinking and celebrating went late, Veronika left the dining hall, reaching out to Zephyra. She found her dozing happily in the Eyrie, a fully healed Rex by her side. Ever since she'd been released from her cage, Zephyra's entire energy had changed, and her presence in Veronika's mind was one of comfort, happiness, and trust. Their bond was growing stronger by the day, and whatever happened, wherever they went from here on out, they'd go there together. "Tired?" called a voice from behind. Veronika slowed her pace, allowing Tristan to catch up with her as she cut a path across the cobblestones. She took a deep breath and looked up at the starry sky, vast and glimmering, a constant reminder that those she'd lost were always with her. The night breeze slipped across her skin, warmer than it had been in months, and she had what she'd always wanted, a future as a rider and a place to call home. "Not even a little bit," she said, grinning. "Good," he said, smiling too and stepping in front of her, walking backward so they could talk face to face. I was hoping you'd be interested in some more practice. She frowned. You mean archery? Or the obstacle course? No, he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Erskine stood beneath the archway that led into the eyrie. He held something large in his hands. A saddle. Erskine handed it to Tristan and disappeared with a self-satisfied smirk. It was mine from when Rex was a bit smaller. So, what do you think? He asked, trying to gauge Veronika's reaction from her open-mouthed, stunned silence. Fancy a proper ride? Side by side? Somewhere in the eyrie, Rex and Zephyra stirred from their slumber. Veronika beamed at him. Side by side. Yes.
Day 21, 9th moon, 170 AE. I am atop Genia's tower now, watching as the world burns below. I see you in the sky, and you are everything you ever promised. Blood, fire, death. It is sick, I know, but I am comforted that you are here. My heart swells to see you again, even if it might be the last time. I'm sorry that I failed you, that we failed each other, but life does not often give second chances. Know that I love you, dear sister, and I always will. Veronyka Ashfire.
I had a sister once. Epilogue. Avalkira. Avalkira was tired. No, tired was a small, weak word meant for mothers with squalling babies and soldiers working the night watch. Avalkira was completely and utterly exhausted. Somehow her life had become a ridiculous game, a series of motions she went through, not for her benefit, but for Veronika's. She'd been forced to play nursemaid and mother and sister and friend. She'd wrapped the jagged truth of their lives in soft wool and bright cotton, sheltering Veronika, protecting her from the ugliness of the world, often at Avalkira's own expense. She didn't mind getting her hands dirty. Indeed, they had been filthy long before Veronika. But as the days and years of her life wore on, she wondered if they'd ever be clean again. Perhaps it was her exhaustion that had made her reveal herself to Veronika before she left. She'd never meant to keep the secret so long, but the truth, which had once been difficult to hold in her mouth, seemed to stick to her tongue and obstruct her throat. Veronika was erratic at best with her shadow magic. How could Avalkira trust such a person with her most precious secret? Even now there was so much to tell Veronika, so much she wouldn't understand. Avalkira sat at the edge of her small campfire, staring at the satchel that contained her newly acquired phoenix egg. She hadn't looked at it since she'd stolen it from the sleeping soldier's side. It had been difficult to take only one, and to let the Empire rat live when she'd promised otherwise. But if Avalkira had learned one thing in this second life, it was patience. If she'd stolen more eggs, they'd have noticed and hunted her down. And if she'd killed the soldier as well, they'd have noticed the missing egg that much sooner. If she was honest with herself, the egg unsettled her. Avalkira suspected there was a reason that phoenix didn't hatch for her inside their cabin. The same reason she hadn't been able to hatch the 6 other eggs she'd tried to incubate before. She didn't know if it was because her bondmate had forsaken her and decided not to come back, or if there was some other, deeper reason. Whatever it was, she feared this egg would turn out the same as all the others. Dead, empty, worthless. Avalkira took a deep, calming breath. Fear is a luxury. It was an ancient Pyrrhian proverb. The full version was recorded in the Pyrrhian epics. When pitch darkness falls and lanterns fail, fear is a luxury. When war invades and there's no escape, fear is a luxury. When death gladly claims what life forsakes, fear is a luxury. Valkyra couldn't afford fear. Darkness and death were coming. And as for war, it was already here. In fact, it had never truly ended, at least not for Valkyra. She'd been fighting for 34 years, and sometimes she forgot why. Her mind wasn't as blade-sharp as it had once been, and the details of her life grew hazy through the lens of time. This was unacceptable. She mustn't forget all she was and all she must reclaim. She'd been a princess and a phoenix rider. She'd been the feather-crowned queen. She'd fought a war to win an empire and lost the love of her life, her sister, in the process. When the weight of it all pressed down on her, Valkyra thought of what she might say to Veronyka now if she were still alive. I grow weary, Xionia. The world is not the same. I am scared for her, Xionia. She is just like you. Already it was happening, the similarities between Valkyra's two lives becoming more pronounced with each passing day. Was this the will of the gods, then? That Valkyra should suffer not once, but twice? Was this her destiny? To survive, to endure, but always at the expense of the ones she loved? No. Her second chance could not be squandered. She and Veronyka would live the lives that she and Veronyka should have lived, and rule the empire they should have ruled together. They would remake history. To keep the details straight in her mind, Valkyra sometimes pretended she were drafting a letter. Only she never seemed able to actually put ink to paper. Every time she tried, she remembered the last letters she wrote. How she'd wished she could rewrite them after they were sent. How they'd gone unanswered until it was too late. History was a living, breathing, changing thing, even when it was your own. Each day the past looked different to Valkyra, and her imagined letter would change. Sometimes Valkyra was the victim, carried through the events of the war like a leaf caught in the current of the river Oris. Other times, Valkyra was the villain, the current itself, dragging everything and everyone she loved down with her. She suspected this was the true story, but some days it was easier to accept than others. Usually she addressed the letter to Veronyka, but occasionally she addressed it to Veronyka instead. Today, as she sat alone in the woods, leaving yet another sister behind, she mentally composed a new letter. Dear Veronyka, I am Valkyra Ashfire, and this is my story. Sure, they'd hit a bump in the road, but Valkyra was used to setbacks. Nothing of value in life came easy. There was always a price. Veronyka had asked a question recently, one that Val hadn't really been able to answer. But Valkyra could. You asked me why I was here the night of the solstice festival. The answer I gave you was as simple as it was complicated. I came back for you. I lost more than the war 16 years ago. I lost everything. It was a night I will never forget. The battle fever was upon me, my blood boiling and my arrows falling from the sky like rain. I saw a figure all alone on the castle walls with no shelter from the storm. I loosed an arrow before my eyes had even focused. But as my bowstring scraped across my fingers, I realized that figure was her. Would that I could chase down arrows, that I could command their will and intent as easily as I do living things. But I could not. My arrow landed true. They always did. Still, I threw caution and crown to the wind. I threw it all away and went to her. My Nyx took a dozen enemy arrows in our reckless flight, and soon we were falling like a star cast down from the heavens. As I held my dying sister, the battle raging around us and my cursed arrow embedded in her heart, I wanted to die too. It would have been easier, sweeter, but she would not let me. She pressed my blood-spattered hand to her swollen belly, and I felt the heartbeat within. Your heartbeat, Zenika. I must live, she said, because she could not. She asked too much. My phoenix was mortally wounded, and her fire burned hot all around us, blazingly, blisteringly hot. She asked too much. The shock of Veronia's wound caused her labor to begin early. She was carried to safety so they could try to save the child, though it was too late for Veronia. They left me to die. I do not blame them. I felt it the moment she left this world. I heard her last screams, and as the fire of my bondmate licked across my skin, scorching my flesh, I heard another sound, the wails of a newborn child. I died too, but that was not the end. It was the beginning. Our beginning. I came back. For you, Veronika. We were born together, you and I. False sisters, shadow twins. I promised Veronia I would protect you. It was her dying wish. I told her I would make things right. And I've only just begun. Crown of Feathers was written by Nicki Preto and read by Cassandra Campbell, Samantha Dez, Gibson Fraser, Joy Osmansky, and Jacques Roy. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Crown of Feathers is available in print from Simon Pulse.